VWAP and everything. We took 1 unit there and then we averaged it back in. And we, even as this broke, we talked about getting this back into this area. We were able to put it back on and get it out up there. And it turned out to be quite a nice trade near the end there. So that's something that we have to be aware of. If you're going to play that break top on Palantir, then you're going to have to be ready to understand that this could fall back on that break into where VWAP is 102.75, 103.50. So like you don't break the 105 top and with a maximum share size, in my opinion, because if it fails, then you're adding to the problem, you know, because then you have a maximum share size. Other traders probably have a decent amount, and then everyone's going to panic at the disco all the way to the downside. So you have to watch out for that. So I'll be waiting here with open hands and arms in and around this 97, 98. But for right now, I don't have any bids, and I want to recheck this one at 925 because
the imbalances.
Yeah, the imbalances will come out, and we'll figure out where we go from there. Spotify.
I'd be mortally shocked if there wasn't a significant imbalance on.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you mentioned that might be the highest volume name. It is right now in the pre-market. Although I think NVIDIA will take the crown on that.
NVIDIA is catching it. It's kind of catching up.
By the way, Spotify up to $6 here today, up 9%. A nice little report from Spotify. Just look at this name. Like, you want to talk about subscription services. One of the best things that Apple had in their report was their services. And boom goes the dynamite. I mean, Apple, I used to be Spotify, and then the family did the Apple family plan, whatever, $50 a month gets you absolutely everything for the whole family, so it was a great deal. And I haven't missed a beat with Apple or Spotify, but they both seem to be absolutely amazing.
I love Spotify.
That's what I mean. I mean, if you're talking about customer satisfaction, I mean, I don't really hear too much negative about Spotify. I think they're like one of those Netflix names where they can raise the price and people just kind of
I have a small beef
that $1.50 a month extra. Yeah.
My only beef with it is there's like this weird tendency when I ask, and it's not even, like, I feel like they used to be much better when I play a random song, something that we don't listen to, curating the next song. Used to be so good. Like, if I'm in a vibe or a mood, it's like it seemed to do it really well, and now it's just a little bit more random. Like, it's just focusing too much on like what we usually play as opposed to, hey, if I ask for something very random, maybe suggest some things that are like it, which I feel like it used to do more of, but that could just be anecdotal, and that's nitpicking.
Mine just suggests like Gracie Abrams and all these things now. Like there's a Chapel Roan and all these things now.
Well, you know, that dad life, right?
Yeah, that dad life is just like, it used to be like, oh, Wu-Tang, this and that.
If I play, I'll play like Wu-Tang.
Open it up and see what
my wife just gives me the look like, that's going to be clean. I'm like, well, Spotify is going to, we have the right setting. It'll play the clean version. It's all good.
Someone's calling me from Spain right now.
It could be maybe it's not.
I'm not answering it. Is Mr. Barbado calling me over here?
It could be Luis. You never know.
It could be Luis. I'm not going to answer.
Let's talk SMCI because they stink.
I
actually know what's up.
Let's go back over the desk and find out why, as Neil said, they stink, but they're up 5%.
Just because. No apparent reason here. 4.8 right now, trying to hold $28. Yeah, I mean, they came out and said Tuesday, February 11th. Get set. They're going to do something. A call and talk about stuff. We don't know what yet.
Well, it depends on where you're looking, Brendo, here. So if you look to the event, the company referred to their event, I guess, in a press release as a business update, while their website called it something else, called it a fiscal 2Q 2025 results. Well, which is it? So we'll have to find out. We're called out that the Justice Department did investigate SMCI. They reported in September. They found no evidence of fraud or misconduct. You'll also recall that we're still waiting for their delayed financial statements. They, on December 6th, announced that they were going to release it by February 2025. Still, they have to release that in order to stay active on the NASDAQ. We'll have to wait and see exactly what's going on. But just to echo what Brendo said, scheduled February 11th at 5 p.m., they're going to address their Q2 2025 financial performance.
This might be one of those things where it was just a pre-market blip and or after the close yesterday as well. I mean, we get a gap down this morning, but we'll see if this holds, I guess, but you might want to be cautious on this one.
Yeah, there was a lot of everyone in the aftermarket's like, oh, why is SPCI going You know, and until we actually have some results from them and more clarity on the situation, obviously everyone looks at this as an opportunity because they still do a lot of business and there could be a huge recovery in them. But until proven otherwise, it doesn't move like it used to. Can't seem to hold above $30, which that's been the area. I was going to say when, we always talk about this when you sit down or you look at the levels. It certainly looked like a pop and fade at 30 was going to be a bit of a play when I saw it gap up, but then it already lost the 29 level and is kind of trending down here. So let me just double check. Oh, we have to pay for locate. I'm going to go pay for locates on this one. I feel like we used to get them free, but they'll be really cheap. If it's not going to give some kind of a pop into 30, I feel like this isn't that big of a news deal, and I want to be ready for this type of move, like the move that happened there on Friday, where it did a very, very clean reversion. If it does any kind of a move up like that, into that 30 level, I want to be able to fade it. So that's the plan. I don't think what are we, like $2 away from it now? It would have to get pretty significant to the upside to get to that zone on SMCI. So obviously Palantir is going to be more active. Rigetti is going to be probably more active in here. And we still have to talk about Google and PayPal. PayPal, ouch. That's an understatement.
Yeah, it's down to like 82 or something now, maybe even lower than that.
Yeah.
So SMCI, I kind of felt the same way there. I just didn't think that it was in the right trend here to be thinking about longs. So even regardless of whatever the news is here on SMCI, there is a catalyst. So you try to go long when you have a positive catalyst, especially when the market decides that it's a good thing. I just can't really get behind like this too much other than what it's doing technically. This is the 200 period moving average. It's trying to bounce off of it right now. So I would say like this is your last chance. It's right here. Last chance to hold 27.50. If we can do that, then obviously it's going to have that upside huge move potential. Because if you hold 27 down here, then I think you get to 29, right? That's just about $2 on 27. So you can get like another 6-7% out of this name just by getting back to day's high, which I think can happen here, especially if the market holds. But right now, look what's happening. Market to the downside. So let's just go back over to the king and let's look at like what's been happening right here. Look at NVIDIA down against the market down. So that's, just trying to relate this to everything. We can look at SMH maybe might be the best one, but AMD also, actually AMD's up. My bad. I thought AMD was down. So AMD is up. So let me look at SMH. Is it just NVIDIA maybe that's getting hit? Because that's really the only one I always look at. Broadcom has been actually pretty good. Yeah, so SMH is relatively flat. So what I was getting at is if the market, okay, here goes SMCI right now, breaking its last-ditch effort. So I almost think it's going to be, and I know that was a good move by Neil thinking about the short there. Looks like it is going to lose this shelf, and then it becomes a short. So if the sector falls, like SMH, AMD, NVIDIA, all that, Broadcom, then I think SMCI just has no chance. And it will fill that gap right back into that 27, and then you can deal with it at that point.
Because that's what it's got.
Yeah, so, there it goes. It's breaking right now, so. Anyways, okay, the TQ is almost at $81. Yeah, so how much do we have, Google, tonight? Okay, so we don't have too much time left. Just quickly on the futures, I was actually looking at this before, so thank you for putting it there, Jay Lee, in the chat. Yeah, this is, it's happening right now. You're underneath everything. The market does have a potential to be pretty weak here today. With NVIDIA falling down, with Apple falling down, you're now underneath the 200-period moving average. You have a sloping down 50-period moving average here on the NASDAQ. It's not looking great. It looks like we want to break. That's yesterday's bottom right there, right where, not bottom, but that we made at 4 o'clock, and then the earnings came and we started to bounce through. That's $80.50. You lose that area that we made at 4 o'clock, then boom, I think you do have a nice downside move here for the futures. So let's wait to see if that happens. Good look, Jay Lee. I think there's a chance that we could really go red here and then lose the bottom ahead of a big earnings day.
To Google, coming up after the close tonight, we'll get earnings. There's also this note to be aware of this morning. If you missed it, we were touching on it in the first 30-minute of the show this morning. Retaliatory measures coming against not only Google, but other tech companies specifically. Not going to obviously affect this quarter, but we'll see what the stock does today.
All right, Brendo, let's talk about what they're expecting. We're looking for $2.13 in revenue for EPS on $96.7 billion in revenue. That'd be up from what they printed last year on the quarter, $1.64 on $86.33 billion. There's obviously still heavy spending on generative AI. That's going to be a major theme, especially after DeepSeek. Analysts expect Q4 CapEx to rise to about $13.25 billion from $13 billion last quarter. That's decidedly less than the 60 to 65 that Mark Zuckerberg wants to spend and the 80 to 85 that Satya Nadella wants to spend there. So we'll have to see about that. Also, there's going to be questions about how AI advancements hurt possibly their search model, their search revenue. Google Cloud also going to be very much in focus. It's the fastest fastest growing of the three cloud providers. It's expected to increase 33% year over year and bring in about $12.25 billion in revenue. Should be noted, Brendo, that Azure reported and they dropped a little bit in growth. So we'll have to see if Google's taking some market share.
Yeah, that will be key. We're back to shouting distance here, guys. Of all-time highs. It's been a great couple of weeks for Google.
Like, obviously, there's a lot to consider for their earnings tonight, but that's a reaction after. Let's be real. So, we can definitely get into that tomorrow morning. I know it's going to be an absolute banger in the afternoon show, in the aftermarket show with Sean Adair and of course Brian Shannon. I like Apple a little bit better as a trade because it's got a very distinct trend. Like, this might be a resistance at the 204 level, but it was pretty strong cruising. I don't know if it were to fail. If it were to fail 205 again, like break the high and then fail underneath it, I think that would be more of a trade for me. But before earnings, I'm more inclined to move to a different Mag 7 name. Look, I like Google. It's a great holding. I'd like it to be able to push through here. I think if on any weakness, you buy the 50 period, all that same good stuff. But Apple has been pretty distinct. Fail the 50 period, get to the 200, which is just underneath 220. There, if I zoomed it out further. And then yesterday, it was I don't want to say a dump, but it was a pretty strong down day. Friday was obviously worse. You've got the 230 level, which was morning highs. That'll sit there. And then you've got the lower high where we closed at 228. And basically every $2, because 232 is a level here on Apple. So I think it's a little bit more distinct than the pullback trend. And I'd rather play this one to the south side. I want some things for weakness because the market's very flat right now and a few names starting to pull back and nothing's been consistently weaker. Well, maybe a few things have, but very little has been consistently weaker than Apple in Mag 7 land.
Dump it, Sean. Yeah, I don't know. What am I dumping exactly? I think same thing with Google. I said it yesterday and we wound up trading it. But then I also said the same thing like about Palantir yesterday, and we didn't trade it, and that was like on days of earnings. So Google's earnings are tonight. I could see it just kind of doing very similar things to what it did yesterday, meaning you're going to have to either play it with sort of like extreme moves and try to just play the reversion back to the mean. At the end of the day, like yesterday, look where we went out on Google. We basically went out on VWAP. Obviously, we get the last couple minutes of the last 10 minutes of every day is going to be volatile, and we've sort of explained why that happens with the imbalances. But at the end of it all, Google spent a lot of the day above VWAP and then just closed right near it anyways. It was pretty choppy early. So I just think that for today, unless someone gets a whisper number, they're not going to leak or anything like that. So whatever. I just think that if you can break through this top, the market's obviously going, and it's going to be better longs than Google, only because I just see some uncertainty heading into the quarter. A lot of people worried about ChatGPT, what that's meant for the search business, what's Gemini meant for the search and ad business as well, as Gemini's implemented all over the place, everywhere. You open up your email, you get a little Gemini guy there now, so that little star in the top right. So at the end of the day, I'm excited for it. I really like it. I think YouTube is absolute smoke show. I think YouTube is great. I think that number is going to blow out. The sort of the cloud computing number is going to be big. And remember, you want to talk about the original OGs in quantum. I mean, you're just chilling out here with Google. So I'm like very, very excited about everything that Google's doing. And it is, as far as a PE, it's the most attractive out of the Mag 7. So as long as they beat then you'll be fine. Obviously, the problem is when they miss, and we can't predict anything. From a chart, we talked about it. It already had held the 200 or the 50-period moving average, but it's not like it's blowing up off of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we are back into this, like on a miss, like 192 to 95-ish area, right into there, and then we can buy it on that dip. So for me right now, Google, it's a big position of mine. I'm going to go hands off on that and probably not buy any more or sell any more Google for a long time. I've sort of switched over into some indexes now, so we'll be watching and riding out the highs and the lows of some of these stocks. All right, we do have PayPal coming up. Let's go over to the desk because in just a couple minutes we're going to get the imbalances.
Trying to bounce here for PayPal right now, 6.5%, but still, I mean, this report, if you look at it, is actually pretty good right across the board. They couldn't even get a bounce with a $15 billion buyback announced as well. Approved by the board. Typically, that's one catalyst that if the report itself is not great, they throw that in just to
certainly
help price action, but down big time here.
It is. It's like down 6.5%, was worse, defending that $81 level. Here's the deal, though. The Q4 earnings per share, EPS, beat $1.19. The street wanted $1.12. Revenue, $8.33 billion, a bit more, beating that $8.25 billion the street was looking for, and that's also a 4% year-over-year increase. And here's the deal. The 2025 earnings forecast was above what the street was looking for in terms of EPS. They guided $4.95 to $5.10. The street was looking for $4.90, so it's above, even the low end is above the estimates there. To build on Brendo's point, $15 billion share repurchase program with $6 billion planned for 2025. Transaction margin grew as well, so they were able to expand there. Total payment volume, this is where they kind of missed, Brendo. $437 billion was below the $438 billion the street was looking for. But when you look at the Venmo total payment volume, that grew 10%. They're also launching new products here called Fastlane, launched in August of 2024. It's supposed to take on Apple Pay and Shop Pay. It's like a one-click payment system to kind of reduce cart abandonment, which I have been guilty of many times, but in a good way, because that money wasn't spent, so it's okay.
When you see it all in one place, it
accumulates.
It's a little bit harder. Just real quick on NVIDIA, Bank of America with a note just coming out here. NVIDIA overcoming DeepSeek and trade war challenges and rising to all-time highs. That's from Bank of America. So NVIDIA here just popping up, guys.
Yeah, I like that note right there. Yeah, Palantir did come out of sell. So right there, 1.36 million. Look at that. You did get that dip down in Palantir down to 101.80. So again, not huge. Actually, a little disappointed. Thought it could have been a little bit more share size on that play. And there's your NVIDIA play as well. All right, let's just talk about PayPal real quick. We have 4 minutes until the bell opens and the casino door gets kicked open. All right, so I wrote PayPal down as a long 84.50 break trade through highs on overdone earnings reaction. So just as Sharif and Brendan just mentioned there, the play to me, the report to me wasn't that bad. I think it's overblown to the downside. I don't even know what was going on there with that move down yesterday, but it was straight down. First it went up to $95, and then it just all the way to the downside. Here's 84.50. It looks like it's going to break it right around now. That's where VWAP is. Normally I'd say play the bounce into VWAP, but I actually don't think the quarter was that bad. But if we do get stuck there and have to pay through 84.50, which we might have to wind up doing, then we're not going to hold this too much past 82.50, which is going to be where the 52-period moving average is. Sorry, the 50-period moving average. So $2 worth of risk here on this to hopefully get a little more juice to the upside than that $2. So we'll wait to see, but that's a $2 worth of risk. I like that play. First area to get out. I mean, you could take $2 at 86 and then see about getting higher through there. But PayPal for me, it could be a quick little one and done. Like it could get smoked and then that we're out of it. But I think it's like a 2 to 3 unit play on that break higher, maybe a little bit less. We haven't been hitting breaks the greatest lately, so we'll see that. Palantir, by the way, just said, yeah, that's a nice story, and that just went back through 103. So we'll see what happens here. It's going to be a wild open.
Yeah, NVIDIA also had a buy and balance for those. Like on that spike that you just saw that Brendan alluded to, NVIDIA was 600,000, now almost 700,000 to buy. Nowhere near what Palantir is, but it's also done about half the amount of shares as well there on NVIDIA, which I'll get to in a quick little second. PayPal on the daily, there's a support level. I thought we were trending down into SSR territory, 10% down. So I was looking for an SSR bounce. It would be around the $80 level. Actually, if it breaks 81, it'd be above 80, but that's where I'd look for a mean revert, kind of looking like this. Is obviously this might have come out.
It just tanked.
Did this? No sell imbalance there, but you guys all just saw that. I looked over to see if there was a sell imbalance on PayPal, but no, it just kind of tanked off of VWAP in here. The other name that we just mentioned, NVIDIA, remember yesterday, 118, it could not break away. It got 118 to 118.5 on a breakout trade, then couldn't really do much of anything until the aftermarket. Well, it's resistance till it's not, and if it can take out 119, then I would look for the breakout long. But I think the support level down here that we set this range at 13.5 to 13 to 15 even, that's where I'll look for the dip buy on NVIDIA today.
Just quickly, yeah, we might not be able to get to DraftKings, but
oh shoot, my bad. I thought we were done.
yeah, it's okay. Tesla right now going through, so it's already through our level. We did not. I wrote it down as a side note about 385. It just blew right through it right there. Let's just go. We can go back to the desk if you want to do DraftKings just real quickly, guys. 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, DraftKings guys coming up, earnings next week. TD Cowen with a negative note this morning. It's down. Not a lot of volume behind this, but 2.8% here. Worth a note ahead of Super Bowl.
So, I mean, I like DraftKings. I think it's an opportunity to buy it. I don't ever really want to buy a name ahead of like a major event because I think you're just kind of like buying the sort of the obvious news there. So let's let DraftKings settle down. Maybe there is something. There's a note about taxes and how that's going to affect them. Yeah. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with DraftKings there coming through today. So not that much volume, not of over, highlighted concern for me. All right, I think a lot of you are going to be wanting to watch Palantir, so we're going to keep that up right now and watch out for that. Now the 200 period is at basically $100. So now it's even more interesting because now that $100 mark is like, oh boy. So we will put a bid in and around there because now it satisfies a little bit more of what's necessary. All right, the opening bell brought to you by Worksport, WKSP. Go check them out. Add Worksport to your watch list today. 2 and 1. Like to take Worksport for all of that. Take it easy. There we go. The mallet,
the mallet is broken.
It was fixed for a while, and then now
it ain't fixed now.
Is broken. No, that's fine. Just that wood mallet there. Randy will be all over that. All right, so far so good. Here comes Palantir right back in. We said that watch out for buying said dips and all of that kind of stuff. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there with Palantir as we'll zoom in. Looks like it got as low as 101 change. And yeah, so far so good. We're not going to hop right into this name. Obviously, it's well juiced right now. More than double. It was expected move was 14%, so just coming back into that level right now. Watch out for 100 dip buy. PayPal comes into 81. Not good enough for me. I'm going to wait for that 80 bottom, but that was the pre-market low right there for PYPL. Here comes no positions yet. Here comes what? The market's coming in as well.
Yeah, I thought we broke 101 there. There we go. Now it's actually broken a 101 there on PLTR, so it is trending into 100. The other thing that's happening, we did still favor a fade on Apple. Apple almost went green there, but first things first is going to be this Palantir off of 100. Still hasn't really done a very big test of it, but remember that big sell imbalance, a lot of times you'll see that profit taking start to come in. Let's make sure we've actually held the 100 before we get a little bit too frisky. NVIDIA is getting close to 118. That's the other level that we're looking at. And oh wow, Rigetti.
No.
Rigetti.
Rigetti.
Yeah, Rigetti's
we missed that Palantir.
Rigetti's already at $15. Oh, wow. You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Rigetti, mom spaghetti, all that good stuff. There might be a dip buy that has to come in here for Rigetti. But hey, you stare down Palantir, thinking it's going to do that over at 100, and it's Rigetti. Well, everyone looks left. Rigetti goes up, which is not really to the right, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we had Rigetti on our mind there. I was bidding $100.25. It got down as low as $100.50, but here it comes. Could be another push back in for PLTR. Trying to break through some of these highs as well is not a horrible play. What about a break of 104 maybe now, or 103.75 maybe on Palantir, especially if it's done dipping. That 103.75 area is not horrible. I think we'll try that play right there. Breaking through 103.75 on Palantir. I mean, we might miss it. You got to probably get a little bit aggressive there if you do want this play. So I'm going to try that there on that break. see if it winds up working out. We can get out if it fades back into like 103-ish or so area. So I think that would be something worth a shot here. 103.75 coming up now for Palantir. We'll see if we are able to grab that. So, all right, it's hopefully going to come into that. PayPal's not doing too much. We can check out our China play here with FXI. That's kind of going upside right now with not a whole heck of a lot of interest there. You're in anything? I don't know.
PayPal's almost 10% to the downside, so it's almost at that SSR level where it would get short sell restricted. If it breaks 81, it gets very, very close. I didn't do the actual obvious math because I can just look at my chart and it'll say 10%. So if we do break 81, we'll be right in that pocket for PayPal. The other thing we're tracking, in addition to Rigetti and still looking for that Palantir to maybe give us a real test of 101, is NVIDIA is getting real close to that 118. It's a little bit of patience here. It's not there at resistance yet, but it's starting to get pretty close. So have eyeballs on NVIDIA. You saw in the afternoon what it wasn't able to do at this price. NVIDIA, so if we can get to that 118, it was 118.5 that have resistance. I think above 119, it's a breakout on NVDA. But until it gets there, I still think resistance is in play. Yeah. Come on, get higher.
What is NVIDIA doing?
I'm going to be a little too patient. All right, maybe we're not going to get
Tesla could be near a bar
100 on Palantir. It just bounced off 101.5 pretty decently there. You guys just saw. Big buyers came in at 101.5 on Palantir. Still looking for the 100 test a little bit more earnestly.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's Palantir's really in a dollar range. It's not doing anything right now. It's actually been pretty disappointing just for a day trade yet so far. All right, so the best day trading name maybe has been NVIDIA. NVIDIA held the VWAP, held the 200, and then blasted off. I'm going to be trying to buy this name on this support down here at 117. If we can come into 117, we will look at NVIDIA. Okay, I just have that Palantir ready to go. If we do break that top in and around 103.75, let me just make sure like we had wrote that down there or we had zoomed into it. Well, here it comes now anyways. All right, so we're in. Okay, so we're into this name now, 103.75. Again, it just comes right up into that top. Let's see if it wants to break it a little bit here. Get something out on a break of 104. No, it might not even want to do that. Here it comes upside. Just dancing with this pre-market high, basically. It's not, I mean, the pre-market high was 105. I mean, we obviously talked about that, but it looks like right now it's having a little bit of an issue there. We could pull back off of this. So we're now long. We actually got long at 68s, I just realized. So not a bad area to get long there, but yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to get going too much now. So Palantir, we'll have to wait for a 104 take or so here on Palantir. Put something out if we can get it in the 90s, and then we'll watch out. There it goes. Now we're going to the upside here. Well, maybe not. There's another fade again on Palantir. We got out 10% there. That's it at 104. So was that a call for Adero? By the way, NVIDIA just broke 118 as well. So this might fail. Watch out for the 50-period moving average. I don't want to hold this for too long because taking out the top and then missing is not a good sign. Palantir VWAP also 102.60s. Yeah, I think a 102.50 or so break, and we'll have to eat this one for about $1 and change. But here it comes right back. What's up, Adera?
We're going to take a look here at AI, which seems like it's moving up here in sympathy with PLTR. No news on this, but a decent short float. The other one on watch here is going to be MRK. This is an earnings name. Apparently, this is his largest gap in a very long time. So MRK and AI on watch here, guys. Back to you.
All right, so Neil's got the short there on NVIDIA. Do you want to talk about it? Because I've already gone through Palantir.
NVIDIA just came. Oh, we just got Rigetti as well. So I'll get to Rigetti in a quick little second. But NVIDIA right into that prior high, yesterday's double top. You have to count the aftermarket on that double top, but it did pull into the 108.5 and then just came back in. I got 27s in there. That's not a great fill. So we got all the way to the $0.50 level. I got some 27s. And then Rigetti, I want to play it back into VWAP. Obviously, NVIDIA with a bit of a rocket to the upside. Rigetti, super strong. Just got to 15. First pull back, bounced off 14.6. I'm going long. We like VWAP too, but just want to take the first dip after missing out. Obviously, we missed on the first move in Rigetti. Is what it is. Was looking for Palantir and didn't really get that break of the $100 level. So we're into Rigetti for the first time. I think it's an add through the 15 break, and then we'll see where it can go from there. Up 10% already here on Rigetti. That's, wow, the stock is nuts.
All right, there it is again. Day goal hit, 9:37. Timestamp it right there. So we are now done. We've done it again here, Neil. One more time for everybody. There's that break. We talked about 103.75 break. There it is for everybody. Neil included. Everybody that's there. I know you got Nvidia and Rigetti, but there it is. It's a dollar club, courtesy of Trader TV Live. There's that 103.75 break. It's literally what we said. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Your boy is doing it again. We are the people's trader, and there it goes to the upside here. Maybe people's investor with this Palantir as well. But it's a nice move to the upside. We have made our daily goal right there already with this Palantir trade. But we are still, look, this could fall again against us. But if we were to get out right now, 150% of daily goal met right there with the Palantir trade. So just to let you guys know, that was going to be obviously on our mind. It was the #1 stock written down here on the watch list and on the sticky notes. So there we go again, man. It's Palantir, and it's an absolute monster, Neil. We're going to go 1 for 1. Huge day there on PLTR. What's going on with you?
We added on the 15 break on Rigetti here. So we took the 14.7 and then it played into 15 even. We added the 15. At this point, we're out of the dip buy, and the only shares are in like, first in, first out, as we always talk about. So we're in only the long trade over 15, looking for 15.20s here on Rigetti. It's a swing and a miss, obviously, not to have got it a little bit earlier. We get out at the prior high on Nvidia. I like 19 for the actual reverse into the long, so we didn't take the long when it broke the prior high. We were able to get 118s out before it broke out, but still want to respect that 119 level, which I believe is still going to be in play. I'm just going to shift my bid on VWAP. VWAP's going to be a moving target on Palantir. When 100 holds, we'll now look for 103 on PLTR. If it breaks out the top and gets to the top, I'm always looking for the retracement back into VWAP, which obviously rhymes. So Nvidia 119, we're going to look for a reversal. But until it breaks out, not looking for the long. Want to be long in Rigetti, trying to catch some more dip buys here. If it gets to VWAP, I think we got to look to add to this on the way to the upside. Up 10%, looking relatively strong here. Is 105 going to break? Yes.
Let's just hope it breaks, guys. Let's just hope this breaks. Palantir up 25%, making the long-term sing, making the day trading account here just absolutely blast off here to that north side, man. What a great day to be in and involved here with Palantir. This is why, Neil, we come to work every single day, man. I mean, this has been quite the run. I'll take some more. I mean, I'm just going to scale some more out here. Looks like we just did fail off of that top. I do have some offers here now. Okay, there we go. Some offers now in the 60s. We just got a little. Oh no, we didn't get filled there. I was at 63. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now we're filled. All right, so just a couple more outs here. I think we're panicking a little bit here, getting this out, but so far so good. Let's just stick with the plan, and the plan so far has been really, really working out here for us. Let's go, Wayne. That's right, my guy. Let's get excited as we get to the upside there, as traders are uniting all over the place here as we get going there on Palantir. Nice little 105 and change. We are now also into PayPal. What's up, Adara?
Breaking over 1,000 for the first time intraday. It did, of course, break above on earnings, but this is its first intraday break above 1,000. That was already kind of given that up here. Be cautious here. NFLX, pretty volatile, not a ton of volume, about 700,000 shares traded on the day. I couldn't find a catalyst, but lots of people talking on social media. Also, stay tuned for 10 a.m. We'll be giving you those JOLTS job openings, so be aware here. 10 a.m. JOLTS job openings. Back to you.
Yeah, obviously it's going to matter a little bit, but let's be real. If you're trading some of these post-earnings names, it's not going to matter too much, I don't think, on Jolt. You might be ready for some dip buys and to clean up that wick. So you just got to 105 even on Palantir. Like exactly, I didn't get a good look at it, but it was a few million shares on the offer. I'm still looking for the dip into VWAP. If we don't break, then we're still playing the dip buy in PLTR. Rigetti just did the dip holding trend and then right back into 15. I did get some out in 15. That bar is going to close it up. But yeah, Palantir is now starting to come into this 103. So I want to see if we can pick it up at that 103 level. Oh, Nvidia does not break. So Nvidia does not break the 119. That's still going to be very, very much in play for the breakout on NVDA at that 120 area. I haven't looked at Tesla. At this point, we're just still focused on Nvidia, Rigetti, and Palantir. We'll have a look at some of the other names in a little bit as we start to come back into VWAP heavy.
All right, guys, it's another one right there. Let's ring the cash register for PayPal as it's trying to get through. There it is. Let's go. There it is. There's the dip buy opportunity. We're going to go 2 for 2 right here. So far, so good on this PayPal play. I mean, don't know where it's going to go. We are now out of about 15% of this trade, now for 30 cents as it comes back in right now. Palantir's coming into VWAP and the 50-period moving average. We could try a little bit of a bid down here just to see, but ultimately, man, if we break, like we said, through this VWAP, we don't need to be part of this one for too much longer. So we'll wait on it. We are long on Palantir a little bit higher. We did take that break play, right? And so once that did fade out, we are now sort of waiting on this. We only have, well, with that reload now, we have about 35% back on. So we'll see where this trade is indicated to go. Looks like right now south side for Palantir, but there's a little bit of a reload down there on Palantir. So again, man, like I'm not going to get out there on Palantir. I'm not going to take 20 cents. I mean, I'm going to wait to see that VWAP is down there at 102.70. Palantir is already an absolute monster, and we'll see if it can go again. Nice little reload on that dip buy into Palantir right there. PayPal, though, 25 and change cents, trying to go as well. Netflix over $1,000 right now. We're just hearing that is new all-time highs.
Walmart 100.
Remember I said this, man. I said this on that Jimmy Carter day again. It was like, man, they have WWE. They have a lot of properties right now that I'm liking with Netflix, and Netflix now to the moon. And oh boy, guys, there it comes right there, man. It is your 50-period moving average reload right there on Palantir. And oh boy, are we starting to moonshine right now on this name. Palantir nicely done to the upside. And there goes PayPal as well. So big trading here again today. Actually, I don't think we're up as much today as maybe we were yesterday, but it's been a good day so far.
Yes, sir. And just one note, look, I got Palantir as well, but I'll go over to Rigetti because that just did another move into that 15 area. So we've been buying it right in this 1470, but it's been holding the 15. So a couple of lower highs already put in here on Rigetti. Still going to play it to the long side. But if we lose VWAP, got to be able to jump out of that one. PLTR, I waited for it to get into VWAP. It just got to 103. It's about to play the 105, which we're still putting the break in, which I realized I actually lost my order, so I got to put that break in there again. So I played VWAP to 105 on Palantir. Now we're going to look for the break. PayPal also got right down to that 10% down and bounced, so I waited for the reversion to get into that. We're going to go to Adara, and Palantir is going to break 105 by the time we get back.
Let's go.
Talked about Palantir, we talked a little bit Merck, we talked PayPal, Spotify, though, another really strong earnings name here, SPOT. Sharply to the upside, so keep an eye on Spotify, guys.
Sir, man, this is what trading's all about. This is why you want to be on a prop floor. You hear the boys in the back getting super excited. Everybody's on this Palantir train, and we reloaded it. So this is starting to get exciting now, boys and girls, here on PLTR. And there it is, man, 2 times daily goal now at 9:45. So let's go one more time. Tariffs or not, Palantir is like all aboard. Nice move to the upside right there, 105.70 and change. This was a name that we've been riding this one since $10. Nice move upside there for Palantir. And Neil, we did it again on PayPal as PayPal just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. So yeah, man, so far so good here today on Palantir. Great job there, Neil. But Palantir continues to get going high side.
It's the stock that keeps on giving and giving and giving. Its name is Palantir, and it is clearly blue skies here for Palantir. Like, it doesn't matter where you took it. If you bought 100, you're great. You bought VWAP, you're great. You bought breakouts, you're great. You bought 105, you're absolutely dazzling. So look, it's gone. I gotta get rid of this wick here because you can't see the scaling. It makes the move, the $3 look like nothing on that scaling. But gotta watch out here. No, I'm not concerned about Palantir because you see what's happening. But as I said about Rigetti, we got the move 1470 to 1510. It's still trending down. I'm going to give it a chance to revert this move and hold VWAP. But I don't want this pulling back and losing the bid, especially with all the strength that we're seeing over there in Palantir. Just one more note. NVIDIA still hasn't broken 119. It's doing its best. It's doing its darndest. 119. Actually, 95 is the current high. I think NVIDIA is set for a breakout in addition to what we're already seeing here in Palantir. So it is Rigetti that's a little bit of a concern, only because we've reloaded it a couple of times down here, and it's about to break out that bottom. Now I don't want to turn this one into a losing trade. So we're not going to reload it unless we get a mean revert.
$2 in the money now on Palantir as it just keeps on. Man, I'm gonna have to take a walk here so I don't get out of more. Like I don't. So we still have pretty much. I'm trying to think. We have about a third left now, including the reload. Like a third left of our total position. Actually, a little bit less than that. 25% left of our total position. As wow, oh my gosh, Neil, here we go again, man. It does seem like a little bit of a broken record here, but we are really seeing the board like so clear. We talked about that yesterday, and here it goes again right now, man. 106 and change for PLTR. Like, oh boy, it's about like making up your mind and getting into something and just trusting who you are and how you're trading. And it's like, that's exactly what we're doing with this, right? You kind of like, you're looking at a stock here, you put it on the list, you do the work on it, and then you sit back and you're a trader. So it's like, okay, I'm supposed to make money. We talk about trying to make a living here, trading. And I mean, this is what we're showing you right now about what we're trying to do. So there's like a really monster winner. Like people are always telling me, Neil, why don't I trade options? Thing is, we don't have options over here. Otherwise, I mean, I don't even know what kind of a play some of these things would be blowing to the upside. I mean, I know that I wouldn't be able to get out the way I do, so I'd have to change a little bit there. But congratulations to everybody that's on this Palantir monster trade today. Absolutely huge. That's that. All right. We're getting lighter and lighter here at 106. Like, I don't know where the sky goes from here. I mean, up 30% is something else for me. And I need to like just calm down because it's a big trade all around. PayPal out there mostly at 20s. I still have half of this position left. And I mean, there it goes. And this is even taking out new highs. So bye-bye Palantir. Maybe trailing stops. I'll take out something else here at 30s and we'll go from there. But there we go. Neil's got Palantir now at 05 as well. It's a great trade. And then Rigetti there at 1482. I mean, man, we're putting up some numbers here one more time today. I'm now up almost double what I was up yesterday, and yesterday was a trophy day. So today is going to be trophy times 2, it looks like, and hopefully times 3 and times 4, especially if this keeps on going right there upside. So, all right, let's go now over to the desk with Adara.
We have here a couple small caps. If you're looking for some of these smaller plays as Palantir and PayPal move. We do have Regulus, RGLS. This one announcing today, apparently they're going to be presenting later on here at the Oppenheimer Annual Healthcare Life Sciences Conference. So conference appearance for RGLS, but also VLCN. So this one did actually have some news this morning. Vulcan, they announced they're going to be the exclusive U.S. distributor of these supersonic golf carts. However, this one's interesting because it has about a 470,000 share float. So that is a very small float. And 13.7% of that float is sold short. So tiny float, massive short float for VLCN. There's also RGLS. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Obviously, when Palantir is moving like a small cap in terms of percentage moves, you kind of get the best of both worlds. So you don't necessarily have to focus on them so much. At this point, you've got another break of the high, so it's a very steep trend line, but it is what it is. If we break that trend, I'm going to cover some. Not all, because I think VWAP is right at the entry price of that 103, and we'll like that one on the way back. But Rigetti, remember what I was saying, Rigetti, that was the one that was in trouble. It tried to break. So there you go. It tried to break. I added back into it, but then it lost VWAP. So your initial push on Rigetti, good, but now you're starting to trend back into the downside on RGTI. Obviously, Palantir is going to carry the day, but RGTI was a miss. We should have had this one at the open. Instead, we were thinking we'd get a real test of $100 on Palantir. Didn't happen. I do have an order set for NVIDIA to go, but it's not looking nearly as strong as the first time we got into that 119. So still some higher lows on NVIDIA, but no real breakthrough yet on NVDA. And yeah, we're still looking at, Tesla, it's kind of strong. I like 400 on it for a fade. We're not really getting to that price. They said if we don't get to that, I'd have to look for maybe some kind of lower high. Could be this 390 really is the resistance spot, and we don't want any part of the 400 on Tesla. I don't have any offers yet on Palantir. Starting to think if it continues this trend, 100, 105, 110. Seems logical.
Yeah, I think that's a good point there where you could take 110. Okay.
Only because it's been moving in $5 increments.
Oh boy, if this thing gets to 110, let's ride. I have some offers. Again, upside, 107.25s. This is really turning out to be a special trade for this name. Okay, as is PayPal. PayPal, nice move to the upside right there as well as that continues to go. We take another out right there at 81.25. This one we're just trying to, so it's too bad. I was watching, I thought you were up there on Rigetti, but I was just looking back here. It did fade off 15. I thought it was still continuously blasting through, so I didn't look at it. That VWAP, that 50 period moving average could be something down there at 1440 for Rigetti, so watch out for that play coming again on RGTI. All right, so see, this is where, again, like, getting out when you see some of these tops, like I hope that we can get upside right there, but we're just going to keep on, not keep on getting out, but getting out as we start to bump up and then just start to get a little lighter on said position here with our friend PLTR because it's been just such a huge move up, 27%, now double the IV, the expected move right there, the volatility on, implied volatility on Palantir. So it's been an absolute banger there, and I'm pretty happy with it. So I think that we'll just continue to hold forward here in Palantir and see what winds up happening on the upside and just wait to see before getting any more out. But I do have that out up at 107, and we're just starting to cover a little bit more in this 106.50 area. So I don't necessarily want to sit and just rest on the fact that this may continue to go up to that upside. Starting to get some more out. We do have, again, after the shares that we traded, doing the math here, just about 10 to 15% left on PLTR. So an absolute banger of a trade. Let's see if it can continue. Good outs there. You see, by getting out there, we just saved ourselves reverse right there, Dollar Club. So getting out right there at 106.75 now saves us the worry of what's happening right now. So pretty good out there on Palantir. Let's see if we can continue that move now on the name.
Yeah, I just trailed a piece out of Palantir, it looks like, as well. But NVIDIA broke 119 and just got to 119. Only went to the quarter mark so far on NVIDIA, so that's not a very overwhelming breakout. Apple's getting really close to its resistance level, so we're going to keep tracking that to the 230. It just cracked the 239 or 229 level, so Apple's still very much in play, which I like short at 230. There's NVIDIA, zoom in there. It can't seem to get past that quarter yet. But we'll give it a little space. 120 is a good level when you zoom out the chart. Going to get an order at the half. But as Sean mentioned just a second ago, like you had where's my trend line going? Well, we broke the trend a little bit, so I said I'd take a piece out. Still going to hold some. Still going to like VWAP if we can dip back into it here for Palantir. VWAP is a moving target as it trends up. Obviously, it's going to go higher and higher. But 103.5 to 104 looks like that level for Palantir. And NVIDIA now to the half. Sorry, the 119.40 mark, trending toward the $0.50. 120 on NVIDIA is Friday's kind of close level. So I expect a little resistance at the 120 and then see how far it wants to fly. Market's up 0.7. Everything seems to be going higher. I did say I like Apple short at 230, but it's only at 228.5. So probably
really going.
Yeah, probably not going to be into that one for a while. We'll take a lot for this to get another push. Apple's actually lagging the market here, and now that I look at it, looking pretty weak relative to the overall market. But NVIDIA looking good. Palantir is still on target, but slowing down a little bit, which is to be expected. I mean, you can't go that parabolic forever. There's got to be pullbacks. Although on a 15-minute, it doesn't look like that. You're getting your first real pullback on Palantir right now.
All right. Yeah, I mean, as expected, right? I mean, we just got another out there on Palantir at 106.30. So again, another reverse Dollar Club winner. And again, this is what you do. If you're a trader, you hold on for big moves. We've already done that. Right now, you are seeing a reversion back in on PLTR. So again, if you're trading with a little bit more shares like this, getting out as you start to see some upside. But we do obviously realize that not everybody has the ability to get in and out and trade with as many options as we do here, with including stop orders and then adding and removing liquidity where we can make money on this. Like, see this little move up? Taking a piece out right there at 75. So I have the ability to do that. Like, it just ripped up 40 cents in my favor. Boom. Let's take it out, right? I mean, can it continue to go higher? Yes, it can. This is the most money I've probably made on Palantir in an individual day in a very, very long time. So it's a nice move there for Palantir. It's an earnings play. We did it exactly what we're supposed to do. We waited for levels. We played VWAP. We absolutely nailed this name again here today. So good trading early on. We're at just over 2.5 or so times our daily goal. It's not even 10 o'clock. It's been a big day. PayPal gave me a little bit of a scare there. We got out of another 10% basically for flat when we broke back down through 81. This name, again, I forget who was it that I was talking to yesterday? It was easier to trade when you're winning a little bit and you've got sort of that money in your pocket there. Oh, it was Obi who came over here and said that it's a little bit easier once you got that money in your pocket a little bit. So I don't want to overlook PayPal. But at the same time, you know, it's not great, man. You're going to get that 10% bounce, which is what we're going to try there pretty soon with the SSR. So we'll see if that wants to bounce off here as it comes into 80.50. But we still have about a third of this trade on, and it is falling in right now, right into 80.50 again. So I'm sitting at $80.
Actually go SSR. Did
No, at $80.25 to see if there's some kind of a bounce play here. But we can try a little bit now at 53. I'm sitting there bidding. Okay, so we have it.
New highs NASDAQ.
New highs in NASDAQ. Okay, absolutely great trading here. Palantir, Neil, is now $1, $2, and $3 in the money now on PLTR.
Yeah, Palantir's. Well, I'll let the Lambo play out there. Make sure you guys get to hear the rev of the engine. You know, Palantir just bounced off the breakout at 105. So obviously break, take. If it's going to double bottom here at 05, VWAP sits at 103.5. I am going to adjust the stop. If we lose 105, VWAP is still at 104. And as long as that's true, I'll get out and then get back in. If it trends up for the rest of the day, I think it should be absolutely fine. NVIDIA just got to 119.75 and starting to pull back a little bit here. But starting to pull back a little bit on NVIDIA. If it can hold 119, I like the stair step up. That was pretty clean at 18. So far, clean at 19. I think that's the spot to reload. Let's go to Adara. I think we have, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, happening now.
It's also numbers. We have JOLTS job openings coming out here for the month of December. So we are expecting here 8 million versus the previous print here of 8.096 million. And we come in lower than expected and lower than the previous print, 7.6 million versus the forecast of 8 million and the previous print of 8.098 million. We had a slightly lower than expected factory orders print as well here. So negative 0.9% versus negative 0.8% expected. We also got core durable goods and durable goods revised, but those numbers were exactly flat. So again, to recap, lower than expected factory orders, but notably lower than expected JOLTS job openings. And the market doesn't care that much. A little bit of a pullback here from that 523 for the NASDAQ, but still near day's highs here. S&P 500, the same thing, though. This is a little bit weaker than the NASDAQ on a percentage basis, and we did just reject that 600 level. We talked a lot about PayPal, of course, and Palantir earnings. Palantir, they're above 100 for the first time. We've got Netflix above 1,000 intraday for the first time. But we also have Spotify. This is another name that reported pulling back a little bit here after early strength. But basically, this was a beat. It was a pretty strong report, stronger than expected guidance, and their Q4, basically everything up year over year. Then we have Merck, which is a very different picture here on earnings. They did beat on EPS and sales, but their guidance for 2025 sales well below estimates. Their adjusted EPS guidance pretty well below estimates as well. If you're looking for earnings tonight, it's going to be a doozy. We have AMD, we have Google, we have Snap, we have Chipotle. Check it all out in the market recap show at 4 p.m. with Brian Shannon. Back to you.
Tasty earnings aftermarket. Chipotle in there as well. All right, as I was saying, the NASDAQ's actually at overnight highs, so we're continuing to push higher. About to break. It was fresh highs in the morning. We haven't broken the overnight top, so apologies there. When I said we're making fresh highs, that was since the open on the NASDAQ. But we're at resistance at this current moment. NVIDIA's at 120. if we look, it just double tapped the 120 level. I think you could, with resistance double topped on the futures and NVIDIA, this would be a spot where I would expect a little bit of a dip. Not going to add on this break at 120 because of that. But everybody out there, appreciate all the looks, and Hims is making moves. See some people asking about Merck in there as well. We appreciate you. We're going to be active on pretty much everything that moves. Make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit that subscribe, as everything is flying higher. And so I've been told by the man to my left, your day gets infinitely better if you share with everybody in the community. So shout out to you guys there, and we appreciate you. Let's go continuously to the upside. Here's the 120 break. I'm not adding to it. I'm not taking this break out on NVIDIA. If anything, I'd rather see it play back into the trend and see if we can't get a dip by as others take this break of the high of day.
Yeah, we just missed. Okay, we're here at 60. I'll take a little bit. I'll cross in, get a little bit out there on PayPal. We did get that 25 dip by. Again, our out is a break of $80. So if this breaks below key level of $80, obviously on an earnings play, we will get out of PayPal. So I do have an offer up. I just want to make sure I do have that offer up there. Yeah, 75s. We do have an offer there on PayPal. So let's see. There it goes. All right. Yes, sir. PayPal with the face slapper, the money maker right there. Nice move upside there for PayPal. PayPal's really starting to go. So that's a real nice move. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see that you're out of it there. So there goes Palantir breaking through 105. We don't have to worry about this. We didn't wind up holding that much of this at all. We actually talked about being under or near that 10% before this kind of a move. So now we are at about 10% left, even just a little bit underneath that. So no, I'm not even focused on that right now, but I will go back over to it. It's PayPal, nice move back there to the upside, 81. We've only traded 2 names today, and there'll be
another one.
And
another one.
Followed by props. To everybody that has them, because it's been 2 for 2 and 2 for 2 good ones there. So there goes Palantir on the way back in. Not a great move, obviously. You don't like to see that, but you still didn't get anywhere near the 50 or VWAP. So I think you're still fine, but that is a little bit of a flush there for PLTR. And here comes the move back up. Let's get something out like around 105.80 if we're able to do that. Nice move back up there for Palantir. 105.50.
Yeah, it just held it pretty nicely. I wanted VWAP in here, which now sits just a smidge underneath 104, like 103.70 something or so. So we got out of we took VWAP the first time, then 105. We're still looking for VWAP in here. It's been putting in lower highs. I think it's entirely possible. PayPal did go 10% down. Yeah. It did go 10. Oops, I keep typing Palantir. I hate when 2 things begin with the same letter. There we go. It did just go SSR, sorry, and then broke this trend, so we're going to get into it again. Anytime it's an SSR bounce, I'll respect the fact that the stock is down today, and it's a play into VWAP, which sits at 82 there on PYPL. NVIDIA is still holding nicely. That break of 120, I mean, it's not like super, super clean, but it barely went against you if you took it. It held on to this steep trend line. If we break trend, I'm out looking for a dip into VWAP. And otherwise, we just sort of let it fly. Oh, and it's not just, I mean, there's other chip names out there in the world. AMD up 3% and getting close to 117.5. It feels like everything but Intel is looking very good in chip line. Sorry, and Marvell. Marvell dumped in the pre-market for some unknown reason. Yeah, but PayPal, this one got to SSR, got down 10%, but as you can see, it's kind of stalling out at 81s there, bouncing off 81.5. It did break the recent downward trend, kind of like that one, as it went to the SSR. But I'm out of Palantir looking for the reentry spot.
Yeah.
The thing about that is, it might not let you back in. It's entirely possible. We'll see what happens with Palantir, but I might have ducked out and might not end up with VWAP after all. We'll be patient. You never know. It could still come back for us.
Yeah, I waited there for Palantir, and we were able to get that out there at 105.50. So again, good patience, and I think we're really showing what we're able to do. And you can also, I think you said Proffer match.
Huh?
Oh, not ready. Okay, my bad. Okay, so there goes Palantir. Nice move to the upside. And by the way, there goes PayPal again as well. So yes, sir. That is a hot dog cannon for you right there on PayPal. Oh boy, Neil, this has been an absolute monster of a day. And I know we said that we wouldn't be too celebratory with our days, but honestly, Neil, it is day after day after day that we are seeing these kind of results coming through. And again, when you're reading the board like this, we want to thank everybody for joining and absolutely crushing it with us here again today at Trader TV Live. But if you are looking right now to become that next level trader and that skilled trader, but lacking capital, prop firms offer the perfect opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from $5,000 to $500,000, and you can start with as little as $20. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which one is the best? Well, that's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore their payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today to find the perfect match for you. Thank you so much. But here we go again, man. It is Palantir, and we're going to get some more out here just ahead of 106. And oh boy, Neil, has this been yet again one of those days? Yes, it has. 2 trades today, and absolutely right off the playbook. Perfectly executed for myself. And then the only other one here that we could have been in, and it's coming back into our levels right now, is Rigetti. We said $13.80 to $14 possible long zone now for Rigetti. It looks like we're trying to fall right back into there as well. So I don't know, man. We're getting lighter and lighter on all these plays. We're over $3 now in the money on these 2 plays. And I know you've got NVIDIA there, which is a great one as well, and you hopped on PayPal. So far, so good here with these trades, man. I hope everyone is really having a blast. This day has been a different one for me again here today. It's been really exciting and really fun to do it with everybody.
That's what it's all about. And as you said, everything is starting to go. Beer producer NVIDIA TP at 125. TP. I don't know what maybe you meant PT, like price target. No, for me, it's not 125 today. I'm looking, if you remember on Friday when it dipped, there was a 122 seller in the afternoon that was pretty big. That's where I'm looking for the target in here on NVIDIA. I want to keep things in perspective, just sort of play it by the plan. So far the plan has worked. If we break trend, I'm out. If I want to hold it to the 122. Otherwise, all right, here comes Apple. Apple just got to 230 almost. So it takes a little bit of patience, but now Apple is at the resistance level. It looks pretty strong going in here. It's going to have to do some kind of really good mean reversion. This isn't a spike up and fade like at the open where it's just one wick and you get in. This is a strong upward trend that you'd have to be fighting. It's got to be a very, very clean trend reversion on Apple. I don't want to just sit on the offer and give back profits because I happen to say that that's a resistance level. A lot of times it'll give you the entry, but if it just blows through without any kind of a setup or mean reversion, then I don't have to be in it. The other thing worth watching is PayPal. It's going to be hard to see because the range is so huge. But 81 has a bit of a seller on PayPal. It's been not a brick wall, but it's resistant.
It's stupid on PayPal.
So I'm going to cancel offer in front of 81. If it breaks 81, I think you get right to 81.5. So if we're breaking 81s, then I'm just going to give it the $0.50 instead of trying to sell at the quarters on PYPL. Just give it more room if someone wants to sell down there. I'm getting out regardless at prior bar low.
What's up, Elon? Yeah, look, I can't. I mean, PayPal was a stock that we've been on. We talked about it. We'll get more out on the upside. I mean, return to greatness. Just return to greatness. I need to get out of here. I need to go get a water. But, I mean, Palantir just continues to march higher. It's a difference maker, right? And it's doing it right now. And so we don't really need to do anything at all right now. Just kind of just hang out here, watch this name go higher and higher and higher. I don't, maybe we're right about it, or maybe Neil's right. Maybe we do get a 110 area to come through there. And how good would that be if that is the case? So let's just figure it out. Just continue to watch this and go higher. And yeah, I mean, that is what it is. What's up, Siesta, man? Humility does go a long way, and that's what we're trying to do. We realize not everybody's going to have all these trades. Not everyone's going to have the same P&Ls. Not everyone's going to have, the same ideas as we do. Like, I don't want to be celebrating along, meanwhile other people are short. I don't want to be talking about having, big days when other people maybe aren't. And it's more about explaining what's been happening. I kind of look at this as sports, basically, where we'll do the play-by-play. We have some commentary here, and these are the plays that I'm in, and they're working out. We're getting excited. We're throwing touchdowns. We're throwing 80-yard bombs every single day, and they're hitting, right? So that's kind of like what I'm getting excited for. That's the whole point of this. We are putting these up, and again, everybody has their own thing, and for me, it's trading here and really enjoying it, and just becoming, that trader that we had hoped to become, and it's happening right with everybody here. So that's been really great. And I know through the super chats and everything that we're getting from everybody else as well, that they have also seen the light in a lot of their trades. And as I said to David in the chat last week, and Jay Lee, and everybody that's there, Sebastian Ozan, Daryl, Chef Joe, absolutely everybody in the chat, it's like, once you start to get that feeling, then you can start to use more shares. And when you start to do that and the trades still work out, that's when you're getting to that next level. So it's been great. It's been a blast. And we'll just continue to do what we're doing, man. And hopefully that means entertaining and exciting everybody and keeping, the world of what can be lonely trading, somewhat exciting with Neil and myself, and hopefully putting up some winners. We're going to go 2 for 2 over here and have a bigger day today than yesterday. So pretty happy overall. All right, I got to go get a water. So Neil, I'll get you one as well.
Oh, appreciate it. I don't know if Randy was going to come, but that's all good. So appreciate that. Look, NVIDIA, we always have to have a plan of action, everybody. So party might continue, but we just broke trend. We didn't really clear out that 122 yet. The market's still trying to press, but when we broke trend, that's me getting out on the other side of the trend line. I don't have to go short there, but I always have to look out for what's next. And then remember, I was saying I had some concern over PayPal at that 81 level. Well, exactly what we're sort of getting at here on PayPal. Let me just zoom in. There's your wall at 80. There's your mean reversion for our entry in. It's still holding out at that 81 level. If they can break this, guy, so what I was talking about was a lot of times offering in the quarters, but if there's a wall at 81, I feel like if it busts that 81 level, you're probably going to get a big spike up, and then we should be trying to cover at 81.50 or in front of 81.50. Give it more room. If it's going to do the blast, why sit there at 11s or 20s or 22s or something along those lines? If clearly there's a big seller, probably going to have some stops in there at the 81, and then we'll give it a bigger chance. So I'm going to preach some patience with Apple because it got to my level, and it is super strong going into this 230, but it has yet to really break any kind of a trend line that you're going to throw in there. It's still looking really strong. I just don't want to step in front of a moving freight train. Oh, appreciate you. I don't want to step in front of a moving freight train on Apple. So either it does a false breakout, or we're just going to have to wait for that mean revert. This is that time of day at 10:15. You don't want to sit there and start throwing away profits that you had from earlier. So far, obviously, so far, so good. With the exception of, I trailed out of my 105 when we lost that 105 on Palantir. So you can sit, like, I'm not a results. I don't like resulting, because if I just sit there resulting, I'll be like, oh, I'm up Palantir 3x of any loss that I had yesterday. That's great. But, that's my out on the 105. So I don't like that out. And I know that was a little bit loose-handed, so I got to find a way to get back into it. I'm always sort of focused on what is next and not necessarily doing the resulting on that one. So, yeah, it could have been a little bit better in holding on to the 105. The dip buy into VWAP obviously going to work out. I don't want to take a break. It's past that time of day where I like taking breakouts, so I don't want the 107 at all. VWAP's a play. 105 is also going to be a play for me. And now Apple's starting to come in. Let me know what else you guys are watching, because I'm really still focused on all the same stocks here. Let's go to Adara.
We have some tariff-related news here, guys. We do have, or at least commentary. So Navarro, who is the trade advisor to U.S. President Donald Trump, said that the U.S.-China call with regards to tariff is going to take place today. When asked about if there will be any pause for China tariffs, like what we saw with the U.S. and Mexico, Navarro said, let's see what happens. So we're going to have to wait and see here if there is any pause with regards to these China tariffs. But Navarro also said that apparently if this trade study indicates that there are damages from the $1 trillion global U.S. trade deficit, and they show that those are significant, there's actually a possibility of a supplemental global tariff. So this could be a global tariff as well, in addition to these country-specific tariffs. To recap, yesterday we did have Mexico and Canada have their tariffs delayed for 1 month. China, apparently this call is going to be happening, guys. Back to you. Oh, and we're brought to you by WorkSport. Sorry about that. This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Check out this chart, guys. Look at this WorkSport chart currently hanging out around this 93-cent level. So let's see what we can do here with WKSP. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content. Back to you.
There, Darren. And I saw a lot of people mentioning in the chat Xpeng, Snowflake, but I just saw in here Rigetti. I like to leave these in when this happens, but we always talk about this. Sometimes your best trade is the one that you cover. You know, like it could be you realizing that, hey, this looks really good to the upside, we're going to join it, and then it reverts the trend, and then you get out. Now Rigetti is down. I mean, it's still up 2%, but it's down precipitously, like $1 here from some of the over $1 from the highs, almost $1 from VWAP. But I like the trend. If it can hold the previous trend line as support when it was resistance, that's a good spot for a mean revert, and then maybe look for it to do some kind of a, hold this, break back out above. So I'm still having Rigetti up. When it's lost VWAP, that's an easy out for me, and then look for the next opportunity. PayPal's still having the same trouble with 81. See this? It's still the same seller at 81. It's not like a bunch of size on the offer. It's just like a held offer. Like someone just keeps refreshing at that level, no matter what they do to it. A little bit of strength coming into the selling at Rigetti. In PayPal here at that $0.50 in the money. We'll see if it can carry through, but for now, just be patient with it. Apple still looking relatively strong. I know we haven't really talked too much about Tesla, but it just lost, for a second, it just lost VWAP while the market's at the highs. So once again, Tesla not quite as strong as you would like it. Still can't get to 400 on Tesla. I don't know if we're going to get the level we want on Tesla for the short. If we pop and fail 390 again, I might just have to take this 390 instead.
All right. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thanks, Neil, for that. All right, so just quickly, I heard him talking about PayPal. I got some more out at 81, so that's that. We're going to get some more out here. I just came back and noticed that we are under 106 again, so we'll take 106 in Park. We'll take 105.88s right there, another out for us on Palantir. Now officially 10% of the trade. So, oh well, but a big trade. All right, so there goes the NASDAQ. Nice little dip by opportunities yesterday, I guess, in the NASDAQ as we continue to go higher. So let's figure out what's leading the way here, and let's look through the e-signal trade rate just to give a quick little look at what's been popping off, if there's anything at all. I'll call up a 1 minute chart. As I go through some of these, we'll talk about them. So, all right, first things first, this PayPal, nice move today, obviously, on earnings, trying to make that move back there to the upside. SOXL, obviously, making it sing right now. Nice move up there as we watched out for NVIDIA with a big move there today. There's NVIDIA themselves up now. Neil, yes, sir. Nice trade. You had that one. Breaking through 120 now. I know you were along there, 119. Good trade on that one, 120 and change. I'm just looking at the charts right here, guys. This level 2 is still Palantir. That's PayPal. Rigetti down into 1380. That's that mom spaghetti level that we had talked about, down in here into 1380. I've left it alone. Not necessarily a chart that we're looking to catch falling knives on. That is Rigetti. Let's go over to Darren and we'll find out what she's talking about.
We're talking about small caps, but before we talk about small caps, I'm also seeing the Wall Street Journal, apparently, or at least a reporter from the Wall Street Journal, saying that Donald Trump is going to speak with President Xi of China on Tuesday about tariffs. This is kind of already expected, but keep an eye on Chinese ADRs and these ETFs like FXI and KWEB, with that in mind. We're talking about the IWM, which is quite the uptrend here, looking very similar to what we saw with the NASDAQ and the SPY, but actually falling a little bit here. So keep an eye on that. Rejecting that 226 level, currently hanging out around 225.75. Lots of these small caps on watch here today. We have ATAI. I saw moving. I couldn't find any catalyst on ATAI Life Sciences, but great push to the upside and a 9.7% short float. So be cognizant of that one. We also have names like VLCN, which you mentioned earlier here, but Vulcan, this is really notable. Just A, it's been really volatile, but B, we have about a 470,000 share float, so very small float, with a short float of about 13.7%. Today, they did announce they're going to be becoming the exclusive U.S. distributor of supersonic golf carts. And last but not least, we have MAIA, that is Maya Biotechnology. This one, a little bit more range bound, but still up on the day here. This is also a small cap hanging around that $2.25 level, announcing updated data from its Theo 101 phase 2 clinical trial. So some treatment updates here for MAIA. If you're enjoying this content, do make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Why did I just cancel NVIDIA bid 117?
Is this right?
Oh my God, we missed. Oh, that is crazy. So I actually missed. I just had a bid that I had to cancel. That is, oh boy. That's too bad. So I had a break of NVIDIA of 117.25 there that we missed. We missed that break of 117.25. I don't know. Oh man, that's too bad. So we must have been playing off of that break right there. I just canceled the bid down there at 117.25. Okay, at least I had NVIDIA on my mind because I was like looking at this thing and was like, why do I not have NVIDIA? And then I looked down and I had a bid there on NVIDIA. So I should have checked the time of that to see what exactly happened because I think we should have got that. Unless I put it in after, but I think you would have heard me mention it. Okay, FXI, that dip into into the 200 and into $32 does not happen. So right there, FXI, nice move up there. Obviously, we get positive trade tariff talk there today, and you can see China, some moves in China, nicely done to the upside, FXI, and so on and so forth, heading to the upside. Remember, there's also KWeb. So the KWeb are the internet shares. All right, just real quickly, Palantir's coming back in. We still have $1 on this, but that doesn't mean, again, remember we said we were a little bit less than 10% or so on this trade, or exactly, it's in and around there. We had so many different, we had two fills there. At the end of the day, if we lose this 103, we are gone. That's 103.30 and change. We'll leave Palantir alone. If it does come back into here, I'm not going to refresh this at VWAP this time. There's no point. If I refresh it here at 104 and then trust this 103, we could reverse dollar the other way, lose that dollar, and then all of a sudden this trade, we give some back. And we're already giving a little bit back, not much. Good share management, I feel like, here on Palantir. The reason why I dropped down all those stocks is because, like, if there's any questions on any names you want us to look at, I'm here for that. So
AMD keeps popping up on my trade rate.
AMD?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's probably ripping. I mean, we just...
Well, it's actually stronger than NVIDIA.
Yeah. It wasn't the pre-market,
okay, technically... Remember? No, they're about the same. Okay, the chart's better. That's what I want to get at here. No, I just keep looking over my trade rate. I'm like, every once in a while, like AMD just pops from the middle of it. This here on, this is from eSignal. So I'll see like AMD will be just chilling out and then it'll spike to the top and then it'll come right back in. So it's definitely on radar. It's a nice little bull flag that we're seeing compared to NVIDIA, which is a little bit closer into VWAP here. So just watch out for, if you're in AMD, it's looking really good. My focus has been on NVIDIA. PayPal, you've got to be kidding me. Someone's still holding it at the 81 level. It's working, like it's obviously holding higher lows. Like it's not bad or anything, but like it's really starting to slow down there. Might have to just take some more out at this 81 the longer it wants to hold down there. Here comes, okay, Apple now is double tapped at 230 level. So it fails to break the trend down. But now that if you could break 230, then you set a different trend as you take out a key resistance level. Still looking for only a mean reversion play on Apple there. Just play some patience. You're still pulling back in on VWAP here for PayPal or Palantir. I don't want to get caught in this getting in way too early. If I look at where the support was when we got that VWAP dip, it was 103. I want to see it putting higher lows off VWAP first. So either it's going to be Apple on that reversion, which doesn't even look like it's coming in. NVIDIA is kind of doing this weird dance here in the middle. I either want it to get back to our entry at 119 and we can play off VWAP, or put in some kind of a higher low so we can rejoin that trend. Still watching mostly the same names with the exception of Apple, now all of a sudden looking like it wants to break out.
We were able to get out there, take advantage of that bump up in the Palantir up to 105. But I thought I heard a call for Adara. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on MSOS. So this has been on watch here because we do have, and a lot of these health names as well have been on watch with regards to the potential appointment of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or RFK Jr. as the head of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. He has said, with regards to cannabis, just to kind of contextualize this, he has said that he does not plan to use his role at as the head of the Health and Human Services should he be chosen to advance any marijuana policy reforms, actually saying that he would not answer when asked if he agrees with the forums or I guess the place's earlier assessment that marijuana has value. So with that in mind, I say all of that to say that we now have comments, or I guess a post here from Senator Bill Cassidy saying that he actually would be voting yes for RFK Jr. So if RFK Jr. comes in, basically there might be a bit of an issue there with regards to legalization of marijuana. So MSOS on watch with that with regards to any potential cannabis issues, as if RFK Jr. should take the helm. Back to you.
Okay, so we actually have a little bit more of a, I mean, the MSOS is a great story, thanks to Dara, but look at Moderna right now. So, like, if you're into smoking weed, RFK seems like it might be a good thing for you, but if you're into science maybe here and Moderna, then maybe not right there. So there goes Moderna, obviously getting hit there, as we just joke around.
Probably Pfizer, too.
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about his opinions there with respect to everything. So we'll have to wait to see now if Moderna and so on and so forth continue to get hit, as it does look like RFKJ will be the guy taking helm. So nice move to the downside in XBI as well. I mean, this was cruising. I thought it was almost like a done deal there, but I guess on this move back in here, I really like XBI. For me, this is a play, and I think it's going to be one for a while. I like the spot. It was one that we were buying and just came back up. So out of all the ETFs, I do like XBI or IBB again. These are the biotech names. So you do see Moderna coming back in. Pfizer, actually, we didn't even talk about them today.
They broke down.
Yeah. So let's have a quick look here with double the catalyst now. Earnings catalyst today with Pfizer, already kind of sending it to the downside or relatively flat, right? I mean, yesterday Pfizer went out yesterday at 26 and a quarter. They got as high as 26.80, but then they opened up pretty flat, nice bump, and then obviously on this move to the downside, I'm not sure.
It's actually worse for Merck. Because Merck
had earnings.
Yeah, Merck had earnings as well. And sorry for the pun, they got Mercked, and they're continuing to do so, down 11%.
I apologize for
that. No,
that.
these names are all bad. Like, it's nasty. It's weird to say. Pfizer actually looks better in that regard. So just be very, very careful. Obviously, these are moving pretty heavily here. I was trying to zoom this one out, but yeah, fresh lows here. You're getting into 2022 lows right there at 84 on Merck. So that would be, if there's going to be an SSR bounce on market, I think it would be at that $84 level. That's nasty. Let's go back to Adara.
Tilray's just breaking $1 too, Abe.
We're going to do crypto here really quickly, though. I want to talk about this pop in MSOS. So now we are seeing the U.S. Senate Finance Committee has voted 14-13, so very tight vote, to advance the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or RFK Jr. as the head of the Health and Human Services Department. What's worth noting, though, is he's actually not pro-cannabis. I want to correct what was said earlier. He is not necessarily pro-cannabis. He's actually been pretty cagey on the issue, though he is notably pro some of these other pharmaceuticals or psilocybin specifically. But MSOS he's actually viewed as a little bit of a negative for this because he's basically said that he has declined to comment on whether or not he would like to forward the rescheduling of MSOS or cannabis. So just keep an eye here. There might be a bit of a reaction just with regards to that because from what I've seen, he is not known for being pro-cannabis. Regardless, here we're going to talk a little bit about crypto. Let's take a look here at BTC to the USD because, of course, crypto on watch. We do have crypto stocks on watch here as well. And this is the 15-minute chart. You can see here, we get back above that 102 level, then we push a little bit lower. We had a brief pop above 100,000 around when the trading day opened or began today around 9:30 a.m., but we followed a little bit since. However, we did just now have this pullback into 98.4 before bouncing. So this looks like a little bit of a support level here on the 15-minute chart. If you go back to the daily, We're still seeing a nice hold here around that 90,000 level. That was yesterday's low. We had that pullback on tariff concerns, and then actually closed above 100,000. But I think we need to see Bitcoin continuing to hold above 100,000 because in recent days, since this spike that we made the new all-time high on Inauguration Day, we've had a little bit lower highs for BTC. So let's see if a 100,000 reclaim is in order here, guys. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well because ETH was a little bit weaker yesterday than crypto, and we're seeing the same thing today. Though impressively, it did actually end up closing green on the day after dropping as low as 2150. So ETH USD on watch, as is Bitcoin today, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, lots of stuff moving around. And that's interesting to know about RFK. I mean, thanks for explaining sort of that, that possible.
Can't assume, I assumed he was.
Look at MindMed maybe.
That was up big yesterday, by the way.
An interesting name was Tilray. I just noticed there on that, on that news or not, volume started to pick up a little bit. Actually, no, that's from the morning. But a break of $1 right there on Tilray. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. And then if we're going to talk, let's just see what happens there. MindMed, so that's upside again. Nice little bottom pick there on MindMed in and around $6 or $7, but that's a very, very difficult name to trade for sure. So I actually put the wrong price there on Palantir. So I meant to put 103 break. Obviously, that's where the 200 period moving average is. Instead, I put 103.97 instead of 102.97, which I punched out immediately on that trade. But when that happens, you just buy it right back. So not much change. I actually wound up getting a worse price. We were actually better than that. We were down here at 103.30s was our long. Now it's going to show me long at 103.90, but that's because we punched out and then we had to buy it right back up because I was like, I even said it. I was like, oh man, what? I'm flat, and that's not what we want. So we want to buy a little bit more here at 103.50. Then I'm using 103 as the out. So just a little bit of an update there on crypto and on crypto. Dara just talked about that, on Palantir there for the possible reload. So that is that. And then honestly, we're now 25 cents in the money here. I'm going to take out another piece at 06 if we can get it. You just saw me go there. Did we get filled? No, we did not. There, okay, well, this is the problem when you don't use a gate. Like I tried to close the gap there. There it is. So it's a nice little fill. It is a dollar club winner. Okay, Neil, PayPal, I know you're in this one as well. PayPal is starting to freaking rip. And this was, again, another call that we had. We've only made 2 trades today. PayPal long and Palantir long. And we're having a banger. So far, so good here. Watch out now. We're getting into an area. I should be getting long here, no? On Palantir. There it is. Okay, good. All right, I was like, don't tell me I missed that fill, but there it is. The fill is now in there on PLTR. That last dip buy was 51s. There it is. Look at that, Neil. 40 cents in the money immediately on that trade. Bang! Right there. That is a hot dog kind of cannon. And when you look down at your P&L and you get something like that, that happens, man. I'm slipping out of about 20% of that fill right there when you get a move up like that. That should not have happened. That was a nice little bounce back there. And PayPal is really humming, guys. What a stock.
Yeah, right into VWAP, PayPal, or close enough to it. Finally got through that 81, as Sean was mentioning there. So we're going to get out in front of VWAP. It's a SSR play down that 10%. I am also looking at Merck for a similar trade if we can get there, but it's always a pullback into VWAP that I like. All right, so here comes Apple. All right, so we just got to the top. Apple with a very, very steep trend. We've been waiting for it to revert this around the 230 level. This is the first time it's really challenged an even dollar and really pulled back in here. Let's see if we can get the trend break here on Apple. Still looking for a trend break on Palantir as well. NVIDIA, no VWAP, no love on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is at 120. I don't know if we're going to get that 119 again, everybody. You could have held on to it, but I got out more or less 30, 40 cents higher from here. So I think the next trade is going to be Apple on a mean reversion. Still looking for Palantir to do a similar thing. So it's either close under, go short, 30s, evens, half dollar, and then evens for outs. Or Palantir gives us a similar thing in the opposite direction. Like break its trend, slight trend to the downside. Obviously, it's up a bajillion %. Close above, give to prior bar low, and then play it back into the high. So one of these two, it's 10:30, mean reversion time. I'd rather join the existing uptrend in Palantir for the revert, but this was our level on Apple. So if we get it, we get it. And I was asked a couple of times to look at the chart for Netflix. It's looking strong. The NASDAQ's looking strong. This is double what the NASDAQ is up, and 1,000 in VWAP are finally in play to the upside. It did nothing after earnings except consolidate near 1,000. Today, it's trying to break it out. So this local high in here, it's already wicked it once, but on a $1,000 stock, breaking a prior high by like 50 cents is basically it didn't happen. It needs to take, I think, this 10-10. But I think you're finally getting some continuation on Netflix. Just hasn't really broken out that earnings high. So I think you got to take profit if you're a scalper, but otherwise, all systems go on Netflix. It's Apple, Palantir, and still NVIDIA that are going to be my jam. Just break the trend, and I'm going short.
All right. Thank you, EVO, in the chat there saying that we deserve to celebrate the PayPal trade. So, yeah, so thank you. We will celebrate that one with a little bit of a slapper right there. Yeah, so good trade there for sure on PayPal. Again, what did we look for? We just looked for relative weakness. Obviously, we got that 10% bounce as well, so we played that. And then we're able to see now, hopefully now. I mean, you never know where these things are going to go, but we're hoping for more upside now, $82. All right, so good little reload, obviously. Look at that trade. Can you look at that? Right there on that. So that's another Neil dollar on Palantir again. There's that reload right there at 50s. Look where we're at, 104.50. So I know there's no positions over there. Neil's been trading great today. We are, okay. I mean, now we're really starting to go here, Sharif. We're doing some big things now. Let's see what Palantir can do here to the upside. Go, Palantir, go. We're at 104.60 right now. See if we get another piece out. It's been so far so good here today. Palantir, the difference maker. I believe we're going to Neil.
Yes, sir. And traders, listen up. The first month at eSignal is free. That's right. They're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to the elite experience with eSignal. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. The platform has absolutely everything you need. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights as well. You're going to have game-changing charts here. The ability to backtest, forward test, every single indicator you could want all in one place. That wide range of tools so that you can predict markets. This is what you're going to get. Tick replay so you can go over how were your fills. Could you get a little bit more efficient? Be able to replay those key moments in the market with Tick Replay. Everything all in one place. Execute your best trades now if you're ready to elevate your game. As I said, first month free. Scan the QR code in front of you. Click the link in the description and get your trader journey started with the right platform behind you. Thank you, eSignal. Thank you, I almost said Palantir again. PayPal.
Thank you, Palantir, though.
Right. Thank you, Palantir as well, obviously. But thank you, PayPal. It does get into VWAP.
Wow.
It finally broke out that 81, so we held it into VWAP. I'm now out. Any mean reversion trade is always a pullback into VWAP when it's an SSR name. So we're going to be out of PayPal. Palantir did, when it broke the trend, it didn't just kind of break the trend. Like it did this. That's the candle on the trend break.
Let's go.
So for myself, obviously, I'm not going to chase that. I'm not going to chase that like $1.50. If you get it clean, then I want it here, but I'm not going to chase it all the way up at that 105. So I need to get that trend break in there on PLTR. I can let it pull right back in. Maybe it'll give me the long in front of that prior bar low, which is 103.75 on PLTR. A little scaling better on that black chart. But yeah, it can come back into VWAP and give me the fill. That's great. But I don't want to chase the break of the trend. And Apple, by the way, Apple hasn't broken trend. Otherwise, I'd be short. Still looking pretty strong there in Apple. It's pretty close, but it just hasn't happened yet.
So again, good analysis right there. For me, Palantir did enough to get me long. So we just did that. We got in and out 105, $1.50 there in 2 minutes. We are into the name that all you guys wanted me to get into from a very, very long time. So let's props it up. It's now the spaghetti name is now into this one. It's Rigetti. Let's put something out right now at 71 if we can get something. We're actually waiting at 77s. Okay, there it goes. We're also at 73 right now for Rigetti. Just trying to take a little bit out. There it is. Now we have to wait for our 77s to come through, and then we're at 90s. But here it goes right now. We can go 3 for 3 here today. That would be pretty good so far during this AM's trade. I mean, you're going to have the midday guys coming through. I'm going to take a drink. There this afternoon. Okay, here's Rigetti, 15 cents. We'll see if it can get a little bit higher than that, obviously, as we want to see if this one can go back up to the 50 period. If we can ever get, we don't have that very low, but we have a pretty good level there as well. So we'll wait to see here what's going on. What's up, Randy, my guy? Hope you're having a good day there as well. Ooh la la, and a reload. I appreciate that. I kind of just got a little bit of one, but we will put that to a side because we always like the fresh coffees up in here. Randy, we are we're doing pretty good again here today, and I think most of the reason is because you're here. So thank you, Randy, for coming in today. But yeah, we are already ahead of where we were yesterday. We now do have it. There it is, man. And like we mentioned before, you know, different styles here, but there it is. Our Palantir dip buy are sticking with it, kept us in it, and there it is right now up to 105 now for Palantir. Let's get some more out, man. As we break higher. There it is, back to the 50 period. Randy, bang, 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 bang. I mean, Palantir's buying a lot of things right now, paying a lot of bills, that is for sure, as there it goes up to the upside. This is my first 10-bagger ever. Nice. So nice move up there for Palantir as it continues to get higher and higher into 105.20 and going smoking as well. We've been getting smoked, I think, in the long-term account on PayPal if you bought that near the highs. But today down
PayPal's
9.
It's actually good.
Yeah, down 9%. PayPal making them sing as well. Today, the two largest names P&L-wise will be PayPal and Palantir, that's for sure. The two stocks we've traded. And we're trying to put Rigetti on the board too here, Neil. Give me those 77s. Let's go. This is what we talked about. Can we get it? Maybe we cannot, Randy, but if we will it sometimes, if you stare at it and you give it these kind of things, eventually it will go up. See, 75, it's trying to go, 75. So can we get 76 maybe? Give her, let's go, ship it. And there you go. It does not work. But there it is. 76 is coming in. And there it is, Randy. We get the 77s. And there it goes through 80s and some... we actually got the 77s before. There it goes straight through, now into 81. Let's put another offer right there. Neil, we did it again on Rigetti right there. So far today, Palantir banger, PayPal banger, Rigetti banger. It's a 3 for 3 kind of day. Salute to you and to my partner to the right over here.
Cheers.
Mr. Neil Roberts.
Cheers, everybody. And look, I see a lot of names in the chat that we haven't really gotten to that are absolutely rolling. It is 10:40. We're going to go to Darren in a quick little second, but there could be round 2 here on PayPal. If there was a seller that broke at 81 before, I like support turning into resistance and vice versa. Well, they broke and got to VWAP. Why can't it hold and go right back into VWAP? So I'm looking for that 81 where, like I said, somebody was holding the offer for an hour. Was that really an hour? Like 40 minutes. If we can bounce on the north side of it, we'll take another long trade in PayPal. And I know PayPal's down 10% today, but I mean, it has been a really good stock. I just wanted to give it its due. It's down. This is not Merck down 10%. PayPal was trending really, really well to the upside. As all the fintechs names were looking really, really good. So I did want to respect that. NVIDIA, before we go to just last one, NVIDIA is now, I just saw it break underneath 120. It's pulling back into VWAP and that 119 entry that we had. So this could give an entry relatively soon. I guess Apple just doesn't want to revert. Let's go to Adara. Maybe we'll be at VWAP on NVIDIA by the time we get back.
This sector board is fascinating because you can really tell here one side of this board looks distinctly different than the other. And of course, it's going to be this tech-heavy side. Technology services, Meta, Google, and Microsoft all to the upside. Netflix to the upside, actually trading above $1,000 intraday for the first time ever. If you're looking here on the electronic technology side of things, also a great look. NVIDIA up quite significantly, as is Apple, as is Broadcom. So lots of strength here in these tech names. Retail trade following suit as well. Amazon sharply to the upside, bringing Costco and Walmart along with it. Tesla and consumer durables stronger after a little bit of tariff-related weakness. Speaking of tariffs, energy minerals very strong today as well here. We know they're going to be on watch as we have some tariffs on oil to be concerned about here as well, and gas. Now, finance a little bit mixed here. Health technology a bit mixed. Merck, of course, down 10% in earnings. But then we have a little bit of weakness. Consumer non-durables down here with Pepsi down 4% on its earnings report. Commercial services is PayPal dragging it down on earnings, but otherwise pretty flat. Utilities pretty red, and health services pretty red. But transportation here, Uber, bringing this group to the upside. Back to you.
Rigetti, we get it. It is
Another one.
Palantir,
Another one.
PayPal,
Another one.
Rigetti. Neil, it's another one. Another move to the upside there, going 3 for 3, and pretty good. You know, Like I said, we'll just talk about those trades. And again, we're getting a little bit more out here on Palantir for $1.50. It's $1 in the money on PayPal. I just took another piece out right there. And then Rigetti has just gone right there too. A big level. I think P&L number 3. I can check right there. But I think Rigetti, Palantir would be, your number 1. Yeah, so there goes Rigetti right there into the second best name on the day there. So a nice move up into the 50-period moving average. Let's see if it can hold. Now Rigetti right there trying to go higher. So again, thanks to everybody in the chat, as we always say, like, thanks for pointing this out to us. It's Rigetti, and it's a blast. And again, so far we've traded 3 names. We're 3 for 3. And if you look on the sticky note today, and I'm just trying to help everybody out. We have Rigetti, PayPal, and Palantir all on here. So if you're ever looking for some trade ideas, please check it out at Trader TV Sean. The sticky note's been really a popular thing, and I'm really happy that there's a lot of you looking at it every single day. As there it goes now, another $1.70 here for Palantir. And I say another $1.70 for Palantir because that is what it is. This is the biggest trade of the day right there. Then we reloaded it. I mean, what a reload that was. And then what a back-to-back reloads here, although that one we got out and then we had to buy it back, and then that reload happened like Christmas gift all over again at 103.50. Nice upside move right into the 50 period. So potentially getting a little bit of weakness here into PLTR now, as it is having a problem staying above this 50 period moving average. So when we hear that, we just offer. So right now I'm offering, there it is, 105.07. So when that came up and hit me, I get the rebate for that. So it's a free trade, and I'll get paid a little bit to do that. So so far so good over here. How's your day been going?
Well, it's up. It is what it is, right? Like I like to say that, but it's always about the next trade. So I got to slap the fail of not being fast enough here on Apple. Apple
up there? Oh my
yeah,
God.
It obviously made the reversion. It broke prior bar low. That's my entry point. You hold that trend line. Obviously, we're missing a bit of data there, but broke here at 213.10. I punched underneath. Obviously didn't actually hit it, just threw the order in there and didn't get the fill. I'm leaving it in, see if I can get swept up here at 231 change, and then give it to the prior bar high there on Apple for that mean reversion. You never know, it can always come right back in. I don't want to chase it to the downside. At this time of day, you want to be a little bit patient. The morning rush a lot of times is going to give you the goods. Like obviously it did on Palantir a couple of times in here. And if we can get back, I still like VWAP.
Stupid.
I've tried to clear out this candle a couple of times. It's just been a
volume one.
It's been a little problematic, so I'm just going to zoom in every single time we go ahead and see it. But I don't want to break the execution rules. At the open, I don't mind that dive back in the level, sit on the bid. But when it comes a little bit later on in the day, like I want to have these kind of clean moves. And I wasn't chasing it. It was another one of those patented trend break the prior bar in here, but I missed that punch, and it all got all the way up to like 105 on the first candle. So we are in Apple. Leave it in instead of chase it. If I chase that move, I'm short 30 cents lower and risking twice as much on that trade, which to me blows up the entirety of the risk to reward, because I want to give it to the prior bar high and then see if we can't play it back into the 230 level. So very, very particular entry strategy for me on that one. And that's part of that is, well, if you look at that strategy when it wins, when it doesn't win, you don't want to lose too much relative to your wins. And that'll cause you some trouble. Like if I lose this trade, it'll be a seventh of what Palantir can make me. It'll be relatively reasonable because we stuck to our plan. And if you give it twice the loss, that's an execution that's not going to look any good. And I think you have to have better executions when you're going against the grain. So just give an idea of why we didn't want to chase that one. Where is VWAP on my NVIDIA chart? 119, beer producer. And here it is. I'll leave Apple up because it's going to try to run this stop right now. But I have VWAP on NVIDIA down at 119. It's not there yet, but that's the last time we bought it, and I'm waiting for it to get back and retest that low there.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, with Mendel, that's okay. He can wait a second.
Yeah,
just look at this right here. Rigetti right now. Huge upside move there into $14, of course. There it goes. It is Rigetti. It is the face slapper right now. We are on one right now. And I want to thank Mr. Jeffrey Mendel for allowing me the opportunity to talk a little bit about Rigetti. Mr. Mendel, how are you, my friend? Here we go. From the OTC markets, the ever handsome, the always smiling, it is Jeff Mendel. Jeff, we're having a pretty good day over here. We've been running 3 for 3. We've been really hitting the volatility in these markets. Pretty good. How's your day been going? What's going on over there at OTC?
You should be concentrating more on trading then if you're 3 for 3.
The problem is they asked me to host. That's why I got to pass over to Neil. We do a good job here, back and forth. And I've offered the hosting job to you. You know that, but you have bigger fish to fry. And I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about Moon.
Yes.
We could talk about whatever you would like, Jeffrey. So I pass over the mic that you so much covet over to Jeff Mendel.
Moon ATS, it is live now. So we actually
Yes, sir.
turned on a handful of symbols last week. We had a few trades go off, so people are in there. Getting their feet wet and kind of kicking things off. So I think throughout the month, February, we're going to slowly or quickly ramp up to all listed securities on there. So definitely stay tuned. Right. This, as you guys probably know, a lot of you trade on Blue Ocean, which is the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. ATS out there that's right now. And so Moon is going to come out and complement what they've already been doing, offer you some more options, another venue to trade on. And it's pretty exciting times.
Can you let us know, Jeff, maybe what some of the symbols, was there a symbol that maybe had the highest volume the last couple of days since you've turned it on? Anything about liquidity?
So we had SPY, Tesla, NVIDIA, TQQQ, SQQQ, Yin,
wow,
and Yang, and then Chow as well too, CHAU. So we had a few names up there, and looking to add some more as well. So most activity was probably in the SPY, but then we had a bunch of activity going on in the other ones as well too. But so it's only going to go up from here too.
You want to?
Yeah, and that's fantastic. That's what everyone wants to see. Right in the heart of earnings season here. Obviously, I know you've got this rollout. Is there a timeline for when you'll add the next round of symbols? And I know, obviously, when you have moves like we saw in Palantir, the ability now to capture those types of moves in extended trading when we can see what does happen on these big blowouts. The big deal, of course, also you can trade some of the ADRs when they trade in Asia. Does he have a timeline specifically for the next round of symbols and what that might look like?
So I think we'll probably add some more symbols this week as more participants actually come in to connect, because there's a whole certification process and people have to go through testing and connecting up and everything like that, and also get the market data as well too. And so we'll have another round of people kind of completing that up and getting connected into the actual Moon production environment. I'd say end of this week, into next week, definitely coming out of President's Day weekend. So all in the next week and a half, some more names added probably by the end of this week, some more the following. Just kind of it's a daily kind of update. So we'll definitely keep you guys in the loop as we add more.
In terms of just the regular flow that we're likely to see, any names standing out today? I know obviously we're talking about, Moon, the ability to trade overnight, but, let's not forget that you still have a lot of movement going on in the OTC markets in a general sense. Any names sticking out this week? We've seen a lot of action with Fannie and Freddie previously. We know some of the names like LK and Luckin Coffee's moved around. Anything standing out for you today?
Okay, so now back to like our regularly scheduled program here. Lots of movement still in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So that's FNMA and FMCC. Fannie Mae, FNMA is up over 5% today. So it's up 30 cents. It's trading at about $5.45. It's still all over the place. A very active name. For people that have actually been around for a few years who are out there trading, they probably remember this name. What was it, 15 years ago or 10, 15 years ago, always super active. So, I don't know if we're quite up to that level, but still a ton of activity around, talks of privatization of the programs out of the new Trump administration. So definitely going to be something that's going to keep moving around, I think, for the foreseeable future. Luckin Coffee, up 5% today.
probably wind up burning
It's
me.
trading at $29.55. It's the bid right now. So it's LKNCY, Luckin Coffee. So another great one to look at today. Said, wow, both names up 5%. Hey, let's see what else we have here. Let's check out Didi right now. Didi's down 2% or 1.5%. DIDIY. So another good name. And all of these ones that I mentioned are all trading around. This one's just under $5, but all trading around that $5 level. So I don't know what you guys see, but when there's something that's up and down that much around that price level, it's with the type of liquidity that's in there, definitely something to keep an eye out for you traders.
Yeah, like as you sort of said there, FNMA was up, like it was actually up almost 7%. So there is a lot of movement. Like it went 5 up to 7%, now back to 5% to the upside. And that's the thing. Like, there's lots of volatility. There's lots of opportunities to trade at OTC. Well, look, we're going to remain excited, especially in earnings season, especially in this new environment where overnight anything can hit. And the reality is, it's not just about earnings overseas. It's about the regular names that we might trade here, whether it's, at some point you could be getting some of the autos on and there could be more tariff headlines and then some ability to express those trades with Moon. So we're pretty excited for it. Can't wait to be able to trade that on the platform. I actually know a lot of traders here at Real Trading that are really thankful that you guys have brought this to market so that they have more opportunities to frankly make money outside of regular session.
Yeah, look at and then back to the regular session again. TCEHY, it's up 4% today. So Tencent, one of the largest companies in the world. TCEHY up 4% on some decent volume. So just some more stuff to kind of look at. And you guys always bring it up too. There's always the current market page on our website, so you guys go and check out what's moving around, what's trading in the OTC market, and I know we're talking a lot about the listed names overnight as well too, but we're also we also have OTC overnight that we're in the process of rolling out there as well too. And so when all said and done, it's going to be over 20,000 securities that you're going to be able to trade across our platforms from that 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. time frame. And so lots of stuff kind of to look up to.
Yeah, and once again, thank you so much for coming on through. I have to give you a little bit of a last second dig here because the Cowboys don't seem to have a very good plan, and I just want to. I'm sad, so I like to gloat on where I can. Obviously, my Bills can't really say anything, but maybe you guys could go out and get Cooper Kupp because I hear he's available. So that second wide receiver that you guys have been looking for, I'm sure an older, on the downside of his career player that Jerry can try to retread is going to be perfect for your boys there.
Do you think that Brian Schottenheimer is going to be able to handle the heat down in Texas, down in Dallas specifically, though? What do you think?
No. It takes to be honest, let's be real, this. It takes a lot. Like Jerry Jones is a different type of owner. And there's certain, you need a certain type of head coach that can make it work down there in Dallas. And I'm not sure you guys have found the answer. I'm also pretty skeptical in the first place of the Cowboys in a general sense.
I am too, which is sad and pathetic. But we'll see. Listen, I don't know. I think we got a head coach that suits Jerry Jones, not a head coach that suits the fans. So I guess we'll see. But could be worse. It could be the Bills.
Well, going to AFC Championship games, I didn't see you guys in the NFC Championship game, but look, all in good fun as always, Jeff. No, the bigger story is look out for more symbols from OTC Moon, the ability to trade aftermarket when any headline can come from Trump or when you have earnings as well. Thank you so much, Jeff. We really look forward to future updates coming from you.
Awesome, guys. Thank you again.
Thank you. You can always come over to the Packers. All right, see you. All right, thank you, Mr. Jeff Mendel. Look, while we had Jeff Mendel on, this is what some of the stuff that was happening. Thanks, Jeff. We're going to go check it out. Rigetti, man. So far today, 3 for 3. It's been a monster day here. We just bought some Rigetti down there at 1360, Sharif. 1360 long Rigetti, up to 1420. We get a lot of hype here when Sharif comes back, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Sharif. We're also $2.50 in the money on Palantir. As that goes, we're still $1 in the money on PayPal as well. So all the trades that we've been having on board here today, pretty decent. And again, some good ideas, right? Whether or not they were winning trades or not. NVIDIA continues to make, Apple's making some moves now as well.
So I just covered my Apple. There was just an announcement on Apple. I punched out when I heard this. So we shorted Apple at 231.13. It just went 50 cents in the money. I was taking one out there, but then I punched the rest out. I didn't catch the actual headline. We were talking to Jeff, but I did hear that just now on Apple. There was something about. Anyway, I'm not going to speculate. We'll get you guys the actual.
Apple went down 40 cents.
No, I was already in that trade.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
I just punched out in case it was good news.
Right. Yeah,
in case it was good news. It was a mean reversion trade, so I was shorting it into an up move. So we'll take the win and move on. But it is already 11 o'clock. We're going to be back for you guys at 2, as always. But for now, we've got the Bash Brothers. We've got Sharif. We've got Joey Options, the Playmaker, which I'm sure is going to be another long today because the market is only going up.
Congrats, everybody.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat, but we're going to show them the screen real quick. This is the Apple news introducing Apple Invites. Womp, womp, womp. A new app that brings people together for life's special moments. Closing window now. That ain't going to move the needle for me, baby. Ram will send you those tickers in a hot second. There we go. We got the OGs coming in. Be free. Let's go. Chef Joe. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it did. 100 miles per hour. Shout out to you, my man. We got Jimmy, Joe Smith, and Andrew Bakes Cakes. Love that. Corey Pratt. We got Mo. We got T-Dog. Who else we got? I don't like looking at this camera. Let's throw it up here. Shout out everybody. We got Dr. JD Voice. We got Dad Trader, Donkey Trader, in addition to the Dad Trader. We got Omega Zero. We got Jorge Ramez. We got ABF Key Trades. We got Andre Brooks. We got D Downs. We got Vin 101. We have an OG. We got the Odyssey fights. We got the Piper, Racer X9. Let's move down. Life's Interpretation. Spit them rhymes, baby, he says. We got Eagle Guy. We got S Plus Trader. We got Josh Largan. We got PC, Vizbot, Rares, MBP Mega. Why not? Victor Lou. And then one of the OGs, one of the chat OGs, my main man, Adam Dang Deluce, GI Man, Jay Lee, that is definitely an OG in the chat. And then last, but certainly not least, I like this guy's name, man, because it deals with space. Johnny Quasar, Arcat, having a good day. Absolutely. And the poll is now up, Joseph. You bet your bottom dollar I'm hitting that Palantir because that thing is making moves. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, my guy. How was this trading session thus far for you? All right?
Oh, you know, we start right now.
We're starting right now. Yeah. I mean, like, come on, Palantir. We know Katina Man's really happy about that one. But we were just talking about it, and I'm like, man, when you have growth like that year over year, and then you raise those Q1 outlooks, then sure enough, you're gonna get a positive session. I think 110 today is in the works for Palantir. It may just be a slow grind up there from this point, but I think this thing is still a buy. The PE is still, it may be elevated, but it'll eventually catch up. But again, mentioned fantastic quarter. They're beating on EPS essentially every year. I went back and I looked at the previous quarters, and it's just like, okay, beats estimates. And once again, it beat estimates by about 10-15% or something along those lines, I'm pretty sure as well. So again, I think this thing is still a buy all the way up here at $100. I think a 1.25 is in the near future and going to be under this name, Palantir, brother.
Absolutely. Here are the small cap gappers we're looking at, Joseph. Before I know you got a solid lesson for us today. My man is going to be talking about advanced options. But guys, there are some movers. You guys kind of already talked about it. I saw you throw that up in the chat. Arcat, Yes, baby, this one is making higher highs and higher lows. It's been on one since yesterday. Have a look at that price action from yesterday. We didn't give much back, if at all. Today, we're actually holding yesterday's high, and we're using that high support. We're going into that $9.75 right now. We could easily see 10 RCAP big boy moves. But the biggest boy of them all goes by the ticker CAPT, and not notionally, obviously, but percentage winner on the day, 230%. This one is currently in an halted at $1.48. I've got all eyes on this one. Let's throw in some others. BKSY, Joseph, another good one over here. Definitely not as parabolic as CAPT. I'm also looking at VLCN, and then I gotta keep my eye on PayPal and Palantir earnings winners and losers today. PayPal, I know Neil had eyes on that. The Katina man was involved in it this morning. It is at VWAP right now. It's been rejecting off VWAP for the majority of the morning. I was waiting for a possible short sale restricted bounce, SSR bounce. We haven't gotten it quite yet. It's been defending $80 though. We'll talk more about that though once we get into some trading. But for now, your boy Joe. Oh, we got to get this super chat real quick. You can't just drop 10 quid in the chat and then not get acknowledged, Joe.
£10 like that.
Hey, team. Just wanted to show my midday guys some love. Hit my biggest ever winner by 5 full today. Adara's clapping for you, by the way. Absolutely buzzing. There you go. After a pretty poor day yesterday. It's all right, brother. Short-term memory. Keep grinding. Much love from Scotland. We love you, my man. Shout out to Shabo. We're going to spin the money for you with the Katina man yelling money, 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 because it looks like that's what you did today. Shout out to you and thank you for the £10, £10 super chat.
£10, man. 10 quid
bad,
there.
my bad.
We love that. Yeah, thank you very much for that super chat. Glad that you had a good one. And that's usually how it works. You have a bad day, stay focused. You come in the next day and you execute. So, Zabo, way to go. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. And yeah, just keep doing what you're doing because it seems to be working. But guys, this is going to be a lengthy one here. Debit spreads, we're just going to get into some basic hedging here for your options contracts, whether it be buying long puts or long calls. So we're going to get right into this one. Excited, guys. Hopefully you take a little bit of this. It's a longer one, so we might have to break it up into two. But let's get the ball rolling and the party started, guys, because it is a hot one today. So what are debit spreads? These are just going to be the basic components, capital requirements, and the benefits, technicals and strategies, calendar and ratio spreads, pretty cool stuff, opening and closing, and most importantly, risk management, guys. All right, so let's get right into this and see what we got cooked up. So debit spreads are an intermediate level options trade that involve executing multiple contracts, okay? So bull call spread and bear put spread are the fundamentals to multiple option strategies. I say this all the time. Most strategies, whether it be the butterfly or the condor, they all consist of some form of spread, whether it be debit or credit spread, okay? And then once you have the ability to construct these, then essentially you can understand all option strategies, okay? So here we go. The strategy will consist of at least one long option and one short option, okay? That will create the hedge part. The short will create the hedge part of your position. Okay, so the difference between your long call and put and the short call and put is classified as the spread. So if I have let's do Palantir today. I buy a $100 call on Palantir, and I'm like, I want to hedge this position. I don't think it's going to go north of 105, so I sell the 105 call. That creates a $5 net spread. Okay, a $5 credit spread or debit spread. Sorry. Yeah, let's go, John Von Sores. I know you're ready for the debit spread. So construct your debit spread accordingly so you don't create a net credit, all right? So a bull call spread, first off, we want to buy one call of XYZ at $170, and then we sell one call at $175. That will create your spread. And for a bear put spread, you buy one put of XYZ at 160, and then you sell one put at 155. So there's a lot of benefits to this. Yes, it does cap your gains, but it also reduces the cost of the contracts, all right? And also reduces the loss a little bit as well, too. So let's get right into it, guys. This is how you construct a basic debit spread here. So as you can see, we bought those at the monies the 235 strikes, and those are $10.85. So in options terms, that's $1,085. But hey, that's a little too expensive, so we want to reduce that cost a little bit here. So what we do is we sell that 250 call right here for $4.45, reducing the cost of that net debit, all right? So you can see the probability of profit on this as well too, and the delta and the theta that always kicks in. But this is the whole deal of what you want to do when creating a basic debit spread. Instead of paying $1,085, you're like, I don't want to pay that much, but I still want to capitalize on some of this potential topside movement. Let me sell this call above that, all right? So same thing here for the put side. So what we do is we buy the 225 for $595, or in options terms for $5.95. We're like, that's a little too expensive. I don't want to use that much capital. So what we're going to do is we're going to sell the 205 put as well too, guys. That's a pretty hefty spread now that I look at this. But what we did construct is a $20 spread. So what we see here is we have a max return of $1,574. So as you can see, if you were to just buy that 225 put, then your max loss would be over about $600. But here we reduced it to around $406. So that's the ideal of the debit spread there, guys. All right. So as for capital requirements, are a key feature that draw traders and investors to options. Obviously, we know that it's a leveraged derivative, okay? So one contract equals 100 shares of stock. The cost of the contracts are significantly cheaper than buying outright shares. That's why it draws a lot of individuals. But don't forget, there is always a catch, and that's where theta and time expiration comes into play, all right? So less capital requirements to buy a leap compared to 100 shares of stock, as I just explained. Creating debit spreads reduces the capital requirements, but it also reduces the profit potential. It can't always be a win-win situation for us. The options market have a bunch of smart people, so there has to be a little bit of push and pull in there. You got to give something up in order to gain something there, all right, guys? So moving forward, this is just the expense of a leap. So what do we got here for 36 days? Oh, okay, so this is just a put. So on this Google put here, guys, what we see here is a max return of 16,000. Wow, if I had to read that right. But we also have a max loss of 365, which is really interesting. But there we go. We reduced the cost of this, right, significantly when we construct this spread. We did a $10 wide spread right there, but it also caps our losses, which is really, really key. So if you think that you're slightly bearish on Google for the short term, but you don't want to risk that amount of capital on just buying a long put or call, what you can do is you can now sell an additional contract that will reduce the cost, but also reduce your returns as well. Okay, so you can see the drastic difference in the max return when you do hedge your position, okay? But then you also see that your loss is essentially cut in half. And I mean, Google going to zero in 36 days is highly unlikely. So when you do this, you can definitely increase your probability of profit. So here's a quick question. What is risk of assignment profile like if the stock goes through the short strike? Sir, thank you. That is a fantastic question. So what will happen if it does exceed? Don't forget, you have the rights to those specific contracts, to that underlying at that specific strike price. So what will happen is that you've already made money, so your broker will just exercise it for you and then leave you with cash within your account, the difference between. So you're not at any assignment, risk of assignment, okay? That's what the hedge is for. It eliminates that factor, and your broker will just equal the difference, okay? So same thing here with the calls, guys. 175 calls, $620 with a max return, $620 loss, probability of profit being 35%. Now we hedged our position $15. Now that max loss has been reduced, but also the max return has been as well too, guys. So, but also a slight increase in the probability of profit on this trade, okay? So here we go. Creating spreads have multiple benefits. If you already have long calls or puts, there are multiple ways you can hedge this position. A ratio and calendar spread are a few of the multiple strategies you can utilize. Now let's get into them. Now we're getting a little bit more complex. We understand how to create a basic debit spread, all right? But now we're going to learn how to manipulate these, all right? And way to go, Bitcoin, let's go. Ratio spread,
Well, we got some talking to do.
We're going to do ratio spreads, and then we're going to get into some talking here, Sharif. So ratio spreads, this is a great method to partially hedge your options position. A ratio spread is a simplistic option strategy that involves a balanced ratio of long options to short options. So, for example, you have 4 calls of stock XYZ, and you want to partially hedge your position's downside. You sell 2 calls against your long leg, hedging your position at a 2-to-1 ratio of long to short options. This also reduces the cost of the trade, okay? So this is a partial hedge that you can implement. If you don't want to pay that full debit, there's other ways that you can manipulate, especially when you start to buy multiple contracts, okay? So this is what the risk profile would look like here, guys. So we wanted to buy 4 contracts of this stock here. It's going to cost us $3,980, but we're like, whoa, Sharif, this is too much. We don't want to pay all this money here. So what are we going to do here? We're going to partially hedge this position at a 2-to-1 ratio, and we're going to sell 2 calls against it. What does that do? That almost cuts that price in half. So now our max loss and the max debit being paid is around $2,300, all right? So that's the part, and you still have the potential for max return. So you've reduced it, but then you can still benefit from some of these gains there, all right? So calendar spreads, guys, we're gonna get back into calendar spreads because we're gonna see what's up in this hot market we got going on. Gentlemen,
yes, sir.
And also, if you have any questions, be sure to put them in the chat, and we're gonna do our best to answer them.
Absolutely, Joseph. So we're involved in a couple of trades right now. I'm in CAPT. I was caught in an up halt on this one. I already wet my beak there at the high of the day. Now layering my orders into close to $2. Here's the deal. This has to hold that $145 area. So the previous halt level is around $1.50. So it's got to hold this level. Otherwise, I want no smoke. The stop's already in place. Let's see if this one wants to hold up. I almost got caught in a down halt. There was a false halt at around this level right here as it zigs and zags. So we're a little bit out of the money on this one right now as it drops into the 160s. But we're going to give this to about $1.45. Let's see if it holds up at this level. Was able to de-risk on the move up, but still down on it. I'm still in BKSY as well. I've been waiting for that print at 15s. Not forthcoming, despite the fact that level 1 showing me 15s right now. The spread is a little wide on BKSY, so it's not giving you the print unless it crosses substantially above that level on the bid. So we're going to keep tabs on that right now. Still back to CAPT. It's holding generally this area, but it's a bigger move down now that I would really like. So let's see if it holds 60 pennies. If we get a hold at 60 pennies, I don't mind adding on here, but I need to see a higher low and a higher high. It doesn't have to be parabolic. It just has to show me that it's holding up at the area. So I won't DCA into this quite yet right now. I'm talking about CAPT. It's up almost 300%, and it just printed a day high at $1.85. We are out of the money, and by we, I mean me, out of the money on it right now, though, as it zigs and zags down into that level. Look at BKSY. We take out all those prints. Put your resting orders, baby. We just took some out there at 28s, and the high of the day is at 30, I believe. Yes, it is. So now let's set up on the north side over here to account for another possible move up. I'm going to get caught in a down halt, though, on CAPT, which I'm okay with as long as it holds up that 50 penny area. It's still above the 10 exponential moving average, and it's still above VWAP. So I'm willing to give this one room. I want to see if it fills the gap. So far, not filling the gap quite yet. It's always a little unnerving to be caught in a down halt. I was able to de-risk a little bit on it. So we're going to keep tabs on all these names. BKSY is doing well, but pulling back off that high day. It wicked into that 830 quick as you like, and then drop right back down. So those are the ones I'm involved in. Obviously, I'm keeping an eye on RCAT. RCAT just got into 986 and then dropped back down a little bit. So we'll keep tabs on that. But we got to take a quick pause right now.
Time out.
Perfect time while this thing's halted.
Good time.
So before the show came on, Joseph and I were discussing Bitcoin as, often we do. And I said to him, this is a great looking accumulation zone that I perceive to be an accumulation of this sideways movement. So much so that I said to Joseph, look, if Bitcoin doesn't touch 125,000 by my birthday, which is May 25th, the 25th, right? Get it, Dara. All right? then I will transfer, I didn't even know I could do this. I will transfer 2 shares of my IBIT at whatever value they are at the time to Joseph, and Joseph will reciprocate. Here's the deal though, Joseph. I may not even need to wait till my birthday.
Hey, man.
I may get that early birthday present,
yeah,
baby.
that's for sure. The odds are in your favor. But we shook on it. We'll shake on it on air. So
Absolutely.
2 shares of Bitcoin being bet here, guys, to see if it goes to 1.25 by his birthday, May 25th.
And so we both have the same brokerage. He has, we both have, we're not going to say the name, but we both have the same brokerage. Should be super easy for me to transfer over some IBIT. He's got a lot more IBIT than I do, a lot more. So I think, for him, it wouldn't be as much of a hit as it would be for me.
Stop it.
I don't have nearly as many shares as you. You know that, right?
Yeah,
so that's the look right now. We're shaking on it. It's a gentleman's bet. And come what may, baby. So that's it right now. I want to hear what you guys think in the chat.
Yeah, let us
I want to
know.
hear what you guys say. Hold on a second, Ram. I want to hear what the chat has to say. Do you guys think that this hits 125,000 by my birthday, or do I have no shot and I'm out $200?
Put it in the chat, guys. Bitcoin. 125K by May 25th, yes or no? Put it in the chat.
Just saying.
We're going to do it live. We're going to do the transfer live. We're going to do everything live so you guys know that is legit. So,
Love it. All right, we got a super
No, Strobe. It's not 2 BTC. It's
two
shares.
2 IBIT, bro.
2 shares of
2
IBIT.
IBIT. Pay attention.
Okay. Like, we're not throwing around
I don't have
Bitcoin
BTC,
like that.
bro.
So, okay, Sharif, we got a lot of no's here. For your guy, Joe.
We got a lot of
Everybody's here on
no's.
your boy's side. It seems to
all
be.
of them are saying no. I love it.
go.
I love to be counter.
Let's go.
It actually makes me feel a lot better
I'm gonna
that
up the
people
bet.
are saying no.
I'm going to double down here now.
You can double down. You can double down.
Double down.
Enjoy
4
it.
shares.
All right, guys, so that's the bet. We'll find out exactly what the situation is. Does Bitcoin hit 125,000 by May 25th? We'll have to find out. Time will tell. I could either be on the receiving end of a good early birthday present, or I might have to actually pay up something on my birthday, which would totally suck. Because that would be the deadline, right? So that I would literally have to transfer you.
No, 12 a.m. 12 a.m. May 25th. I'm going to be messaging you. I'm going to wake up.
11:59.
11:59. Perfect.
PM but like has to be literally the last minute. I don't think I'll need that long, Joseph.
I will be here bright and early waiting for those shares. Best believe that.
All right. Done with this. We're gonna absolutely hold on to this. There's video evidence of it. We did it live. What's going on over there? They're having a production party.
Yeah, they're having a
over there. I don't know what's going on. The production team's having a production party, baby. Yes, we are caught, guys, in the CAPT downhalt. Let's talk a little bit about this. So we're actually exactly the same price right now that we halted out at. We halted at $1.55. The theoretical auction price is showing me that 155 level. So we're going to keep tabs on this one. This one halted at 11:18:20. So it is now 11:23:05. So here's the deal. We've got, I think, about 15 seconds or so until this one opens, if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Let's put in, let's go ahead and go like that and then go like this. So that's the situation. There we go. So pops back up. All right, still in the $1.60. There's a seller at 61. He's out. 64s now. We're still out of the money. We're 78s right now. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll look to add a little bit into that one. So let's throw out some orders now in the high 70s to account for a possible move up. 65s now showing up. It's not as parabolic nearly as it was before. And whether or not it holds this halt level, we're going to have to wait and see. But that is my look right now on CAPT. BKSY is coming back down into my entry. So it looks like I'm going to give this one about 10 more cents, and then we're going to get out of that one. But we have already de-risked the majority of the position off BKSY. So it's really CAPT that I want to focus on. And as I look at it a little bit more, it keeps rejecting off 65. So it looks like we've got a seller of note on Captain over here. at 65. Let's see if we can work up above that level. Joseph, my man, what do you got?
Yeah. So guys, I'm just looking for some relative strength here in NVDA. I actually bought some last night in the evening. I'm like, I like this down here at 118s. 114 would have been more ideal. I already told you guys I'd try to swing on it already. I bought it at like 127, sold at 122. Didn't work out, but now we're getting into a better price here. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a bounce on NVDA. I think we can continue to climb higher. Looking to add to that position as well too. So, let me pull up what we got going on here on IBIT too, guys. So what happened was entered here for the break of VWAP, got stopped out. Same thing, second entry. Now going to look for that break of high a day. So we're going to hold on to this a little bit longer, but we're also in some NVDA as well too, guys. Looking for that continuation. Maybe we can take that second leg to the top side. We know that first 45 minutes of this drive was extremely strong. We're covering up. We're up about 2.7% here on the session. So really, really strong. I think this thing has a lot to recover here. I don't know if it's going to go into the 230s or anything along those lines, but I mean, down 17% off that gap down day and losing over at the lows, $700 billion in market cap. I think that this company is just too strong, still too good, still in some really strong growth cycle. So I'm long this thing. Let's see if we can get that recovery. I don't know if all the sellers have been completely phased out yet, but only time will tell. But holding VWAP really well. If we break 119, add a dodge on that one, and then maybe we'll look to participate. But I think we got another super chat here, my guy. Let me pull it up to see what we got cooking up. Swoldemort, our guy. Swoldemort, $10 super chat, 10 Canadian. What type of 90s high school degeneracy did Sharif get into with a May 24th weekend birthday? If BTC hits 125, I'll send you 3 grapefruit Smirnoff Ice to celebrate. Appreciate Swoldemort. But see, the thing is, what you don't understand, my guy's gym people. He's not drinking that sugary stuff.
By the way, I got to correct myself. Yesterday I said the last time I drank was when Raider was here. No, I drank on New Year's Eve. So I totally forgot about that. I'd forgotten. It wasn't a lie.
But you busted out the blue there.
The blue. That was
out the blue label.
That I got 4 years ago, bro. We're still holding on to some of that.
Wow,
that's how much I drink.
Yeah, I mean, so this guy is the definition of a gym junkie.
I appreciate you, though, Swoldemort, man. That's kind of you to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll take it. We can consider you. So you know what, Swoldemort? We're going to add that into the bet. I'll take the Smirnoff as well as the 2 shares of IBIT.
What do I get out of this, bro?
It doesn't
what
even
do I get out of this?
It's going to be a complete
game. I don't get nothing.
A complete party for me. So we're going to have fun with that one, guys. Thank you for that, for the $10 super chat, Swoldemort. But let's see what we got going on. NVDA here still. Slowly climbing higher, not the best entry, still holding VWAP. I told you if we breach, we're going to get out of this one, but looking for that second leg. If we don't test the high a day, I'm still going to look for somewhat of a pullback to maybe 120.50s or for it to form that lower high, all right? So just keep that in mind. That's what we got going on with NVDA and IBIT, Sharif.
All right, man, we're doing well finally here on CAPT. Multiple L's to the high side, and here comes some more possibly. 82's now showing up, seller at 82. Of note. There it goes. Now we're waiting at 86s. Let's see if this one can continue up. We're long 61 right now, guys, so we got a banger on. Boom, that one gets taken out. Now we're still waiting, though, for 85. CAPT, up a light. A decent 310% was up more. Keep going, baby. Let's go. We're waiting still at 85s. This one still hasn't touched the high of the day. The high of the day is 85, and that's exactly where I'm waiting. I got that initial print at 85, the second one, not so much. We're still zigging. We're still zagging at that 80 penny level, not forthcoming to the high side. I want to see a $2 break here. We got the orders layered. I've got another order also in the low 90s to account for a good liquidity grab should that manifest as well. So holding my position currently in CAPT, looking for that move up. I've moved up my stop on BKSY. So we got some shares in BKSY, but it's breached the 10 exponential moving average. And so I'd like to be able to, account for any possibility of a down move on that one, hence why I've taken some out. Let me have a look to see exactly how much shares we're still holding in CAPT. I'm taking that one out right there. So we're gonna have to print something in the 90s right now on CAPT for me to get my next fill. I've taken out the one in the low 80s. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense, especially because I got one at 82s there. So what's the point in waiting at 85s? So that's what I'm waiting on right now. I'm waiting on CAPT, BKSY doesn't look nearly as good anymore. I mean, there does seem to be a buyer in the low 80s, high 70s. It's still showing me 90 on the ask, but that's not the move right now. I'm looking for a break and take at a high, and BKSY has got declining volume. So that's a bit of a trouble right there. Still holding some decent shares on this one. We've only got 3 outs, still got 4 more outs on this bad boy. So ideally, this tests 18 again and tries to use 18 as support. Back to CAPT as we zig and zag with that 70 penny level. So with the cost basis of 61, I've moved up my stop now to defend from that 40 area. I've moved it right below this area low. So we've moved it up into about 152 or so. So that'll risk about 9 pennies from my current area as it comes back down, sadly, into that area. So I've moved up the stop. Let's account for that. I don't want to give any back on CAPT. So let me just cancel my previous out. There we go. So we'll take that bad boy up. For right back into the high 80s we go on this monster, showing me, high 70s, excuse me, still showing me that it's trying to get above 80s, but it's been having trouble with that 80 penny level, I think, since I've basically sat down. So Captain is captaining the market today to the high side, up 300%. Get it? Thank you, Adara. But I'm just still waiting for that move up. She's like, she's infected everyone with punning. But I think that's really good because like when she gets into the mood in the morning, she puns to warm up her brain. And I never really thought about that as kind of like a brain warm up until she started doing it. So there you go. Adara infecting us with intelligence. Get it, Adara. What are you looking at there, Joseph Wilson?
I'm just looking at NVDA not doing necessarily what I wanted to do right now, so that's okay. Oh, here we go. We're starting to recover. Looking for, I told you guys, 120.50s. Then we're going to look to take some off here. But as of right now, the second leg and that curl back over isn't looking too promising right now. But only time will tell, guys. Someone in the chat said Joe's giddy today. And I'm like, no, you know what, man? I was talking with Sharif. Sharif knows the deal. I said, man, I went to bed early, did all this here for prep and ready to execute and perform, and it didn't necessarily go as I would and as planned or how I really would have liked it to. But then I just said, hey man, being able to come here with you guys, talk in the chat, talk to the regulars in the chat, even all the new people, is like, how could you let that dampen your day, man? So sometimes you just got to show up with a smile on your face and just enjoy it for what it is. So yeah, just appreciative. That's all, Richard. So yeah, that's it, man. Loving it. SPY continuing to trade higher, just absolutely ripping, putting in a monster session. And same with the Qs there, guys. Nice consolidation phase, punch through higher. Let's see if this trend continues. At some point, I do believe the SPY is going to pull back, but maybe not. It might be just one of those trending days, and you know what? We're not going to complain because we had Google at a high of over $206, close to 207, second largest holding in the account. Bang, we like that one. iBit slowly starting to recover. Isn't necessarily where it was at yesterday. And I thought, hey, man, after we seen Donald sign that EO on the wealth fund, the sovereign wealth fund, I was like, okay, maybe this thing's ready to go. Doesn't seem to be the case just yet. So every day that we consolidate is $1 I'm going to put in my pocket against Sharif here. So yeah, so I'm thinking that
this guy's already given himself an early birthday present. Early present.
But we'll take it. But I mean, other than that,
Joseph,
man, go ahead. Go.
We're going to get caught in an up halt right now on CAPT. I'm long at 61s. Is going to halt at 94s. False halt right now. So zigs and zags, Joseph. So I got that print at 90. I moved down the order from 92 into 90. It moves up into 93. False halts at 93. Now I've put my out in front of, north of 2. So I put it for the break of the whole dollar level. By definition, obviously, that's a bit risky because we know how these whole dollar levels act as psychological areas of support and resistance. But I've only got one more out left, so I'll take a little bit of a risk here, especially with the stop having been moved up to almost break even right now. I'm talking about CAPT, guys. This one is definitely on one, up 330%, looking to take out highs. Didn't even touch the 10 exponential moving average on the pullback. Okay, it didn't even get to it. So strong was this one, nor did it fill the halt levels. So I'm gonna say this again. I've said it before. I use the halt levels as intraday areas of both support and resistance, especially when you clear them. Sometimes they come back, test them, or they come back real close to them. Now, maybe not to the exact level, and then bounce off them. That's exactly what we got here with CAPT. But as I see it, BKSY is coming down, and if it drops 2 more pennies, we're going to get stopped out for the remaining amount. So that will be an L on this one. I should have taken out some in the high 90s there to de-risk, but I was a little stubborn on this one. BKSY coming back down, 2 more pennies. We get stopped out on that one. Back now to CAPT, still putting in higher lows and higher highs with that $1.93 is the high of the day. I'm still waiting north of 2. We'll see what we get there on this bad boy. I'm also looking at ATAI. Shout out to Pretty Panda for pointing that one out to me. ATAI has been awfully respectful of the volume weighted average price on the day. So here it is. It's kind of getting a bull flag right now using VWAP as support with the last little trough here higher than its predecessor. So this one looks like it could be a bull flag breakout, maybe above that 2.25, Joseph. ATAI definitely will be on watch. What's your look over there, man?
Yeah, let's get into some of these top performing sectors. Wayner's got it going over there. And that's the thing. I was kind of cheesed, and then I just seen Wayner smiling. I'm like, bang. Day better. That's it, man. The smile does a lot there. So energy at the top of its class here, up about 2%. Tech sector up about 1.4. Communication sector up about 0.8 as well there. From the bottom up, guys, we got consumer staples. Walmart almost tapping that $100 that Neo was talking about yesterday, down about 0.8 there. Utilities down about 0.6, and then healthcare down about 0.5%. So that is that, guys. Those are the top and bottom performing sectors of the session. So, I mean, let's take a look at XLF, guys, actually, because I want to see why is the SPY significantly stronger, and I'm assuming that is going to be because of XLE. But here we go with X. That's not it. Not XLF. Come on, XLF. Okay, so yeah, not too bad from XLF here, guys. I think this thing's a buy no matter at any given day because of American banks. That's what you want. And you've seen Donald Trump said Canada is very, very hard on America. They don't allow any American banks in there. So yeah.
And he was fact-checked heavily on that about the fact that American banks don't do business. What I think he meant are Schedule I banks versus Schedule II banks. So there's this legislation that we have in this country called the Bank Act. And if you're a Schedule I bank, you have certain rights as well as obligations as well. It's not just all better for you and worse for the Schedule II. The Schedule II banks are the American banks. Those are foreign ownership banks. There's a lot of stuff that the Schedule I banks can do, permitted by statute to do, that the Schedule II banks can't do. So to build on his point, if I'm not saying that's what he meant. I don't know if he educated himself enough to be able to know that. If that's what he meant, he's accurate. If not, then he's completely out to lunch. We have American banks that operate here. We have world banks. HSBC, Bank of America has a branch, I think, down the road. But they're definitely not.
The orange bank. Isn't that American too?
You're like ING Direct. What was it called?
No, the orange one. You know what
what it's called again? It used to be called ING Direct.
Was it? Yeah,
But it got bought. It bought ING Direct, that Dutch company. I forget the name of it. Yeah. So anyway, that's the point, guys. Schedule I banks are Canadian-owned banks. And there's really a lot of ownership restrictions about that. It's not the only industry that's protected. We've talked about this, Joseph. Telecom. If Verizon was to come up here, if AT&T was to come up here, they would decimate the companies that we have, like Rogers and Bell and TELUS, who just wouldn't be able to hang. And so that's why we've protected them, so that we could have our autonomy, have our companies flourish and not be foreign owned. A lot of people like that. You know, I happen to fall into the middle of that equation. I'm a little agnostic. I'd like to see maybe a bit more competition in the telecom space because we pay the most amount in cell phones possibly in the entire developed world. So yeah, I see both sides of the coin, but he was not accurate in that statement unless he meant what I just explained there. So I just want to make that thing. Orange Theory, no, not Orange Theory. That's a gym, brother. PNC Bank, is that the one you're talking about, Joseph? No.
Mandarin. Mandarin.
Is it Mandarin?
I'm pretty sure it's
Tangerine, bro.
Tangerine. Yeah,
You're wrong fruit, dog.
Yeah, well, no, I heard Adara.
Yeah,
say it
she's
in
got
the-
it right.
Yeah,
She's got it right.
Tangerine. That's American,
Tangerine,
isn't it?
yeah, that's the one,
That's
yeah.
the one. So there we go. We kind of know what we're talking about. So here we go, guys. XLE. This thing might be a buy here, Sharif. Look at this bottoming candle right here. A nice, promising trend. Pullback about 40% or so, and then now moving to the top side, top performing sector is right here, XLE, guys, and still relatively cheap. So we like XLE. We're still holding on to this IBIT. It has now given back some things that some ground that it's gained, which isn't the best here. But that is okay because we are still going to hold on to it until we break these lows. So hopefully that wasn't just a false breakout and we can continue. But as of right now, forming lower highs, not looking too good for Bitcoin. Cha-ching for me there. So yeah, we like that, guys. And NVDA starting to crawl back higher. I do think that we're going to break through some of these key resistance zones and then possibly go and test that high day. It is strong today, up over 2%. So that doesn't work. Up about 2.7%, 2.8% now, guys. I think if we break this 120 and hold it, we're gonna go see some higher highs.
All right, I got Aura Alpha here trying to talk to me in Mandarin. He's like, ni hao, right? Which obviously means hello, but I don't know what Peng Yu means. I'm gonna have to Google that, but thank you, Aura Alpha. I like that, because I've been practicing and putting in work every day. Guys, minimum I'm putting in is half an hour per day for Mandarin. I'm really trying to get a lot better at it, and I'm practicing with some of the boys in the back there who definitely helped me with my pronunciation, because, you know, you don't always get the best pronunciation from the app. And I had a buddy tell me that you're speaking like way too properly, like nobody talks like that. You got to talk more slang. So obviously I have nobody to practice with, so where the hell would I get the slang from,
How are you gonna slang it though if you don't even really understand the full language?
Well, exactly.
Right?
I'm not even close,
Yeah.
right? Like
So-
I'm still in the early stages, but yeah. Peng Yu is friend. Oh, thank you for that. So Peng Yu. Yeah. I already know which character that last one is. You. It's like 我有. 我有 means I have, right? Is that the Benson? Is that right? Is that the same character as 有? 我有. 我有. All right. Anyway. We'll leave that one for a sec. Guys, I am caught in a down hold right now on CAPT. It's showing me a top of 161, which is exactly my entry. But as I've told you guys, I've moved up my stop from the gap fill there. I've moved it to break even. So let's see where this monster opens. You are. Thank you, Celery 2. Shout out to you, my man. I love it. You guys telling me exactly how it goes down. I got to practice with you guys, man. 我有, I have different character. Oh, thank you, Aura. Okay, because it looks the same thing. Hold on. 我有 is I want, right? Isn't there a 我有 as well, which is there's 我有 and 我有, right? Fact check me. I'm forgetting. In any event. So we're caught in this down halt right now on CAPT, but looking to see whether or not it opens above my stop. So gonna keep an eye out on that. I've been talking about ATAI as well, and I've really been wanting to...
Pull that back up one more time.
They're disrespecting Chairman Xi. You guys are disrespecting President Xi and Chairman Xi, all right? Hey, I'm pretty sure we have Chinese viewers, okay? So ATAI, looking at this one for that 220 break, I was waiting at the volume weighted average price. Well, yeah, I need, okay. Oh, we'll get to that in a second. So I'm looking at VWAP here on ATAI for a possible bounce. I don't think that I would take the breakout trade on this. It doesn't have as much volume. It's not as parabolic. It's up 18 and change, which is a good look. But I'd trade this as a range. It wouldn't be one where I'm looking for that second bull flag breakout, at least not yet. And not with what I'm seeing with volume. The volume is declining, it's down and to the right, so it's really getting reduced here. It's still able to make higher lows and higher highs with lower volume, but that doesn't mean I should be looking at it as a breakout trade. So ATAI, absolutely interested in this one, but it's got to come off a key level. RCAT is coming down aggressively here. Let's load up, let's bring in the other side charts over here. Let's bring in our best one. Trade or e-signal. RCAT is coming down in possibly into the volume weighted average price. I'm a buyer at RCAT, possibly at around 940 to 950. Now, we're going to have to see where this one holds up. Now, why I like this level, a couple of reasons. You got VWAP hanging around 940. That's first and foremost. But you have this area top in kind of between 9 1/3 to the high or to the 9 mid 40s. So this area top here kind of has me guessing that if we come back down, we hold this general area, it could be a VWAP hold. So RCAT likely to be looking for a dip trade on that bad boy as well. Okay, so now Captain is open and it held the level. So we got caught in the down halt on this bad boy, but it was still above the 10 exponential. It was still above VWAP. And here we are showing 75s, 77s. I'm still waiting on the north side at 2. So either I get stopped out or I get that 2 print. Let's see which one comes first. I'm not taking it out. Either we break 2 or we break that $1.50 for the stop out there. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm also going to look at BKSY quick over here because this one did breach the volume weighted average price and then got bought right back up. I'm going to take an attempt at this trade over here, Joseph, because this one is at VWAP. It's a good mover on the day, and it held the level. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to get in here. It's a spready ticker, so it's not giving me the entry at the midpoint. 59's on the ask, 50 on the bid. It's not printing me. So we're going to have to wait to either get printed or we're going to have to chase this. Either way, I don't really want to do either. Decisions. All right, what are you looking at?
Yeah, same stuff here we got going on, guys. I got out of my IBIT back into it. This time significantly heavier. So there we go. I didn't take any profits up here, like, I don't know, like an AMI pretty much, but that's okay. I didn't expect this to break down how it did. So we're in on this indecision candle, guys. I'll show you here a little more clear and why we headed back into this trade. And it's that doji right there looking for VWAP. So that's what it is. You've seen what we got in multiple times before that. Didn't work out. Now let's see if we can get this one to work out. NVDA starting to crawl back towards those highs. I think that we can continue to go higher on this one. So Apple looking delicious, says Los Pollos. Let's take a look. I like that one, my friend. Smallest holding in the account. It is looking awfully ripe here. So 232 and 25 and change is Apple. So good luck there from my guy Los Pollos, the Chicken Brothers. So here we go. Yeah, that's it. That's a beautiful covering this gap. When I seen the market gap down this morning, Sharif, I'm like, oh, I had dollars in my eyes because I'm like, man, there's no way we're gonna continue to go higher. Yeah, but we're gonna go see what Adair's up to, folks.
We're talking about earnings here, as we always do here. Around 11:40.
Okay, it's okay. We're going to fix Adira's mic. It doesn't look muted, so it might be with the production team. Just let me know when you guys want to go back to Adira. No worries. Pardon me? Okay, so I don't think they're talking quite yet, Joseph. All right, so I'm out of CAPT. It came into my entry, and as I said, I was not going to give anything back on CAPT. So we are out of this trade. Actually, not even break even. I took like a couple of pennies on the last little bit there, but we're back in BKSY. I'm into this because it's at VWAP. I'm looking for a couple of prints here. Let's see if this holds VWAP, Joseph, but I'm told Adira is ready at the big desk.
Apologies there. We are back in business. We're going to take a look at earnings as we always do around 11:40, 11:45 a.m. during peak earnings season, which we are certainly in. We've talked a lot about Palantir. We've talked a lot about PayPal, but we haven't given as much love or as much in-depth analysis to a couple others reports, including Spotify here. We got Spotify, pretty bull flag-ish here on the day. This is the 3-minute chart. They did post a revenue beat, actually up 16% year over year. However, their EPS was actually a miss, 188 American versus 2.06 expected. So bit of a miss there for EPS. Guidance really strong though for Q1. They're seeing Q1 sales of 4.483 billion versus 4.17 billion expected, and they're expecting total monthly active users of around 678 million. So great look here. I know a lot of people in this audience and on this floor probably contributing to that. So Spotify stays strong. Merck does not. So MRK here sharply to the downside. They did beat on earnings per share. They beat on sales, but their guidance here is very much below expectations. Sales of 64.1 to 65.6 billion. That's what they're seeing for 2025, but the estimate was 67.3 billion. So that is quite the miss for their 2025 sales guidance. Their EPS guidance also mostly missed estimates. And actually, they did say that their concerns about consumer spending in China had to do with that mix. So China on watch here for MRK. And here is, as always, our new Trader TV Research earnings board. You can check it out on X at TTV Research. So we do have, I was seeing conflicting dates for MicroStrategy, but I have it here just in case. We do have AMD for sure, though. Alphabet, Snapchat, Chipotle, EA, Amgen, Lumen, Enphase, Match Group. You can check out all these earnings and probably more on the market recap. It's going to be an earnings party, so check that out, 4 p.m. Eastern. We're also going to have a lot of earnings graphics coming out over the next few hours on TTV Research, including some for AMD and Alphabet. Back to you.
It's going to be another banger after the bell today. It is myself, the Katina man, and the girl you just saw at the big desk right there making all the infographics, Adara Dang LePage. We're all going to be doing it in the aftermarket show. Big movers today, Joseph. We got goggles. We got AMD. And wait until you guys see the infographic on AMD. Lisa Sue makes a cameo on there, and she may or may not be wearing blue, Joseph. She is wearing blue. Spoiler alert. Shout out to Adara, always doing the absolute most in a fantastic way. So I just wanted to mention that, guys. Special market recap show today is going to be the trio. We're going to be killing it. Lots of energy, and we're going to be giving you those that earnings report as soon as it comes out. EPS, guidance, the works, the commentary, and obviously we won't be able to hang out, obviously, for the earnings call. But yeah, we will definitely be giving you the results as they come out. So if you're interested, join us on the market recap show. We should have another banger. We had great ones last week.
Absolutely,
with those big earnings reports. Man, it's earnings season, and it requires a special, special approach to everything. So
that's it. I appreciate. I like that. That's why I tune in, man. When if I were to go home, I would just tune in and see what you guys are up to, because I like hearing those numbers, and you guys articulate them extremely well.
Appreciate
I appreciate that. IBIT continuing to the south side. Dang. So yeah, that's it. Not strong today. It is what it is. No more attempts on that one. Light position to begin with, says Gorev on PLTR. I mean, I like the continuation in strength, man. But as of right now, forming those lower highs, not looking too good, but I do believe that we can hit that 110 price in the next couple of days, maybe by the end of the week. So, but unfortunately, here we are 0 for 3 on IBIT, guys. Full disclosure, 1, didn't take any profit there, 2, and then there we go, 3 to the downside. So this thing is weak. That executive order doing bubkiss, essentially. So going back towards those lows. But we're still in this NVDA as it starts to crack some key support levels. If we breach 119, add a dodge, and we got to reassess the situation. Did we miss the opening drive? Maybe, possibly. But again, I mentioned that this thing is still strong, and that volume on the 5-minute time frame is really starting to die off here. So that is really key. If those buyers decide they want to step back in and we get an additional program going, then we can look to get involved in it again, or just continue to hold on to this position. Holding VWAP to a T, we like that. We're going to continue to hold until otherwise, and that's the game plan, and we're going to stick to it.
Yeah, Google's at VWAP. Speaking of Google, because we were just talking about it right now, it's at the volume weighted average price at that 204.5, give or take, and I'm trying to make a decision as whether I want to get long. It's up 1 2/3% on the day. It is breaking down now below VWAP. It's at the 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And yeah, I don't need to be first into this. It's got a 206.68 high a day. If it holds here, maybe a 205 bounce, maybe ideally a 206 bounce, but that's what I'm waiting for. I'm trying to debate on whether or not to get in Google, but while I debate that, I'm taking Prince to the high side here on BKSY. I'm now waiting at 82s. It's showing me 81s. I've got 3 outs so far. We're looking for more. I'd like this to break 18. And guess what? This takes 18 again. I'm going to add on this for a break and take of 18. It failed 18 last time. I don't mean it failed it in the strict sense. It failed to close above it and hold above it. We wicked up, and that's all that we did. We wicked up into that 18, 30, 18, something or another around there. Yeah, it looks like it was a 31 pop, and then we came right back down. So that ain't the move. I'm looking for a move past 18. I'm talking about BKSY. The good news is it respected VWAP. The bad news is the volume is crap, okay? It's not good, and because the volume is crap, it's giving you a wider spread. Right now, I got a 12 penny spread on a $17 name. I mean, what's going on here, BKSY? You're up 16 3/4. Give me a little bit more liquidity than that. So we're going to try to manage risk a little bit here the best we can, but this one is suffering from the affliction of lack of volume. BKSY is a ticker we're talking about. The dead one, Apple, continues to make higher highs and higher lows. I'm likely not going to trade Apple on the day, but I did want to point out that it is holding the 10 exponential quite well. At the most, or the deepest retracement, I want to say, came into the 20. And that's something we've talked about before when something's awfully strong and then, it's been basically respecting the 10 exponential on the way up. When it pulls into a retracement level, sometimes it'll breach that 10 and hold up what we got here on AAPL up 1 3/4, but definitely the weakest of the bunch. Maybe not on the day, but generally the past little while. I'm talking about AAPL. So I'm still keeping an eye here on BKSY. Oh, ATAI, Pretty Panda, I should have listened to you, my man. You were right. I was wrong. ATAI breaking into the highs right now. It's at the, I believe, the high of the day, $2.25. Shout out to Pretty. I see you there, my man. Pretty's now talking about CPIX, but I'm looking at the other one that you told me about, Pretty Panda, which is ATAI. This one it could have a possible double top at 225. I was waiting at VWAP. It looked to me as if I was actually waiting ahead of VWAP, higher than VWAP, because the second retracement on ATA, I'm talking about this one right here, was higher than the first. This is the one that touched VWAP. This one front ran VWAP. So it was a little bit higher. So I said, if we get another retracement, well, what if it looks more akin to the second pullback over there? Get it off 210, get it off 212. It didn't do any of that, and then it just dropped back or popped up. So that's the look right now. BKSY coming back down after giving me that high 70s print, that 82 print, went unfilled as a result of the spread. So that's a bit of an issue right now. Zaying. Would you short Tesla at VWAP? Let's have a look, my man. Let's see what the Cybertruck is up to today. Obviously, it was a bit of a tougher day for them yesterday because of the whole issues with tariffs. Interesting look. Great question there. Would you short Tesla at VWAP here, Joseph?
Would I?
Yeah, because
no.
This is interesting right now. This is an interesting Tesla pullback because what we were doing is we were putting in lower lows and lower highs. And then we get a retracement, as Zai pointed out, into VWAP there at around the whole dollar, give or take a little bit less than the whole dollar, about 385 2/3. What I wait for, Zai, is the first 5-minute candle to make a new low and close red. You give up a great price by doing that, but on the other side of the coin, you get confirmation. Otherwise, get in here and then give yourself whatever you can in terms of room for your stop. But it's continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. It's not stopping. The current candle is green. Let's see if it prints above the previous 5-minute candle, which again, as I mentioned, seems to be in the 2/3 of a dollar area, maybe a little bit higher than that, maybe in the 3/4 of a dollar area. I'm talking about TSLA and the VWAP retracement right now. Of course, brother, anytime there. Charlie Taff, yes, I think the short on Tesla is valid. Thank you, Charlie, for chiming in. Appreciate your opinion. What else we got? Your boy Greg. This is way too uniform. Looks like a real buyer for Tesla. Thank you, Greg. And Greg, you're right, because that current 5-minute candle just made another high. So well taken. Good point there, Greg. Shout out to Greg. That's Joe's boy there from the great state of Connecticut.
The great state.
Yeah, I'm just going to shout him out. Why not?
Yeah, we'll give him a shout out. We give him a shout out, man. I talk to him every day. So, the great state. I don't know how I feel.
You sound like very reluctant about that whole thing. Right?
With Connecticut?
It's great state, yeah.
Well, because it's close to the people from Connecticut, like Boston. I'm a true Toronto boy, New England. Yeah, anything that has Boston, like New England, the Celtics. What else do they got over there? The Bruins. Right?
I know Neil loves the New England people.
Yeah, I get it. Arch rivalry with the Bruins and the Celtics. Don't love them, either of them, but I love my guy GV over there on the real far east. Yeah, GV over there on the real East Coast, guys. But what we got going on here, we got out of this NVDA. I told you if we were to breach that, then we're going to get out of Dodge, reassess the situation. But there's one thing that I do like. Gorav, if you're paying attention to this, what I've seen here, Gorav, on Google, we have that indecision candle, beautiful hammer doji right below the volume weighted average price with a strong primary trend right here. So Gaurav, at the break of that, that's when we decided to get long there. So really good look there. We didn't get that print that we were looking for on PLTR just yet. I know you're in that one, but I see in Google it's relatively strong today, and it also has earnings after the bell. I think it's going to be a smash hit for these guys as usual. I think YouTube gets popular day by day. Waymo's starting to pick up steam. There's so much going on for this company. It's like an ETF in itself here. So I like Google. We're going to continue in this long and see if we can somewhat come to this 205.61 level on this pullback here. So we might have to sit in for a little while there, Sharif.
All right. That's the look right now, guys. We're involved in Google as well. Already a quick print on it as it broke 10s. Let's see if this one can move on its merry way. Hold the volume weighted average price. That's kind of what I'm looking for Google to do there. It was a nice bounce off VWAP. Obviously, could have had a lot better of a price if you picked it up off VWAP, but was just not willing to do that. I haven't been trading these large caps in a while, so I'm going to trade them cautiously. Philippe Sosa. Triple Q has been consolidating for an hour. Do you think it'll break higher or lower? It looks awfully bull-flaggish, so I don't really look at the Triple Q, but this is essentially another mirror image of what the Triple Qs look like. This is the NQ, March contract, the NASDAQ, the futures. This is holding up at the highs. It's defending that 50-point level, but most notably, it is rejecting that 100-point level. I'm talking about 21,700. We are putting in higher lows, maybe not necessarily higher highs at the moment, but we're definitely holding up here. Let's see if we can continue to hold up and then attempt that 700 break. If you're going to go long, I would suggest possibly trying to get it long on the bottom end of this range rather than trying to punch towards the high side. At least you give yourself a cushion to say to yourself, well, if it breaks below here, I'm wrong. I'll submit to you that 21,625 area, if it doesn't hold up at that area, I would personally punch out of the position. The reason is we've been holding that 25-point area on the future essentially all morning since getting up to that level, since around 10:15. It's been bouncing off 21,625 over and over. We'll see if that ends up continuing. All right, we got a couple of prints on goggles right now to the high side. Let's set up a little bit maybe in front of that 20, and there it is again. Nice move here on goggles into the high side. Let's see if this bad boy continues. Actually, I thought I got the print there, but I didn't at 19s. So we're long at the whole dollar, still waiting for that move back up. Shout out to Felipe Sosa. Appreciate you as well, my man. Shabo, I think. Sharif, meant to ask you after you were calling out the Man City fans the other day. Love it, by the way. Who's your team? I'm a Man U fan, and obviously my locals, East Fife, LOL. Okay, so obviously you hate City, probably more than I do, because that's the local derby. That's the Manchester derby. I'm an Arsenal fan. Right? Through and through, a bit an Arsenal fan since 2008. I moved to England for school for 2 years, and that's kind of when I got involved in it. I used to love soccer, obviously, as a World Cup, enthusiast and stuff like that, but never really was involved in soccer or football, as you would call it, obviously. At the club level, got involved when I moved to England, and I haven't cheered for any other team since that time. It's all Arsenal for me all the time, baby. So that is my look there. Now, obviously, it's a bit tough being an Arsenal fan because while we're Premier League, we haven't won the Premier League since 2004, since the Invincibles, essentially. So it's a bit of a longer stint for me than for you. Last time you guys won obviously was when Fergie retired in 2013. But yeah, I think, we definitely have one of the best teams we've ever had since the Invincibles, I think. One of the best teams, I think, in the Premier League, but injuries have plagued us multiple times this year. Hopefully, we can get our feet under us. We could have won the Prem the last 2 years as well, but City just kept stealing it from us. They kept beating us, fair and square. They would perform and we wouldn't. And so, yeah, kind of sucks, but that's the way it is there, Joseph.
I got a cool picture here. Just watching it from, this is the wifey watching it from home. Yeah, this is the living room here. This is mango wood here, guys? Mango wood, yeah, I put that together there. Mango wood on the big screen, so we got to keep it tropical. And watching Trader TV live here at the big screen at home. So there we go. So we always go back and review that. I thought that was
love that
cool.
Look, dude.
Yeah, you like it, Isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man, we're tropical people, so we try to keep it that way. So. Yeah, they're not real, they're fake from IKEA, but they keep it that way. But yeah, guys, here we go. We're still in this Google. Let's see if this can continue to move. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, let's go, guys. Let's see if we can hold VWAP. We know Apple is continuing to just slowly crawl higher. But the thing is, PLTR breaking through some key support levels, as well as NVDA. So that one, no good. So let's see if we can hold in Alphabet. If we break the low here on the 5-minute, so that would be around 204.39. Out of dodge, and it's not going to be too pretty of a day, but that's okay. We'll find some strength somewhere because that's what we do, Sharif. But we're going to send it off to Adara first, quick.
Part of the show is, there's a beak water. This part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader who's lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills, access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as 20 bucks. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals, all in one place. So scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. And this market here certainly, I don't want to say perfect, but it's been a great little uptrend for the most part here. The S&P 500 up about 0.75%. NASDAQ definitely a little removed from its highs here on that 15-minute chart, but still up about 1%. China on watch here. We've had some trade concerns with regards to what's going on with these tariffs. Apparently, we're going to have President Xi and Donald Trump have calls there and talks about tariffs. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But in the meantime, PDD, this is a bit of a bull flag, so lots of Chinese ADRs being very strong here today. Palantir no longer so strong, though. This one a little bit of a downtrend now. PLTR, great start to the day. They beat on every earnings metric imaginable, and they also had lots of year-over-year growth and very strong guidance. So PLTR, great look. Also some other earnings names, too. We have MRK on watch. We talked about Spotify and AMD and Google reporting after the bell. So with that in mind, here is our new TTV research graphic on AMD. This features Lisa Su, the CEO of AMD, and this graphic covers every annual earnings since she joined the company here, 2014. Worth noting, of course, 2024, we don't have the final annual results. We'll get those today, but I used analyst estimates to come up with their approximate revenue for the year 2024. And I think it's really timely as well to do this graphic because A, of course, earnings tonight, but B, Lisa Su was named CEO of the year by Time Magazine in 2024. Kind of a controversial pick for a lot of people, but regardless, here's Lisa. Here is this great chart here. This is the stock price. Here is this white line, and the green is going to be their revenue. So this is not yet on X. You guys are going to get a sneak preview. It will be on X very shortly at TTV Research. Check that out. But in the meantime, Neil, I think, will be doing his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Darren. I was literally just talking to Obi right now, so we were going over a few things. But I think, look, ultimately, I could have pivoted because Obi, maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow. Obi had a really good point about patience and expectations when you have targets, holding for that target and playing your range. What I wanted to discuss today is sort of, knowing when to flip gears and understanding two types of flipping gears. One, because the price action is telling you to do something. Two, because the environment has changed. Now, we've seen it with news when the environment can change, and that's really easy the other day with the tariffs. But I want to start with price and then maybe look at the time of day, because it's all well and good to have a bias in one direction or another. And if you saw the afternoon show yesterday, I was looking breakout on NVIDIA past the 118. It just had resistance at 118.5. You've got to be able to respect it. I did like that still to the short side. If there's sellers there, I'm going to maybe jump into it. But acknowledging when you had that stair step up and we were looking longs at the end of the day on NVIDIA, there's something that has to be in your playbook for this is no longer valid. It's one thing to be out, but now you've got to look for the other side of the trade. And when you have a very big or very key price level, those are the types of levels that I think you want to look for the reversals on, where it's not just, it's not just some random resistance level. It is a double top yesterday, but you also had a big bounce support that had a huge move. Like we found that bottom around this 118, 119 several times. and then you had a wipeout bottom, wipeout low on volume, higher lows that hold into a potential breakout. So yes, short thesis, and the trend is still valid under here. Wow, this is really starting to come down. Valid to here, but you're willing, once it shows you buying over top, to make the reversal. You're not going to reverse every single trade, but you've got to find some out there that are showing you the signs, and this was a 2-day sign for me on NVIDIA. It wasn't just all about this level today. It had to do with how it was trading yesterday and wanting the long in NVIDIA. And ultimately, if I only short this stock, maybe you make it back. I mean, I could guess that, I could always have just shorted 121. I don't know. I just know that I liked it here for the short. It wasn't valid. The next move it made at my short level was to do a bull flag. So you got to take the breakout. And I had 119 in my note as a breakout. But even if I didn't, I think I'm taking that trade anyways. The other part of it, I wasn't going to use NVIDIA for this example, is the time of day. I'm chuckling because when you get past the opening rush, I think we've seen this enough times that look at the difference. Now, this is an example of a good reversal. This trend out is an example of why wasn't I flipping into the short side of the trade on NVIDIA? I have to ask myself that question. You go past the opening rush, and after that, where it broke trend, turned into clean resistance on NVIDIA. That's a seed change as well. It plays in both ways. It's not the same as in the morning where you do a quick flip and it just flies. This is different. It's a little bit more subtle because you're in the middle of the day and you get that kind of mean reversion look, or you get a little bit of sideways action. Yes, it's bouncing VWAP so you can stay bullish, but where it loses your inflection point, and you can draw any trend line you want. I can draw it from the bottom. I can draw it from here. It's still going to lose its level here at 120.50. That's another place where you can flip short. Maybe not instantly, wait for a little confirmation, certainly when it breaks VWAP. So there's when price action is telling you you've got a trend reverse, but also the time of day is showing you that, hey, the momentum is just a little bit different. Now, obviously, you can do other things here. Thankfully, it's sort of very similar. Like the example I was going to use, it wasn't going to be NVIDIA, to be honest. NVIDIA just started rolling over. No, what I was going to say is sometimes when you start to have that big, long move up, wait for exhaustion, lunchtime, for the second phase of the trade. Because how many times have we seen this before? I mean, countless times. Countless times. You have a big trend up in the morning. This is what AMD did yesterday. Higher lows, breaking the highs, makes the high right around 11 o'clock. There's your top, and then it's just trend down after that. Does another reversion late. We're in a reversion market. You heard Michael Noss talk about this, where you have a little bit more, you're going to have extra volatility, which is a good thing, but it does mean that you're not always going to have as strong and continuous moves in this particular market. So what it can give you is both key price level reversion, reversals. It's going to give you like lunchtime reversals. And I play this, I almost say if it gets to VWAP in here, if it gets to 115, why not just play it like yesterday? I mean, if this trends down for a couple of hours, this is what it did at 130, and then AMD just trended right back up. So I think you play it from one reversal to another, just willing to switch gears every chance you get. And that might be the same thing with NVIDIA as I'm tracking this to the downside. I might be coming back and looking at this 116 level where it right at the end of the day bounced right around VWAP in the morning where we bounced from, and look for a reversal at that price too. So whether you have it planned as a key price level to make the reverse just because of the price action at a key inflection point, or whether you're just moving from the opening rush to the midday to the afternoon, I'll call it that 1:30, 2 o'clock, or into power hour, be willing to switch gears. We're not necessarily in the same trending market that we were for a couple of years, where you can just always buy and hold. I actually saw this put in the chat the other day, that you got to think about that opening rush, make your money on those, and then work into a different strategy. Like, here's another example for you. Let's just throw Palantir up here. Like, look at Palantir. Opening rush, all clean. But since that initial top, I'm looking back at it. I mean, hindsight's 20/20, and this is what Obi and I were talking about, is the short up here. Like that, it was the first break off 100. It was a break off VWAP. It was a 105 break. The top here at 107, that was it. it's actually been trending down ever since on Palantir and continues to trend down. So that's opening rush, seed change. Let's look for another at the $100 level. Wherever it happens to revert, be willing to flip from one trend to another and not just sit back and do what we did in 2023 and 2024, which is get in one good trade and hold it for the day. That's not the way it's really been going. Every now and then you're still going to see it, but that ability to flip back and forth, see where the key price inflections happen, or just the stock that gives you the opportunity when the market inflection happens is going to be an important one, I think, all throughout the year. So whether you made money long or short on Palantir, long or short on NVIDIA, I think you want some flexibility regardless of what your bias may have been going into the start of the day. If I had stuck with the bias on NVIDIA, we wouldn't be up on it because it was a long that made money, not the initial short. Be flexible, be nimble, and as always, good luck in your trades, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil. The Neilage dropper. I'm not allowed to say the other one, Joseph, but the Neilage dropper, I'm allowed to say. Shout out to Neil. Thank you very much. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Every day around that noon hour. Neil Roberts, lesson of the day. Joseph, we're both in Google.
Both in Google.
It's both they're both holding view up. Like my chart's different than yours.
Yeah.
No, they're both I did it again. It's holding VWAP, I promise. I'm not crazy. But we're not really getting that move off VWAP as, some of these other ones are moving nicely here. We're looking at Apple, Meta moving quite aggressively. Tesla trying to hold above VWAP, Joseph, in the future at that 50-point level. But Google not really, moving off aggressively. I guess maybe because we're reporting earnings, everybody's kind of waiting, this, that, and the other.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, we had a pretty strong opening drive here on this thing, up about 1.8%. We were talking about it not too long ago, so if this thing decides that it wants to climb higher, then I think it will. But as of right now, Street's right, it's stagnant, not doing anything as the rest of the market slowly starts to crawl higher, like Apple. NVIDIA is starting to pull back a little bit as well, too, and Tesla hovering above the volume-weighted average price. So let's see. I think it's going to get going here. It may take a little bit of time, maybe a little bit longer than we expect. But I think as soon as we break this resistance level here, Sharif, there's going to be some more topside room. So we'll mark out this resistance, 205 almost to be exact here, just above 205. If we punch through that, then we get the retest and hold, then I think that we might be able to take that leg higher. So only time will tell on that front, and we're going to sit in here until otherwise. If we break this low, that's my out, Sharif. I don't know about you. My out's around 204.36, 38-ish. So that's what I'm like. That's when the thesis is going to be invalid in my books. But here we go with IBIT, guys. I took 3 swings at it. Struck out, unfortunately, but that is okay. Still have a high batting average, and we like that. Ooh. So, yeah, there we go. But again, almost a double bottom here. Holding these pre-market support levels fairly well, you do get that odd wick out, but as of right now, just dropping in that range, and if it has the ability to breach 56.92, then I think that we can come and test the next level, which will put us around 57.20s-ish. So there we go. That's what we think on IBIT. I mean, now I have a position hedge on this with the bet going.
Something's going on, Joseph.
Okay, go take it over, my guy.
Something's going on. The market just dropped into 600. Google dropped a little bit there. I don't know if anybody or goodness, it's always Donald Trump, isn't it? No, nothing. I'm just looking back at CNBC, so that could just be nothing. But we just got a nicer move down there in the market. We gave up the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 on the futures. And here, I'll just bring it in. But it could be nothing because Google's recovering right to where I got stopped out. So this could just be regular price action. Let's see if we bounce off 600. 21,600 incoming right now. It looks like there it goes. So now we're breaking down below the 100-point area. And this is an interesting area here on the futures, Joseph, because that volume weighted average price on the NQ March contract is right at that 50-point area. And I use 50 and the 100-point levels as areas of psychological support and resistance. So let's see if we make it down there. You're seeing red candles right now on all the Mag 7 names without exception. Even the monster Meta. It's got a bit of a red candle right now, but Microsoft below VWAP, Google below VWAP. While NVIDIA was below VWAP, Tesla breaking down below VWAP, Amazon above, so is Meta, but they're both printing red candles right now. Apple just touched the 10 exponential moving average at 232. It is bouncing, though, off that 232 level for now, underlying that for now. Let's see where this market has to offer because we just got a bit of a drop there without explanation. So we'll keep tabs on the market right now. I'm hearing Adara call for maybe an update. So maybe she's got some for us. I'll wait for the call from the production team, and I just got it. Adara's at the big desk.
So here I'm seeing that apparently Trump and Xi are not speaking today, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, despite an earlier claim from Donald Trump's trade advisors suggesting that they would speak. Yes, they're not talking today, which means there's still going to be some uncertainty with regards to tariffs in China. Now, about 24 hours ago, Donald Trump did say that he and Xi were going to speak probably within the next 24 hours. So we're going to have to wait and see on that. But Wall Street Journal reporting that this talk will not take place today. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, there you go. So we're going to have to deal with this kind of stuff. Obviously, it's good because it gives us volatility, but when you're in a position, maybe not so good. So President Xi, President Donald Trump, obviously that relationship's going to be very much in focus, if it wasn't already. Now with China slapping America with retaliatory tariffs. I'll get to the details in those in a second, guys. But it is interesting because it was a little bit higher than I expected China to retaliate with, because some of the tariffs are a little bit higher. So let's go through it. 15% tariffs on coal and liquefied natural gas. We call that LNG. He's going to slap 10% tariffs on U.S. crude oil, agricultural machinery, and certain cars. This all starts February 10th. And then in addition to that, he's going to put export controls, essentially not allow the export of the following. Tungsten. I don't know how to say the other ones. Tellurium, ruthenium. I really suck. I do apologize. Molybdenum. Am I saying that right, chat? Fact check me. Key materials, obviously. I'm not asking you, Ram. Key materials for tech and the defense industries. And then he's also going to slap Google with that investigation, widely viewed as symbolic. Google does less than 1% of their international revenue in China. They essentially shut down search back in 2010. My understanding is they still have a little bit of a digital ad business left in China. So that still operates advertising platforms for Chinese firms. Analysts view this as a strategic warning rather than an immediate threat. Obviously, because I would submit to you guys, sanctions on Apple or sanctions on Tesla that do way more business in China would be a lot more far-reaching than on a company that does less than 1% of its global revenues, Joseph. So that's a look right now. I'm not in anything. I got stopped out of Google on that drop down in the market. I'm still holding BKSY. It's trying to hold the volume-weighted average price. My stop is in place. If it doesn't hold up here, it's got like 10 more pennies, and then I'm out of this trade. Otherwise, we're going to look to do. We'll look to move back up on this one. Otherwise, we'll look for another one. Now, the other one could come in the form of a ticker by the name of RCAT. So I was interested in this one earlier because it was reaching that $10 area. I perceived it to be a possible candidate to break through 10, 986, the high of the day. Now we're down into that 40 penny area. And as I said, the volume weighted average price, as well as this area crest over here, this area of previous resistance at around 940, could be an interesting opportunity for a long. I'm talking about RCAT. Do we have it up on a trading screen? Allow me a second over here. We do not, so we will load that. RCAT trades on the NASDAQ. So let's give this one the old college try, Joseph, and I'm going to give it to below 40s. It doesn't hold that level. That's the end of the try. How about you do? What are you doing up there, buddy?
Yeah, just giving the old college, the old JUCO try over here on PLTR. So let's see if we can slowly climb higher. Gorev, we put in that candle that I was looking for. It's not as isolated I was like, and we don't have the volume signature, but I still like this buying pressure on it. So I do think that we can come back and test the volume weighted average price on this, Gorev, because I know you're always looking out for these signals. So I'm rocking with you. So let's see if this happens. I know you were in the short. I mean, the long not too long ago, but again, we broke through some key support levels and then now running into some key pre-market levels right now as well too, guys. So let's just keep that in mind here. So as you can see, we're holding some bases. So Opto, but did not chart this level where you took the long. Yeah, I mean, look, so yeah, Gaurav, let's get into this a little bit here. And I mean, it just happens to be a coincidence on where the print happened to be. So here we go with that, but then running into some bases here. So that was yesterday in the after hours as well too. So just going back a little bit in history here and holding these levels. If we breach that 102, then potentially we can see some more downside. So that's where I seen the support. Looking for it to hold and getting a little bit of a bounce. But I mentioned like, hey, that pivot isn't as isolated as we like. So, but let's see what Adara has to say about this. So she says 103 and 104.3 have been levels on PLTR. Yeah, very valid points there by Adara. So I think she's looking at the same thing that I'm looking at. So good look there. Multiple eyes on the same thing is always good. We like that. And Google is starting to bounce back. Did you take another stab at Google there, Sharif, or not just yet?
No, brother.
Okay,
Is it bouncing back?
It looks like it's going to bounce a little bit here as the overall market looks like it's going to continue. We're going to wait for this 5-minute candle to print before we look to get involved on that. But other than that, that's what I got my eyes on right now is Palantir and Google and the broader market as well too. So, I mean, from a breadth standpoint, other than the top 7 names, I was listening to some analysts the other day and they're just saying, yeah, we're still trading relatively cheap, like around 19 times forward earnings. So, I mean, that's not overly expensive relative to the market. But again, it's the big 7 names that are starting to get slightly extended and maybe looking to pull back a little bit. But I mean, earnings are starting to justify. So just go with the flow, especially with names like Palantir and Amazon and Google coming up this afternoon. So looking forward to those and seeing what's coming up.
That's going to be big, Joseph, for sure. I think Google, we kind of know what the situation is. We're expecting digital ad sales to be good. We'll look at YouTube. Definitely listening for CapEx, how much they're going to spend on CapEx. We heard Meta reaffirm 60 to 65.
Yeah, I think
your boy Satya, Microsoft as well, said 80 and change. Google saying something way less, Joseph, and this kind of stood out to me. I don't know how you feel about this. They're talking about 13 billion.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how much they've spent already. Because they could have quite a bit of infrastructure under their belt. But we're talking analysts, that are gauging this. Where's my Google review? That's Palantir. Allow me a second just to find goggles over here. There it is. So we're talking about 13.2. Analysts expect Q4 CapEx. So sorry. That's Q4. My bad. Okay, so now we're talking about quarterly, so that makes more sense. Yeah. You multiply that by 4, all of a sudden we're in that same range. So that makes a lot more sense. Sure. They're looking for it to rise, Joseph, from 13 billion that they spent Q3 to 13 and a quarter in Q4. What do they talk about for Q1 of 25? Do we get 14 and a quarter? Then you multiply that bad boy by 4, and all of a sudden we're looking the same thing.
We're looking at hefty numbers there. I agree with you, Sharif. So I think that's going to be a key data point right there is AI spend. So we got to keep an eye out for those. And we know what happened. Apple reported, right? So we know that they're not spending as much as their counterparts, right? Like Google, like Meta, and all these other companies. So let's see what Google's up to. I still think that this company is so strong. Apparently the valuations, if you were to break this company up, kind of like it was tried to be. So they're worth more than what the valuations are worth more than what it is now. What Google's priced in. So I like Waymo. I like Gemini. I like what else do we got here? YouTube and etc. This thing is just a monster company, and I think it's going to continue to grow. A lot of people say they don't even watch cable TV anymore. It's just strictly YouTube. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I'm around the same boat. I'll just turn on CNBC or Trader TV Live, most importantly, and just run through all the videos. Like, I don't need anything else really because that's what I enjoy to watch. So.
Yeah, man, and I wouldn't have cable if it didn't come with my condo fee.
You got the Vibe? I would have the Vibe?
Roger,
it just
it's
comes
called
with
Xfinity now.
Oh, is it?
They're taking the playbook out of the American page.
Xfinity there.
Yeah, because it's an American company. I think it's which is it? Verizon Xfinity, guys? You can fact check me, but it's American anyway. Guys, LTRY. Now, I didn't have eyes on this one because it's sub 85 pennies, and I filter my scanner, my small cap gapper scanner, by 85 pennies at the lowest. But this is a big boy mover, 12 o'clock. What the hell is the headline here? Lottery.com shares are trading higher after the company announced an international operations expansion by targeting Europe, Africa, and other emerging markets. Okay, I'll have to read more about this. Adara, though, she's got some for us at the big desk right now.
Talk about the Josh Brown pump from time to time. What happens when Rithol's management CEO and podcaster Josh Brown goes on CNBC and talks about stocks? And today's Josh Brown pump recipient is Bristol Myers Squibb, BMY. You can see it literally just out of the corner of my eye here in CNBC, and it's circulating on X. Josh Brown announced that he has purchased Bristol Myers Squibb here, and you can see the initial reaction on the chart. So BMY on watch with the Josh Brown pump, as we refer to it here. Back to the Bash Brothers. Make sure to like and subscribe.
So obviously we're not affiliated with them, with the compound I'm talking about, Joseph, but they had your friend Danny Ives on.
Danny Ives, yeah.
Danny Ives was on the compound, listened to that one on the weekend, and they paid homage to my man Danny. I'm talking about Batnick and Josh. They dressed up in Daniel Ives-esque attire.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah. They were wearing the lovely highlight colors. Let's call them that. I mean, my man...
Floral.
What's that?
The floral clothing.
Yeah, very floral, dude. It was a topical, yeah. Tropical, more like it, Bongzilla. Yeah, it was interesting. He's a noted bull. Like, I feel like that dude doesn't have a bearish bone in his body. And most guys that are long the market or bullish on the market at least have like a bear case scenario. I've never heard one come out of that guy, but I love listening to him. I think he's very optimistic, and so far he's been right. So that's the situation. Adara, how's that short going, bro? You're out? How's that even possible? You're still printing to the low side. You trailed, didn't you? Yeah. Adara had a fantastic short on PLTR. Shout out to her. Good look there, Adara. We're going to shout you out anyway. But anyway, LTRY, this is a good looker right now. 75 pennies acting as resistance. It's more like 74 pennies. So working its way up into that $0.75 area. I'm involved in RCAT. Took a couple of outs on the way up already. It's going to have to hold VWAP. The only reason I'm in RCAT right now is for a VWAP hold. So if it doesn't hold VWAP, that's the end of my trade right there. So we're going to keep a look on that. West, y'all. LTRY. That's the one we were talking about, West. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. I'm assuming he's long because he says it's going. I've already kept it on the side chart. I'm looking for something, maybe around VWAP, 61 pennies, 62.5 pennies. Let me know exactly what you're looking at that, West, y'all. But I've got it on my side chart right now. Definitely have eyes on it. And we'll be very interested in it if it sets up the right way, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. Don't forget the Playmaker is up. We got 700 votes already. So let's hit some record numbers there, guys. Get those votes in on the Playmaker. Let me pull it up and see what we got cooking up. From an equity curve standpoint, we've reached all-time highs on this thing. So, hey, the long seems to work. And we talk about Danny Ives being a perma bull, but again, the guy's hit some real serious trades. Like, he's been calling out Palantir probably since Sean has been calling it out before then. It was trading around like 16, 17, even a little less than that. And he's like, man, these guys are a pure AI play. And if anybody who listened to the call yesterday, Alex Karp is definitely an interesting character. So, yeah, the way
say that again.
Yeah, the way he ended it was definitely interesting. So, rule with an iron fist is essentially his motto, guys. But here we go with the Playmaker. Get those votes in, folks, from 0 all the way up to here. So, congratulations, some deep pullbacks. But this plan seems to work, so we're going to continue to milk it until it doesn't. So if we go negative, then we're going to have to switch it up. And I know I mentioned before we're going to get some options contracts on that. So we'll do something to spice it up a little bit, all right? So let me know, guys. Throw some ideas in the chat as well, too, on what you guys think we should do for the Playmaker, because I'm having fun and just collecting data with that. So that's something I do every day, whether it be in my own trading or sitting here. So, yeah, looking forward to that. What do you got going on there?
I just want to show the lovely colors there. I mean, it's just kind of what, just show it quickly and then I'll take it off if we can. But these are the colors. And they didn't want to actually wear these colors, but that's the look. So shout out to Danny Ives. I don't even know what brand that is, dude. It's interesting there, and you could tell like the brands they got were
Danny Ives and Tom Lee and JB are my favorite. Josh Brown,
Tom Lee.
I love Tom. I love Tom Lee.
Such a student of the game.
Yeah, he is, man. And he's really smart. So he's a bull as well too. But he also lays it out, right? He'll be like, hey, there may be some short-term headwinds in the market, but in the long term, there is a lot of tailwinds. I mean, the fundamentals are supporting these moves higher. So here we go, and we're kind of in, I guess, with stagflation. Or I don't know if you want to call it that, but it's not like the Fed are going to raise rates anytime soon, I don't think, especially. So, I mean, there's a lot of tailwinds for the long term in the market here. So I'm looking forward to see what's to come.
Absolutely. All right, we're holding up at VWAP here on the future, so we're going to give this one a bit of a try. And we got some key levels coming up for some of these Mag 7 names. So let's see if we can get a nice bump up at that 21,550 point area on the future. Let's throw in some orders, some stops over here. Let's go ahead and put that bad boy there. There we go. So we're going to give that one a try. Still holding my RCAP position. It's really not doing a whole lot right now. I've been waiting for this one to pop up through that $0.50. It seems like it's encountering resistance at 56 pennies. And 56 pennies was a bit of a resistance area there, or sorry, support area on the way down, moving back up into 55. So keep an eye out on that. I'm also looking at Apple. It's at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. It bounced off that level before, so this could be an interesting area on Apple as well. All right, we just got a print there on the future. Let's take out some more there. All right, nice move up right now on the future. Okay, not too bad, not the greatest, but not bad. Bouncing off the volume weighted average dang price and that 21,550 area. So here's what I'm looking at on Apple, and this is kind of why I was thinking maybe to weasel into the trade here. I don't typically trade Apple, but this was the pullback into the 20 exponential, and the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart is always yellow on my charts. And so it comes into that area, it doesn't even touch it, curls back up, and then we make new highs. Now this time, it does wick below based upon that market action that we got on the future dropping back down. And now we have a hammer candle. We have a bottoming tail candle showing buyer exuberance, trying to work up into 232. We'll see if this level wants to hold here on AAPL. It's a good look right now, but not in it at the moment. We're going to send it to Adair at the big desk.
We do have Robinhood on watch here. I literally just saw this site flip to bang Zynga, and it's been a bit of a downtrend today, basically. Apparently receiving a formal request from the Commodities Trade Commission here, basically, to roll back its pro football championship market. Apparently, the CFTC requesting that Robinhood derivatives not permit customers access to these sport events contracts. Robinhood's response is apparently that they are disappointed by the outcomes. Keep an eye here on our HOOD CFTC asking them to roll back their pro football betting, I guess. Also keep an eye here in DKNG, DraftKings. They're actually pushing up higher as a result here. So DraftKings, as Robinhood, apparently told not to allow sports betting. DKNG makes highs of days. So keep an eye on DraftKings and Hood here. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying what we're bringing to you guys. Back to you.
So thank you, Adair, for bringing up DraftKings. We didn't get a chance, Brendan and I, to cover DKNG at any length because it was time to ring the bell. But there is a bit of an issue right now with these, what are they called? Online sports betting, OSB apps. So a lot of states, they want to fundamentally change the tax code on how these bad boys are taxed. Let's talk about it. So several U.S. states, including Maryland, Indiana, are considering higher tax rates on OSBs, online sports betting, increased tax pressures, operating margins, forcing trade-offs in promotional spending, odds, growth strategies. It eats in your margins and it changes how you do business. I mean, that's basically the look there. So TD Cowen lowered its price target today on DraftKings from 55 to 51, citing obviously a projected 425 adjusted EBITDA lower than expectations. There is also the issue that they didn't do that well in terms of the actual bets. So they try to pump these, again, I'm not a gambler, so I have no idea, same game parlays. Maybe Joseph can talk about this at a bit more length. So same SGPs, they call it, same game parlays. They drive player engagement and betting volume, but they also introduce volatility for operators. So what ended up happening is that they had unfavorable sports outcomes, which led to higher payout events. So earnings obviously gotten into there. And so they're expected to see higher than expected losses during certain periods, I'm assuming, for that. We're going to wet our beak some more here on the future as we move up off the volume-weighted average price. I'm long triple Qs at 43. We just took some there at 77s. We're up 2.5% on the triple Qs, which is a levered product, right? Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you. We're going to see if we can continue moving up. We definitely have some resistance here at that 82.80 level. You can see we kind of consolidated in and around that level, work up to it. Lo and behold, we're rejecting. So we're going to keep an eye out on the future. Obviously still involved in my friend Arcat. How's my friend Arcat doing? Okay, Arcat's behaving now, Joseph, because we got that print at 60s. Happy about that. Now we have no more orders pending, so we got to set up some, and you know where I'm going to sit. If I'm in the 60s, I'm sitting at 69. So we're going to keep an eye out on Arcat. But yeah, that is the headline with DKNG. Very interesting, because that's a bit of a curveball. You, as a company, plan out, your full year 2025 expectations based on how you did in 2024, based on some of your business plans, and then all of a sudden you get that curveball vis-a-vis the change in the tax code, and then you have to rethink the entire thing. So DKNG, really interesting right now. We could definitely get some more analysts chiming in on this. I mean, if TD Cowan's chiming in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like, so a lot of my buddies are heavy into sports gambling, so my phone is just absolutely littered with game day parlay pictures and all their bet3. Yeah, like it's just littered. So essentially what they are is just, you can pick one game, right, Sharif? And then you can pick various amounts of bets within that game. So you can go like touchdowns by someone over, catches by someone over or under, or yards, right? So it's not overly complicated or anything along those lines. But as for the online sports betting, again, not a realm that I'm overly familiar with, because I just like, it's like, okay, when I was young, used to do the pro lines and the pools and everything. But then I was like, I got other things to worry about, and I don't want to be sit and glued to a screen watching. I don't need more things to be antsy about watching football or hockey or UFC or anything along those lines. So not anything I'm overly familiar. So, but yeah, here we go, guys. In some PLTR, we're gonna try it again to see if we can get this bounce back to the volume weighted average price. If it doesn't, then we might have. The trend has changed, so let's draw some trend lines here and do some basic technical analysis on how some of the boys, maybe in the back, and even myself, would look at these. So what we got here is this primary trend, multiple touches, whatever you want to use. We can use that low, but as long as we have multiple touches, then you can determine, hey, this is where we're looking to go. So I would draw it like that on these key pivots, or even something along these lines here. Oops, totally subjective stuff. But that trend line can be breached. Oh, that's not even today. What am I doing? Hello. Not even so here we go. Taking a lot longer than what I anticipated. But yeah, I mean, so there we go. We can breach that trend line there, guys. And then now to the downside. So we are on the backside of it, which is totally fine. I would maybe suggest that we get a retest of around 600 if the SPY wants to bounce off of VWAP, which it might. And there was an interesting question in the chat as well, too. It's like, why do you guys just trade VWAP instead of chart patterns? It's not. It's a correlation of both, right? Everything can be classified as a pattern. We're looking at something around the volume-weighted average price, and it can all print the same, right? So that's a pattern, right? It's the same occurring thing. So that's just, I think, how I look at the market is I'm looking for indecision candles at specific areas, and one of those specific areas is the volume-weighted average price, because I use it as a line in the sand, right? So if I have a line in the sand, stock prices move unless they're going sideways. We got three directions: up, down, and sideways. So at some point, the line will be deviated from. So that's what I look for, and I use the VWAP as that deviation line to find whether I'm going to go long and short, and the price action candle prints in that. The reason why I don't use moving averages is because they hug and they are very tight to price action. Other people do. For me, I prefer not to. I like to keep my things simple, and with that, I just use price action, the correlation between price and volume weighted average price. So a lot of volume and price there.
That's a great explanation, dude. I do appreciate that, definitely. All right, guys, we're involved in LTRY for a VWAP hold, come what may. So they did technically breach VWAP, held 60 pennies. Let's see if this one wants to move back up. I'm layering my orders here. It's up 100%. It's I don't want to say it's a midday mover, but yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it started popping off at 12.05, and then you get a big retracement off that 74 penny touch and drop, and now we breach VWAP, but we hold at 60 pennies. First beak wetter for me, in other words, first profit taker. If you're newer to the show, I'm waiting around 64 pennies. So exactly what we get, we'll have to wait and see over here. But some buying, keeping this above 60 right now. We'll have to see whether or not this squeezes. And gives me a couple of prints to the high side. I've put my orders out as resting orders. Let's have a look at the other one here, the Qs, the triple Qs, excuse me, coming back down a little bit. So I'm in waiting north of 80, or sorry, I'm waiting to front run $83. But that necessarily takes us above this 82.80, which I perceive to be a bit of a local area of resistance. I got in here for a VWAP dip and a 50-point dip on the futures contract, trading, charting on the futures, executing on the T triple Qs. Okay, here we go. Back to LTRY. It's trying to go into that 64 penny area. 64 rejects, comes back into 63. We're going to have to pack our patience. RCAT. I'm involved in that one as well. And what I did with RCAT is I moved up my stop. So initially I had my stop below 44s. I've moved it now into 48s to defend my entry price. So I'm not going to give back anything here on RCAT. The best print I had was 60s, and then it kind of rejected. To be expected, though, that 60s would act as a level of resistance. When you have a look at this area over here, this area trough that we bounced off, I'm talking about $9.60, and then we moved back into that $9.82. So 60 has shown itself on the day to be support. It stands to reason, if you believe in technical analysis, that it may act as resistance once it's breached to the downside, and that's exactly what it did here. But on the other side of the coin, so that's bearish. The other side of the coin that's bullish is we have successively 3 higher crests now on the bounce. So this is the area low into 44s. Then you have an area low at 50, and then, sorry, at 48s, and then you have an area low at 50. So let's see what we get there. LTRY rejects, so it didn't get into 64. I have my stop at 57s because it's below VWAP, so I'm risking very little over here. We're long 63. We're going to get out at 57s if it doesn't hold. So that's a bit of a, this one looks like it might be a loser on LTRY. Sad. But that's kind of how that works. Okay, T triple Qs moving right back into my entry. So let's, or sorry, into moving closer to my profit taker. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. I'm waiting at 94s. It's showing me 89s. It's breached now that 80 penny area that I was perceiving to be some resistance. So good look right now on the T triple Qs, but we're still going unprinted, sadly, there as it works its way up. How's my boy RCAT doing? Well, RCAT's continuing to move higher highs. Yeah. So that's the situation. Okay, LTRY defends again that 60 penny area, and again it moves into 64s, 63s and a half, but it's not printing me. So I'm gonna have to either wait. Here we go. 64s now showing up. There's the first print. There's a second print now on LTRY. Can we get some higher highs though? We still have a lower high. The previous 5-minute candle has a high of 67 1/3. We're at 64 1/2. So we haven't even gotten close yet. All right, we definitely need that higher high to keep the trend moving and to possibly squeeze up to the upside over here. I'm waiting next at 66 and then 67s. You guys get it. I'm layering my orders. It's up 106%. What's your look, Joseph?
Yeah, same. Someone in the chat asked me to take a look at Clover Health for them, so we'll pull that up. What I see right now is an inverted hammer, so a potential short may be on this thing at an extreme high. So watch out for this candle. If it breaches to the top side, then thesis invalid. But other than that, it looks like it might get a short back into VWAP. Let's zoom out here a little bit and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. And I mean, hey, this thing is really starting to recover here. I mean, still far off of those all-time highs. I don't know if there's been any splits or anything along those lines. But as of right now, off of these May lows, April lows, it's up significant. So let's take a look from a percentage metric and see what we got cooking up here. About 610% off of those April lows, guys. So yeah, really good look there on Clove, and especially from an intraday perspective, starting to trade higher. We like this one as of right now, but again, watch out for that potential short signal. I know Sharif says that these small caps don't necessarily abide by some of the rules that we play by with the large and the mega caps, so keep that in mind. Again, you have those risk parameters in place, so then therefore you know when you can get out of that trade. If it breaks that high, then that's it. The short is no longer valid for as of right now. The timing may just be off. Be prepared for that and be prepared to execute once again. So, but here we go with PLTR, same thing. Timing may be just slightly off here. Looking for that bounce back into 104, but as of right now, it's not seeming like we're gonna get it. This thing is still up about 21%, closer to 22 here on the session, guys. So I was just watching this thing soar on the report yesterday. So a breath here. I think we're close to that report high now, so that's nothing to be too worried about. And I still think that this thing is a buy all the way up here, especially with what they forecasted for Q1. of this year. So looking forward to that on PLTR. I think 1.25 on this thing's name, probably by summertime or at some point by the next report at least. So yeah, that's the look on PLTR. Let's see what we got going on IBIT here, guys. Just forming this consolidated range here. I was going to think, hey, maybe is this thing ready for a long? But what happened is we filled part of this gap here from an intraday perspective. Again, you won't see these gaps on a spot itself, but you'll see them in IBIT. But we covered there, went close to some key resistance levels for something that was acting as former support, now running into actually resistance. So again, nice consolidation phase. We're going to look for the volume and look to participate and see which way this thing breaks. But as of right now, I think we're going to run through some key support levels on IBIT and potentially head more to the downside.
All right. Yeah, no problem. We're going to do that ad read in a quick sec. But guys, I took some more profits here on the Fuge as it got above that 80 penny level. I'm still waiting at 92s. I decided to de-risk a little bit over here because we're having trouble working our way back up. So if that was the case, I wanted to make sure I locked in some profits. I did the same thing on LTRY, took some profits at 64s, but we got to pay some bills, baby. Hive Digital Technologies trades on the NASDAQ under HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. It's a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. If you want to learn more, follow them at Hive Digital Tech or go to their website at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Shout out to the great folks at Hive. Again, guys, trades on the NASDAQ under HIVE. One that I have on my watch list and I had on my watch list far before they were ever a sponsor, so they're well known. So that's the look right now. We're in 3 positions. The Qs are not forthcoming to the high side. We're still putting higher lows though on the Qs. So every successive trough a little bit higher than its predecessor with that $83 area on the key triple Qs acting as a bit of resistance. My boy RCAT continues to also put a little bit of higher lows, but I'm anticipating and I have been seeing that resistance at 60 pennies over and over. We'll see whether this one can take out 60 pennies or not. But LTRY is coming back down now below 60, and I have to be careful because I've got shares on here. It's breaking 60 pennies, but the thing is it keeps bouncing up off the 60 penny area. So maybe I should just de-risk on the range and then leave a piece for the breakout. So I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw an order at 63 pennies, and it has a lot of buying strength off the lows. It loses steam once it comes into the consolidation area high. There's not enough buying there, but anytime it dips into that low 60s, high 50s area, it seems to be bought up with aggression. At least it was. We'll see if that continues, but there is buying strength on this, just not at the areas that I want, which is funny. So we'll keep tabs on LTRY, Joseph. Trying to hold up, but it looks like I might get stopped out.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so guys, Clove is starting to approach that high a day, so I don't think that short is any more valid. So that is that, guys. And again, tried here on PLTR on the bounce, and these bounces are just not happening right now. And I don't think this is waterfall-esque type price action. Ooh. You could possibly get the bounce in some of these strong names, but as of right now, I'm not picking the bottom. So that's what it is. You can see 0 for 2 there on PLTR, and it is what it is. Google's slowly starting to climb back towards the volume-weighted average price. You're still in a banger there on TQQs, I can see there, Sharif. So, okay. I mean, hovering above above VWAP now, so good luck there on him by Sharif. So he picked the bottom nice on that one, so congratulations on that trade.
Joseph, can I just cover
go ahead,
one quick
cover
thing?
What you got to cover, bro.
All right, so I forgot who was for. Let me see if I can just go back in the chat and see who was for there so I can call them out because they've been asking a lot and I keep forgetting to do it, and I do apologize for that. Let me just have a look. It's for GRRR. And this is definitely one that I've traded before. I'm just trying to look to see who was AK. Shout out to AK. So you've been asking about GRR, and here we go. We're gonna cover GRR for you. So this is the look on GRRR. It's up 8 2/3 right now. It's a good look, but it's below VWAP, my man. So this one now, the volume's a little light on it. First and foremost, it's only done about 2 million shares traded on the day. That's not that much. It's below VWAP, so that usually removes it from my trading outlook, as it's got to be trading above VWAP for me to stay interested here. But if this one gets above VWAP and starts putting in higher highs and higher lows, I could get interested. But until that time, it's a no-go for me. I'm sorry. Just a very, very brief explanation. We're going to send it to Adair at the big desk.
Just got news too, so this is perfect here. Fed's Powell apparently going to be testifying before the Senate. We know he has his testimony here. That's going to be on February 11th, so stay tuned for that. That'll be next Tuesday. I will be giving you guys those updates. Those could always be a really interesting time to hear how he responds to the Senate, so do stay tuned for that. Sometimes that can not necessarily move things, but certainly be a nice area to see where Fed Powell thinks inflation's going. NVVE, though, is actually the reason for this throw. This is Nuvve Holdings. Some people mentioned it in the chat, and I looked at this. I'm not seeing any news on NVVE, but it's worth noting there's not a ton of volume in this as of yet. It just got going. We're about 1 million shares traded on the day. But NVVE has a very small float. I'm seeing about 750,000 shares. So micro float here for NVVE, about 0.8% short float. So not a significant short float, but that float is very small. If I see any news on this, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Much Adair, and shout out to EVO Hugs, because he was calling out NVV and he tagged me multiple times. Thank you for tagging me, because it helps me see it a little bit better, and thank you for Adara for bringing that to us. It's moving up big boy here. I'm talking about NVVE. Good squeeze. Nary a red candle on the chart right now, but you're going to have to be careful with this because I'm watching how it trades. I haven't even looked at the book quite yet, but I can already tell you it's a little bit spready just based on how it's moving right now, but it is a good look. 455 HOD, Joseph. We're definitely going to have to keep this one on the side chart. I did interrupt you, and I do apologize.
No, don't apologize ever. I mean, when things are coming out, just report them. Feel free. But yeah, guys, a lot of people. Parth Gandhi is asking us about RGTI and how I feel about it. Well, I'll tell you how I feel about RGTI right now. I thought this thing was going to be a little bit, well, it is in play. The volume was there from this morning, but I thought we would maybe start trending. I was looking to get involved in this thing, but then I started to dive into some of the fundamentals of the company, and it's not, Sean and I were laughing this morning, it's like, yeah, it's not making any money. So they've missed essentially on every report for the past 4 quarters as far as I went back. So not something that I would like to get involved with, especially when I was just comparing PLTR's previous earnings, EPS, and revenue compared to this quarter. So they're just consistently beating analyst estimates. So that's something that I want to see, and that growth is continuously there. I don't see this in RGTI. They're still not making money. They're still missing on EPS. So not something I'm going to look to get involved with for the long term. I mean, can they turn it around? Absolutely. And I hope they do, because, I mean, I want to have fun with this thing as well as everybody else has been trading it. But as of right now, it doesn't look like this consolidation phase on RGTI is going to be breached and headed to the top side. So I think there might be some potential more downside on this thing, but it was definitely memeing and in play with all that quantum computing noise. But we're going to send it off to Adara.
Sorry for the interruption, guys. We have more news, and it is tariff related, or at least related to these talks here. So apparently the spokesperson for the White House has said there's no update as of right now on the timing of the call between Donald Trump and Xi. Apparently it's being scheduled, but will happen, quote, very soon. So to just kind of to recap all of this, yesterday Donald Trump said that he would be talking to Xi within the next 24 hours, probably, quote. And then today we had Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, saying that this call was in fact happening today. Then about an hour after that, Wall Street Journal reports actually the talk's not happening today. And now, apparently, it will be happening very soon. So no updates on that. The second I see anything, I will, of course, let you know. But at least now we have this coming from the spokesperson for the White House themselves. So we will be getting some kind of updates apparently very soon. These talks will be. Also, I just saw here, apparently, Asahi reporting that Honda and Nissan may end their merger talks. So keep an eye on HMC. Back to you.
Interesting.
Brendo.
Hey, Honda and Nissan.
All right.
Yeah, merger talk. Yeah, I'm just cover PayPal here real quick, see what we got going on. Potential bottoming signal. I didn't dive too much into the report here, but apparently transactions are slightly down year over year, something along those lines. Yeah, so here we go with PayPal. Nice candle right here. This is what we're going to look to play, this indecision candle. You can see that we have consecutive red ones, and then now we put in that isolated volume signature with that doji, looking for the bounce there on PayPal.
Yeah, man. Interesting look. I had some videos saved that I want to share, but I can't find them. All right. Well, that's okay.
On what? Waymo videos?
Oh, yeah, that was a good one. The dude did the tuck and roll. He was worried for his life there. No, I can't find them. I'll look for them. It was DeepSeek related.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, interesting. So Lex Friedman, obviously not associated with the show, he's got a 5-hour podcast on AI.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and mostly about DeepSeek, yes. And the reason I'm even bothering listening to it is because, well, you always feel a little bit funny reporting on this stuff when you don't have a full understanding. And I don't expect to have a full understanding. I'm not an engineer, right? But I definitely want to have something more than superficial understanding. And so hopefully after 5 hours, I may have that.
Yeah, hopefully.
No, so it's really interesting how they're doing
Take
this.
a lot of notes.
Yeah, no notes, just the drive to work. And like, yeah, I seem to have a lot of listening abilities in the morning. You're just, I sessioned, right? You showered, you're kind of like in the clear. It's still dark in the morning, so you're chilling. Nobody's on the road, so you're not aggravated by all the dumbass drivers, right? So it's more chill. So you can take in a little bit more. Interesting podcast. If you guys want to get a little bit deeper into how DeepSeek, no pun intended, obviously, is doing what they're doing, Lex Friedman dives into this with a couple of, obviously, data center AI engineers who really kind of look at this from a very technical perspective. And, it's some of it's very impressive, and some of it's just like, you can kind of stuff that we already knew. You know what I mean? What are you giggling about now?
Well, read what MB3 said in the chat.
MB3. Let's see what my man Sharif stays in right-wing echo chambers.
Echo chambers.
What's his name? Is Lex Friedman right-wing?
I don't know, man.
I would consider him right-wing.
I would not say that.
I think he will meet with anybody and everybody, right? Like, I think Lex Friedman he's cool. That's just my opinion. Yeah. But yeah, that's a look right now, guys. We just took another print there on the future. We're well in the money here, Joseph. We took out 83s on the triple Qs. We're still holding some on this bad boy. Let's see if it continues to move up.
Go Google, man.
Get it, Google. Oh, nice retracement. Yeah, I wouldn't have had that, Joseph. That was a 204 hold. I was looking for VWAP. Yeah. Good for you, though. Good for you for having that. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're in the future. We're in RCAT. I'm looking for the future takeout highs. Possibly, we're looking at 21,694. That's the high of the day. So essentially 21.7. Realistically, we could get back into 21.7. How quickly we get there, it's an entirely different story. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at. Involved in in the future at this level, taking out highs. Let's see how our friend RCAT is doing. Yeah, it's continuing to put in higher lows. Definitely should have taken maybe something out at 64s there. Still waiting at 69s. What else are you guys looking at in the chat? Tag me if you guys are looking at something new. Let's see what people are talking about over here. Lex is a top G as well, says officially on Bird. My man. All right. What's it called? The DeepSeek YouTube? No, man. Joe Logan. I don't know if you're being funny there, but
no, I think it's a genuine question. What's the podcast called?
The podcast is by a guy named Lex Friedman, right? Okay. So you just Google Lex Friedman. He's gonna have his own YouTube page.
I think that was a genuine question. There.
I don't know. Right? All right. Ostentatious Productions. You make me chuckle, bro. I'm not gonna even read it out, but yeah, that's funny. Let's see what else people are. So Steph enjoys listening to Lex's convos. I know, but you got to have patience up the wazoo, Steph, because this guy's podcasts are no less than 2-3 hours. And I just finished mentioning this is 5 hours deep. Like, that's going to take me a week and a half because I usually bang out half an hour in the mornings every day. So, yeah, it's going to take me some time unless I listen.
Like JP. He just has the ability to talk about something but deviates. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Let's see what people are talking about. You got EVAX being called out by T-Dog. Let's have a look at EVAX. Not one that I've seen before. EVAX. What's this one? So this is down and to the right now. Up on the day, though, 30%. Good call out. But look, again, I have a very simple rule, a couple of rules for these small cap gappers. They have to be above the pre-market high, and they have to be above VWAP. This one is neither. The pre-market high is right there at 489 that we printed at 7 a.m., and the volume weighted average price is at $4. We're printing 314s right now. So this one doesn't work for me. It's got to get above the white line for me to get interested, to be quite honest with you. It's all bro oligarchy right now. Okay, Ram, calm down.
Oligarchy.
Bro, she's always trolling us. Even when she's in the chat, she's trolling us.
I think
It is you. That's not you, that's
it might be
Fabian?
Fabian, yeah. I think that's a
okay.
Fabian thing there.
My
yeah.
bad. Shout out to Fabian. Well, then it changes everything when if Fabian. Sorry, Ram. Yeah, that's the look right now. Why is NVIDIA dropping, says Rich X5. Yeah, NVIDIA's been having a tough day today. It's below VWAP right now. It's been having a tough couple of weeks ever since your boy DeepSeek showed up to the scene and then questioned whether or not everybody was going to be spending up a storm. Look, the hyperscalers have confirmed they will be spending up a storm, at least in the short term, the first, or at least, the next couple of quarters. I guess the street needs to see a little bit more. NVIDIA VWAP rejection could come in at 119 and change. It didn't do a whole lot of VWAP holding. It was putting in lower highs. It looked like destined to break down. I like NVIDIA short possibly at 119 and a quarter to 119 and change because of the area resistance. I acted as previous support. It's still up 1 3/4. I won't be trading NVIDIA right now though on the day. So. Let me know how that goes. RCAT right back into that 964. I'm waiting at 969. Let's see what it's doing. Apple breaking out again and curling. It's not at the high of the day, but Apple is a curl. It's curling up here, Joseph, and I feel awfully silly not having taken this because it's been very respectful of the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, AAPL. For whatever reason, catching a bid probably because it just got decimated the last little bit. I wouldn't be so quick if I was an analyst to, say Apple's escaped possible sanctions from the Chinese government. Let's be honest about this. If the trade war between China and the U.S. starts expanding incrementally, my bet is Apple and Tesla will feel the brunt of that trade war in one way or another. How it happens and to what extent, I think reasonable people can disagree. Apple has been attempting to de-risk from China. We've heard about them opening plants in Vietnam, Foxconn as well, their biggest supplier, I think, opening up in Vietnam. We've heard about India. We've heard about Malaysia. But, this stuff takes time. And we've only been friend-shoring or whatever you want to call it, type of shoring for, like a year and a bit now. So these things take time. So Apple will definitely feel the reverberations of a wider trade war. How they come at Apple is who knows how they do it. But yeah, Tesla as well could absolutely get slapped with that. And we know Tesla uses their China Gigafactory to ship cars to Europe. So that could also be a bit of a problem there if they get slapped with export tariffs, for example. Any Model Ys that they want to ship to Europe could get slapped with a tax. And that could make it markedly higher, the price there. And Tesla's not going to absorb that. They're going to pass it on to the consumer, as is typically the case. So, we definitely didn't get that today. We got, this sort of investigation into Google that almost does no business in China. But I think that's just a shot across the bow to let you know that we could expand this trade war if we wanted to. And it would hurt some of your biggest companies. Okay, so I should have been taking profits there, Joseph, at the break of 83 because the future coming back a little bit down now after trying to move up into that 21,625. And guess what? It actually came into a previous area of consolidation low. So look at this 21,625. I actually said this exact level earlier, that this was the consolidation area low that we had been holding up. Lo and behold, when we get to VWAP, move back up. Look where we reject. 21,625. We're 50 points below that now, dropping into 21,575. So that's basically my entry at the point. Well, it's a little bit higher than my entry right now, but the future getting hit a little bit here. Anuvu wants to know my opinion on NVVE. I do like it, Anuvu, but it's not holding above. It briefly is holding above the volume weighted average price. It's got a bit of a sell here at $4. This is just too volatile for me to get involved. gotta have to hold up for less than 10 seconds. I'm talking about VWAP, and then I could definitely get involved in that. But good call out by you. Adira brought this to us as well as some others there in the chat. The Piper, Chinese gunboats cruising near Taiwan could crash the market, says the Piper. We've been seeing more belligerencies more interactions between Chinese vessels and even North American vessels. They've been interacting with Canadian vessels because they're patrolling the Strait of Taiwan as well. That's been happening more and more and more. I'm sure American vessels involved in that as well. I've been seeing some stuff with the Air Force as well. Eddie R. Plus sales in Europe of Tesla are falling. Yeah, look, I got to tell you, I don't know if it's Tesla specific. Maybe it is, because I think definitely Europe, they're trying to diversify their EV purchases. But I think Europe's in a little bit of trouble, man. The European economy is not really holding up, and the technology coming out of there, like they don't even have an AI LLM to speak of here. It's like North America and China that are really leading the way. Europe's a little bit behind. Yeah, bro. Europe's a little behind right now. And I don't know how I feel about the European economy in general. They're also, very regulatory heavy there. And so that may be dissuading some bigger companies from setting up shop and really taking advantage of the European market. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Bren Rex, XAIR, would you consider based on the low volume? Let's have a look. So ticker is XAIR. What is this company? Beyond Air. Okay, so 40 penny name, up 11.69%, $29 million market cap. What was the question? Yeah, the volume's low, brother. I mean, it's done 558,000 shares and it's a 39 penny name. Very low volume. Chart pattern, percentage up on the day is good, but as an intraday trade, very hard to manage risk with that kind of look right there. Shout out to Anuview Ostentatious Productions. I've become a short scalping maniac over the last few days. I'm talking Jeffrey Dahmer was an amateur compared to me. Too soon? Just a little bit. But I don't know if it's too soon or not. But I know there was that whole documentary. Maybe that it refreshed everything.
I did a high school paper on Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, on Jeffrey Dahmer.
I don't like to admit, I think him and I share very close birthdays. I think he's like May 24th or something like that. Yeah. Say that again, Adira? Yeah. Jeffrey, yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's kind of May 21st. Good. He's a little bit of wage there, Joseph. So it's okay. Yeah, we can go away.
Yeah.
Shut out. I'm not going to shut him out. What am I saying here?
Yeah.
Vivid Distortion. Have you ever been to Europe? I go to Europe a lot. I studied in Europe for 2 years. I really kind of took Ryanair. I took the opportunity of living in England to kind of move to go around to Europe in different areas. Yeah, I haven't been to Europe, I think, in about 4 or 5 years. But yeah, I've been to Europe a lot. I mean, am I wrong about the economy in Europe? Let me know. I'd like to hear it. Vivid Distortions. Let me know if
people said it's just relative. It's just healthy. Right? It's a different lifestyle too. I guess you've been over there quite often. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's just a different lifestyle as well too, man, which can obviously reflect, like you get the fiesta time and apparently the work week is shortened as well too. So no, ostentation. He didn't shut him out. But guys, here we go. Let's talk about a little stocks here. We got this IBIT short going on as we run into some key support levels. So trying to keep it clean and see if we can get this breakdown here through the 50-20 level or 56-20, and then maybe we can see some more sell side on IBIT. We are still negative on the session, so looking for that weakness to continue here, and then we're going to look to take some off around that whole dollar on IBIT. But as of right now, Apple and Google is still hovering around the volume weighted average price, had the inability to crack a new high or even go relatively close to testing it. So not looking too good as well. A lot of dark pool wicks here, guys, but I have a definitive out on this one. So if it goes any more sell side, then we're going to look to get out of Dodge on Google, and then maybe the overall weakness in the market is going to continue. But I'm looking for that support break on IBIT, and then looking for somewhat of a bounce here on Google. But let's talk about what else we got after the bell. AMD's after the bell as well too. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, let's take a look here. And see what we got going on, man. This thing has just been putting in this consolidation zone here near the bottoms, still over, I think, close to a 50% off of those all-time highs, a little bit more maybe, but But I mean, that means you need 100% return in this thing just to get back to break even. Ever since this inverted candle at this extreme high, the stock hasn't even looked back and continues to sell. We got a couple pops here, but not much. We still got a lot of gap downs here, and the weakness in this thing is still there. So we're going to need some good numbers and some positive forecasts from Lisa Su in order for this thing to turn around. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't even know what this thing's standing at from an RSI standpoint. But that forward PE has most definitely come down since Sharif and I looked at it. I remember it was trading at 1,000 times, which is really, really expensive according to the street. So not something you want to be looking to get involved in. But AMD down here at 117. I don't know if it's going to be a good buy yet, but tonight will tell, especially with those outcoming forecasts on it. But yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. What is everybody looking at? Tell me some specific tickers. Pepsi. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at Pepsi, because we were talking about GOP-1 a little bit yesterday and see what happened. They reported this morning as well too, and I'm pretty sure they missed. So not looking too good here on Pepsi. So yeah, heading to the downside, some consolidation going on. Are we going to take that second leg? Maybe, possibly. But let's zoom out a little bit and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Yeah, and we're heading towards those lows. What is the all-time low on this thing? Yeah, we're not even relatively close on it. But I mean, we're back to some really, really outdated price levels here, Sharif. Like, we're back into 21 levels, 2021. Ooh. So as Sean used that INTC kind of example, is that like, yeah, you've had your money in this thing for 10 years and essentially made nothing due to inflation. Well, it's looking like to be the same case here in Pepsi. You're back to 2021 levels. So for the past 4 years now, you've made no money unless you've been taking it out the top, but you're back to that break even. But the new poll is up as well too, guys. AMD, you got on there, SMCI, ETH, and PayPal. All right, I'm going to vote AMD here because it is probably one of the more popular earnings besides Google. So looking forward to that one. I will be most definitely trading that as well as Google too, my guy.
All right, there's a big desk.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get that one.
Apparently here we're going to be hearing from David Sachs today, so keep an eye on crypto. He is the AI and crypto czar. Apparently he's going to be speaking about crypto at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I can find zero information about this talk, and where can I find where you're actually going to be seeing it? So I want to put that out there. It's like pretty vague right now, and I haven't seen it confirmed by any White House-related sources. It's just a lot of media talk, but everyone's saying 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be hearing from, for the first time really since his initiation as the crypto czar, we're going to be hearing from David Sachs, so keep an eye on that here. That could certainly move some crypto names. David Sachs was also present during the signing of Trump's crypto-related executive order last week, guys.
We share a birthday.
Oh, yeah? You got
yeah. Shout out to David Sachs. All right, guys, we took out the print at 69 on ARCAT. Good look up there for ARCAT. It was a VWAP hold. That was the only reason we were involved at 48. Done the trade at 69. We're still involved in the futures trade. And I was a little disappointed with myself for not having taken it out at 83.15. But here we go again, moving up into 83. We didn't even hit VWAP last time on that little retracement. I'm talking about this pullback right here in 82.55 on the triple Qs. It wasn't quite a move back into VWAP on the NQ March contract. So it technically is a higher low. Do we get that higher high? The only way to know is if we see a print above that 83.15. But first and foremost, we're going to need to get above that whole dollar, bless you, Joseph, above that $83 level before we can start talking about 83.15. So keeping an eye on the future right now, since my trade on ARCAT is done. Let's bring in the side charts over here and shout out eSignal, the best dang charting platform out there. And what I was going to mention, Joseph, is Amazon. Because Amazon just weaseled into the volume weighted average price, and it's also strong on the day, up 1.58%. It's got a 2-candle hold up on the 5-minute chart at VWAP, and it's hasn't quite made it yet, but looking to make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Amazon is at VWAP. Tesla is also at VWAP, but from the wrong side, from the south side, not the north side. So you may be looking at Tesla for a different trade. Google's at VWAP as well. I think Joseph had a banger entry on that, but it's kind of, whiffling and waffling at VWAP. in a way that I don't want to be involved in. But this Amazon trade, possibly I could be persuaded to weasel into this Amazon trade right now. The reason I'm looking at Amazon and these other names is I'm not really pleased with the small cap gappers that are out there. I know there's NVVE. I know there's CAPT. Let me know if you need to interrupt me, bro.
No.
Okay.
I'm looking at your screen.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the e-cig here.
Yeah,
that
I was worried about that.
Yeah.
I'm not really pleased with the small cap gappers that are out there right now. So we're going to look at the mag, try to weasel into the mag a little bit over here. So possibly a VWAP entry for me on the Amazonian. We'll have to wait and see if that comes in or not. Sharif, when is your birthday? May 25th, baby. That's why I like that number 25, and I think it really just has to do with that. I'm always taking prints at 25 and 82s and all that weird stuff. I'm very, very superstitious in that way. Crypto G, yes, Crypto G. We have the same birthday. We'll talk about that once Joe's done paying some bills.
Hey, let's go, guys. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding and growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport, guys. There it is. Click that link in the description or scan that QR code. That's one thing that I know, that everything has a QR code these days, so it makes everything a lot more simplistic. And here we go. We're getting that pop on Google, Sharif, exactly what we needed. Let's go. Slowly climbing higher. Let's see if we can break through some of these levels and get this. Oh, my days. My God. You know what we forgot?
What? The Playmaker poll?
The Playmaker.
Oh,
I don't even know if we should take it now because we're so far out, but we'll take it anyways just because we're that guy. So
let me set up.
We're going to set up here briefly, and we're going to get involved in the Playmaker and see what we got going on. So what do you think about hood calls into earnings? Hood calls into earnings, I don't know, Steph. We can take a look at Hood in a brief second, but you ready there, my guy?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
684.
684 cents.
We're taking everything out. Stop loss, 599.84.
599.84.
Which sucks because that's above VWAP. And then we're going to take it out at 602.84 profit target.
602.84. There we go, guys. 38 data points. Insane. We like that.
Not bad, man.
Yeah, that's really good. 118. A little late on that one, so that might affect us a little bit. Let's see what we got going on. Feb 4th, and 100 shares. There it goes. Here's the equity curve, looking really good so far on the Playmaker. Congratulations to all, and to all a good.
We're a little bit after that.
But okay, guys, what was I going to look at here real quick? Hood, yes. I'll pull up Hood, and then I'm going to send it back off to Sharif and see what we got going on. Swinging some calls into Hood earnings. Does Robinhood report this evening? I'm not too sure. So okay, well, I mean, hey, look at this. All-time highs here. We'll find out real quick to see if Robinhood reports.
I'm waiting to load.
Yeah, for sure. So he's looking. Yeah. So here we go, guys. Near the all-time highs on this thing. So I think like this thing went through a lot of controversy, especially with that GameStop era. But now recovering a lot of those losses. So here's Robinhood at those all-time highs. You're gonna want some good numbers. Holding calls through, I mean, it's nothing crazy. If you get that pop, you can always lock in those gains by just shelling shares if you have that capital in your account. So that's one thing that Max taught me, and how to lock in gains on contracts without having to execute the contracts after hours because it's more difficult. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that right after we get back from Madeira.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yep.
We have news here, and it's about NVIDIA. So NVIDIA here announcing that CoreWeave, which is an AI-related company that is backed by NVIDIA, apparently has here launched their first NVIDIA GP200 NVL72 cloud-based instances. So NVIDIA's backed CoreWeave apparently launching these NVIDIA GB200 chips. Just be aware of that. Interesting look here for NVDA, not doing too much. But also, while we're here, I want to debut our newest TTV Research original graphic. This one's on Snapchat here, using these snap colors, that bright yellow, that white, and the black. And this is basically look here at their net losses. Almost every quarter since they reported, it didn't include their first quarter ever because the loss was so severe that it was skewing the rest of the data. But they did here with their first report lose $2.2 billion in one quarter. So they've recovered a lot since then. Make sure to check out this chart. We also have their growth for their global daily active users per quarter, as well as some context for a lot of these quarters. So check this out on X, TTV Research. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Back to you.
All right, baby, we're taking prints here on NVVE. I think we're long 9s. It just broke through 40s. I'm looking to take the next beak wetter at the $0.50. Get it, Adair. I appreciate you. Let's see if we get that print above the $0.50. Some size showing up on NVVE at the $0.50. We'll see if this one can keep going. We're up 68% and change over here. It's a good look on this name. I had a couple of dip trades that went unfilled. I had one at 405s, and I had one a skosh below 4 in case this one wicked below 4, then rocketed back up. Here's the $0.50. There goes the $0.50. I still went unprinted though. So the high of the day right now, technically 455. I was waiting at 55s. I'm waiting at 55s, but it's got to cross for me to get that print. That's what we call the spread. So make sure you're accounting for that when you trade these monsters, because they don't hang around in the price level for all that long. We're still doing the dance with no pants right now at the $0.50 level. The Katina man just sat down. That looks like a good salad there, brother. How was the swim?
I didn't do swimming.
He didn't do swimming. He did weights. Bang! We're spending the money for the Katina man there for doing weights. Shout out to the Katina man. We're going to always shout him out every time he does weights. Get it, Katina man. And we're going to keep a look here at 455, Joseph, for that NVVE print. Not forthcoming.
Yeah, here we go with some Google guys. Held on to this one now, starting to push through and creating that little high and breaking through that resistance level that we were looking at. Let's see if the market can start to rebound here. It's looking like we might. NVDA hovering around below, the volume weighted average price. But I always mention that elastic effect. And here we go, bang, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Google is really starting to move here, looking really good with a high of over $206 on the session. Printing all-time highs is Google. And this thing might even soar high, another higher. Speaking of Google, you know what we're going to do right now as well too, Sharif, is options. There we go, expected move. We're going to look at the expected move on Google.
Goggles?
On Goggles. We're going to pull it up right here and see what we got going on from a percent metric and see what the options market is pricing in on Google. And then we're going to take a look at the chain as well too, folks. What do you got cooking up over there, man? Right?
We took the printout there on NVVE through the $0.50. I'm pleased as dang punch. And look at the fuge go, baby. We're still holding on a piece here. Where are we long? We're long 82.43. It's showing me 83.20s. Let's see if we can weasel on up. I've been waiting, baby. I've been waiting for 21,625 to get taken on a decisive basis. We're above it right now. Do we hold up above it? I'm talking about the NQ March contract. I'm charting on the NQ March contract, and I'm executing on the TQQQs, the levered product. Yeah, I took a page out of your book, baby. Get it, Katina man. Katina man is always taking futures trades on the TQQQs, and we're going to take a page out of his book today. So we're looking for that move above 21,625. It's at 31s right now, guys. It's got a higher low and it's got a higher high. So here's the low I'm looking at. There's the higher low. There's the high, and here's the higher high. So can we continue to move up? We got a high day at 21,694. I'll submit to you that that's essentially a 700 rejection, seeing as how close it got to 21.7. So if we can work our way back into 21.7, well, then this would be a hell of a trade. We're going to keep an eye out right now on the TQQQs and see if we can print a little bit more to the high side there. Guys, NVIDIA is at the volume weighted average price right now, and we've been seeing weakness on NVIDIA for a hot minute. Today is the same look. NVDA, it's up 2%, but it was trading for below VWAP for the majority of the afternoon. I think we gave up VWAP at 5 to 12. Here we are at 125, and this is the first time we've even glanced at VWAP since basically a little bit before lunchtime. So here we are. As I mentioned, I'm looking at this $119 a quarter area to a third as resistance. Well, why am I looking there? Well, VWAP happened to be in and around there. And then also look at the consolidation area low on the descending wedge. We had lower highs, lower highs, lower highs with that flat bottom. And then we got what everybody loves, that flat bottom break through the volume weighted average price. But here we go. We're curling right back into that key area of technical This time resistance, previously support. We'll have to see if it acts as a resistance this time. But NVIDIA, Joseph, working its way back above 19, working its way back above the volume-weighted average price, and it's about to take out that consolidation area low. We're going to have to wait and see here. NVIDIA catching a bid right now to the high side. Let's see how this bad boy trades. What's on your side of the desk, my man?
Yeah, we still got Google going on here, guys, and I mentioned that we're going to take a look at the expected move. So about a 6% EM there, the options market's got priced in, and then sure enough, we want to pull up the chain and see where the most open interest as of right now is, and that's sitting at that 215 strike price with just under 10K open contracts. So that's something that we're going to look for. I think that we can get to that 215 price target on Google, especially if it decides to rally on that announcement print, on that report print. So here we go. 6% move, most open contracts at that 215 strike price on the call side. As for the put side, nothing crazy, nothing standoutish other than 195. So that's what I'm going to be looking for is 215, excuse me, on goggles there, guys. So yeah, continue to let me know what you are looking at in the chat. We're going to hold on to this position, see if we can come and test this high a day without put us around 206.90-ish, I believe. So hold on, we're going to have to be a little patient on this one, and that's totally fine because what is working, we just got to continue to let work until it says, hey, we're ready to turn around in price and then maybe take a different direction in this underlying asset. So yeah, PayPal, let's take a look at PayPal. I know a lot of people in the chat are looking at that as well, and we're going to pull it up just now, PYPO, and see what we got going on. Did we start to bounce off of those lows? Pull up the 5-minute. Yeah, I mean, we're holding the lows not too bad. But again, this thing's really weak for some reason. I know a lot of people are like, why is it so weak? And I don't know if it has to do with transactions or anything along those lines. But here you go. We can only dig so much into it, and we can't manipulate the price or anything along those lines. So we just got to follow where the price action goes, and that is to the downside on PYPL. So that is PayPal, guys, for the session. And also let me know what else you guys are looking at. Here we go, Google continuing to climb, so maybe we'll start to trim a little bit more up here, and see, oh, here we go. Now we're really moving here, Katina, man. Continuing to just really roar to the top side. That volume is starting to pick up on that 5-minute time frame, which is really important for breakouts. So here we go. I think it's only a matter of time at this pace that this thing tests the high day as the SPY continues to crawl higher and higher as well, too. Not too far off the high day as well, but we got the Qs, so kind of lagging its peer here, still hovering around the volume-weighted average price, which is totally fine, but we've seen that strength in XLE and XLF today, so that's where you can see that the SPY is slightly stronger than the Qs. Let's take a look at, I haven't really looked at Tesla too much today. I don't think that this thing is overly in play to the top side. I mean, from a bear standpoint, if you want to classify it as that. But if we look at it from a daily perspective, we're near some key support levels. And as of right now, it's not looking like we're going to get those key bounces. So here it is, really consolidated price action here, trading within this specific range. I mean, as this stock starts to appreciate, that average true range will as well too, guys. So that's why the range may be a little bit more wider than what it usually is, and that's okay. But as of right now, this is Condor-esque type price action here, guys. So let's see what we got going on from a high and then a low, and see if that's even worth to construct here from an intraday standpoint. I was watching some videos the other day on some 0 DTE condors and how they can work. And they were interesting because I usually do weekly, Sharif. But the 0 DTE condor is something that I definitely might look to get involved in. And you can only use a certain amount of vehicles, because not every underlying asset has 0 DTE. So you're looking at the likes of SPY and Qs. Those are ones for sure. And Tesla might as well too. Sorry, let me pull up Tesla and see what we got going on.
Yes, sir.
Does it have it? I'm pretty sure it does. No, it doesn't. So no 0 DTE on Tesla. So for me, it's just like the likes of the Qs and the SPY for that style of trading. And that's just market neutral strategies, essentially. So you're looking for the stock price or the underlying asset to stay within a specific range. And that's what the Iron Condor is. So yeah, we'll get involved in those maybe eventually. But again, Apple pretty strong today still, Sharif, hovering around that high day as well.
Sir.
231 and change is Apple. And yeah, Google continuing to climb higher.
Cameron Lum, he asks, or she, I don't know, because it's kind of both, and you get. So what's the expected move on AMD? So I was just about to get into that right now, so we can go to my screen if we're able to, guys. Alphabet. The expected move on Google, we're looking for 6.5%. Last time around, we got 2.9% to the high side. So definitely the expected move this time a lot wider, a lot more aggressive than what we got last time. Below that, AMD, we're expecting about a 9.1% move plus or minus. Last time, we definitely exceeded that, down 10.6%. AMD got whooped last time. And then we've got others. We've got some good ones. So here's what we've got time-wise. AMD, we're expecting this one at 415. Google, we're expecting at 405. Snapchat, in between those, 410. Then we got Chipotle also coming out at 410. And ENPH, I haven't seen this person in the chat lately, but Reliable Rudy always, you remember him, Adara, Enphase, would always talking about Enphase, 405. We're expecting that today. Amgen as well, 4 o'clock, right as the bell rings. Electronic Arts, which came out, if you guys remember, I think a few weeks ago, front running their earnings report saying that they weren't going to do that well. I guess maybe FIFA, they changed it to Soccer FC or Football FC or whatever the hell it is. I don't know why they dropped the FIFA name, maybe probably naming rights. And as well as some other game. Fabian, what's that other game that Electronic Arts has that they're kind of dropping the ball on? That was, remember the one that we were talking about last time? And you said they kind of went the other way with it? Okay, maybe he'll remember in a sec. Juniper as well, Joseph. We've got that one coming out at 4:15. So we've got a banger of a show for you on today in the market recap. Again, want to remind you, it's going to be the trio. It's going to be myself, the Katina Man, and Adara today on the market recap show. We're going to be covering AMD, Google. Get it, Randy. Randy's looking. He likes it. You like what you see, Randy? I mean, like we got a couple of earnings bangers there at the end. So hopefully Randy will be pleased.
Age.
Oh, he's coming on.
Dragon
over.
Age?
I like this.
Is it Dragon Age?
What's that?
The game that you guys were talking about?
I don't
Dragon
know.
Age?
I'm not sure exactly. But we got to throw it to Adara in a second. But you and I, we're chuckling off camera. Maybe we'll get to chuckle and actually talk about what we were talking about on camera. No? All right. Check out Lulu, Canadian company.
Take a look at Lululemon, I guess, there. Thank you very much to Randy. Always enjoying these cameos. And right now we're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar. This has not been a great week for the U.S. dollar, and I put the 15-minute chart up here because I think this really shows the kind of struggles we've had. And initially, we had a massive gap up. This is so Monday here. We have this gap up, kind of we push lower. Today, we gap up as well, and we push higher, and then we go to the downside. And why is that? Well, we came into the week expecting tariffs here starting as of Saturday for both Mexico and Canada, as well as China. Then Mexico here, midday yesterday, we have Mexico saying, hey, you know what, we actually talked to Donald Trump. We're not going to have these tariffs anymore, or at least they're going to be delayed for a month. Then Justin Trudeau, post-market, announced that he and Trump also talked. And we're going to have another delay here for tariffs for Canada as well. So both Canada and Mexico having their tariffs delayed by 1 month. We have no word on China yet. So I think that's of note. Fitch here, this is the credit rating agency, they also said they're a little bit worried now about the state of U.S. trade because of these tariffs. I think it makes it a little bit cautious. We're going to have to keep an eye on that, of course. But it's worth noting they have said here that it's specifically not a trade war. So Donald Trump's trade advisor has said this is actually not a trade-related issue. They're calling it a drug issue and not a trade issue. So that's pretty interesting. We'll have to see how this comes to fruition because we know that Donald Trump and Xi are set to meet, quote, very soon. We don't know when that is, but if I find anything out, I'll let you guys know. The other interesting thing here with regards to the U.S. dollar and currency in the market as a whole, Fed Chair Powell now has his time here, or scheduled time for a semi-annual monetary policy report here with the Senate. That's going to be February 11th. That is a Tuesday. I will give you guys all the deets on that February 11th. Stay tuned for that report from Fed Chair Powell, where he gets grilled a little bit by that Senate committee. Back to you.
Appreciate that, Adara. Yeah, interesting look right now. I'm keeping an eye on the future. I want to let you guys know the Katina Man's long 119.08 on NVIDIA. He's already in the money on that. We're going to shout out the Katina Man. He comes in, he sees the VWAP break. He likes what he sees, and then we're basically that's that. So Sean back from the gym, and he's long NVDA. Good day for today for NVIDIA, 2 1/3. I mean, it's not at the highs, but at least it's up on the day. It's been a tough little while for NVIDIA. All right, guys, We threw out the poll earlier on, but we only have 658 votes, and I'm not really sure what's up with that because you have SMCI on there, and SMCI's put in a nice move on the day, 7.5%. We got ETH recovering from the depths of hell, bouncing back into, I think, 2,700 or 2,800 we're right now, Katina, man, up 4.5%, despite the fact that Bitcoin still trading down. So ETH, and we saw Eric Trump take to X yesterday, I was going to say Twitter, and he's like, in my opinion, we should be buying ETH here, so make of that what you will. AMD, the monster, reports after the bell today. Up 40 or it's 45%, but selected by you guys on PayPal. The earnings loser. I hesitate to say that because I didn't see a whole lot wrong with the report, but nonetheless, it's down on the day, 26%. So guys, get into the chat. Have your say every day, baby, during that lunch hour or that midday time slot that we're on, and determine what the big kahunas look at through that 2 to 2:30 time slot. They'll give you their opinion on it, and if they trade it, they'll show you how and why, and if they didn't, they'll give you their look, why they didn't trade it or how they would have. So that, to me, is important information, and I know if I was a viewer, I'd be participating in that chat every day to try to get the Katina Man and the Neil to look at my tickers. Joseph.
Yeah, someone in the chat asked us to take a look at the Snapchat expected move. I'm not sure you
I got
pulled that
it.
over.
Yeah,
I got it as well too. About 17%, 17.3%. What do you got on it for that?
Let's look over here.
I said 6% for Google, and you said 6.4, so relatively close.
Same thing, yeah. Let's load up this bad boy. I got the side chart over here. Here we go. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man's 45 cents in the money, and it's breaking through that $0.50. So that's a good look there, Katina Man. That's a nice breakout there and to take a VWAP. Shout out to the Katina Man. What we're expecting, Joseph, is an 18.6% move, and we got something similar to that. We got 16% last time.
On the last move? Okay. So
yeah, we got 15.9 to the upside.
Yep.
So it was an earnings surprise, if I'm not mistaken. Fact check me, chat, but I'm pretty sure we were expecting worse than anticipated ad revenues for Snapchat, and what we got was the exact opposite. We got better than expected ad revenues. I want to see if they can do that quarter over quarter. Because, the other guys are. Meta's killing it on ad revenue. We already know that. Google, we'll find out. We'll find out tonight, obviously. I'm assuming they're probably going to kill YouTube itself on its own is insane. So we're going to find out what Snap has to say with respect to that. This is breaking out, Katina Man, and it's taking the futures with it, and more pleased I could not be, because we're almost $1 in the money on this futures trade, Katina Man. I do appreciate that, so we're going to put the beak wetter right at that $1. So we're going to need you to punch in a few more 100 shares of NVIDIA, Katina Man, to bump up the future so we can get that print. But the futures are headed to the high side, baby. We're about to take out 21,650, Joseph. Good look right now, my man. What do you got on that side of the desk?
Yeah, same thing. Still holding on to this Google, looking for that bounce once again. As NVDA continues to climb higher, we got a little bit involved in this as well, too, guys. So let's see what we got cooking up. Oh, and I accidentally flipped there on IBIT as well, so that's okay. Let's see if that thing's going to break as well, because it's starting to run into some key resistance zones. But here you go on NVDA, continuing to climb higher, up about 2.5% on the session so far. So really strong recovery here. I was telling you guys I grabbed some at 118 last night. Let's see if we can add into this strength here on NVDA. But also let's take a look at IBIT one more time and see what we got going on. Let's see if we can break through this resistance zone and that volume and that momentum step in to this underlying asset, because as of right now, it is just moving to the east, and that is not necessarily something that I would want to see right now. And then also, let's see what we got cooking on with the Google trade as well, to see if we can hold on to this, or we're going to get stopped out break even, which would put us around that 204.91. Is that around that 204.88. And if that, then we'll get at Dodge, reassess the situation, and see what is going on from them. But guys, I know a lot of people in the chat were asking me to take a look at UPS, and sure enough, we will. United Parcel. Really tough look here, especially after that earnings announcement on UPS. But I mean, this could be somewhat of a good signal. Are we ready to turn around? Maybe not just yet, but I do like this hammer print from a daily perspective. So any more sell side, I'm still going to look for the continuation of UPS, maybe to the downside, but those turnaround signals will appear, and then we can go top side. But we got some ad reads.
Yes, sir. Newer traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving fees. You get to trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite trading experience. You can analyze, you can strategize, and hopefully after all that, you'll be able to capitalize using the best platform. I'm talking about eSignal. If you haven't already guessed, it's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and it's also got game-changing charts. You just saw them on my screen. Predict with excellent back testing. They're reliable, real-time data, global markets literally at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Or if you're ready to elevate your trading, then scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or go into the video description for that link. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. Let's move on back into, this is RCAT, but I want to look at NVVE. Oh, here we go. So now I've got a couple of dip trades right now that are no longer valid on NVVE. So I'm taking them both off. And why are they no longer valid? Because I base my trades with these small cap gappers based upon VWAP. And this is trading below VWAP by about 15 pennies. It's on a $4 name. So the volume weighted average price on NVVE is at 4.25. We're showing 407s. So I did have a couple of dip trades to front run 4, but that's when VWAP was a little bit lower than where it is right now. You'll be able to see that black line. That's why I got there initially at 410. So if this one wants to reclaim VWAP and trade above 4.25, NVVE is the one I'm talking about. I'll absolutely be persuaded to get back into it, but at the moment, it is trading below VWAP. It's also below the 10 exponential. So that's not the look for me. Let's see if it uses 4 as support and then bounces right back up. So that's what I am thinking about there. What else we got over here? Let's have a look at the MAG. See what they're up to, if there's anything moving over here. So Amazon, I mean, I really feel I got to do better with that. Amazon, I wanted that VWAP trade, and then I just got distracted, and there it is. Now you got about $1 off that VWAP trade. So Amazon's good right now in the fact that it bounced off VWAP. What I'm kind of concerned about with Amazon is a couple of things. Number one, we have selling at this $0.75 level. We saw that. That was the area crest before. 241.80, 241.75. So we're about to take that level out right now, if we do take it out. So it's a local area of resistance. In addition to that area of resistance, we've had lower highs all throughout. So we could change that with this area over here breaking through this area. So Amazon looks like it's destined here to take 242. Or so it seems, because it's not really giving up the ghost, and it's basically trading at the higher end of this candle, not moving back down. In addition to Amazon bouncing off VWAP, Meta just took out the high of the day, 707.48 META. Good look for Meta. It was also putting in lower highs, with also lower lows. So it looked like a bull flag, kind of, with a downward channel. Then you got the break of this line. Neil draws these trend lines, and he looks for the breaks of these trend lines, and I think he would have gotten a break through about that 704.5, give or take. So Meta also on the way up here. I'm keeping an eye on Apple. Apple seems very consolidative, below 232. It's a little bit above 232, a little bit below 232 right now, the dead one Apple. It's got, some support over here at this 231.50. That's the area crest. We've largely defended that 231.50 the majority of the afternoon. On the other side of the coin, so that's the bullish side. The bearish side is we're putting in lower highs, kind of like we were doing on Amazon, kind of like we were doing on Meta. The only thing is, though, this one's not popping up to try to test the highs. In fact, it's trading at the lower end of the range. So we're going to keep tabs on that. AAPL in focus, obviously, as we watch for what could be a wider trade war, tariff war. So that's a look there. I've got nothing else, Joseph. I mean, I'm keeping an eye here on NVVE. It's broken down below VWAP, so I'm happy I cleaned up my orders at that level because that was no longer valid. those dip trades that we had. So NVB is really giving up the ghost here. It's below 4. It's taking out the 20 exponential moving average as well. So it's really dropping down. The one that's really holding up is one that Pretty Panda brought to my attention earlier in the show and that I never had a trade on. It's ATAI. It's not the biggest mover on the day. It's only up 23 and change. But look at this. I mean, this is beautiful, right? Sequentially higher highs, higher lows. You pull it up, you take it. I mean, you get a dip trade on the pullback, and then, within 5-10 minutes, you're in the money on this one. It had a good day yesterday as well, so it's a continuation play. That's the move yesterday. We were trading at around $1.50 when we began the day. By the end of the day, we were trading just below $2 at $1.85. That $2 level's in the rearview mirror now, baby, because we're up at 2 2/3. So ATAI, second day play, good day continuation today. It's not the biggest mover again, but a nice predictable upward channel, higher highs and higher lows. BKSY is one that we had on as a trade. I'm negative on this one, despite my best efforts to pick it up off VWAP. This one breached VWAP, it breached the 50, so I don't feel too bad about how I execute on this trade because it didn't hold up any of my levels. So it's not like I breached my rules and gave in to FOMO. This one just didn't hold up in the way that I expected, and that's fine. You can't win them all. So that's the look there. RCAT as well had a good trade on this one, but we took it out at 69s, and now it's printing 79. So RCAT looking like it wants to trade it possibly back into that high of the day. That high of the day is 986, and we're showing 979. So we could be at that high of the day quick as you like. RCAT as well, Joseph's had a couple of good days under its belt. It had a good day yesterday after a bit of a tougher day on Friday. What is going on this side of the desk, my man?
Yes, sir. So, yeah, guys, let's take a look at some of the top-performing stocks here from a volume standpoint. And with that, we have Palantir taking the crown today with $184 million. Pardon me?
No, the Katina man's pumped. Anytime he hears Palantir, he's like, hey.
Palantir, Palantir up with 100. Well, no, it is up, but I mean 184 million shares traded, and then NVDA with 167 million shares traded. So sitting in second place there, and then Pfizer surprisingly with 46.4 million shares traded. So taking that third place there, guys. With those are the three top volume stocks of the session. With obviously regards to my scanner, there are probably some more small caps with a little bit more volume, but anything over $20 and under 1,000, those are the top three thus far. But Sharif, I want to talk. Did you know that
what happened?
Terrence, Bud Crawford, and Canelo is confirmed for Vegas? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that's going to be.
I didn't get information on that. For real?
So yeah, the negotiations are almost finished on that one. So yeah, that going to be looking forward to that fight. That's going to be a good one.
When are we talking here?
September.
I think Bud destroys him.
Yeah, so do I. I think Bud too.
I have a lot of respect for Canelo.
Of course.
What he's done in his career, how many guys can say that they've done that? So I just want to preface that so you guys don't say I'm a Canelo hater. But number one, he's out of his prime.
He's out of his prime.
And Bud is a monster.
He's a monster.
Bud is a monster.
This is the case, and this brings you back to the Dark Knight quote there. When an unmovable object meets an unstoppable force. Let's see what happens here with that fight. So looking forward to that one.
Where is that? That's from wrestling, bro. Isn't that like
I just remember it from
isn't
Dark
that
Knight.
Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate Warrior in Toronto WrestleMania 6?
Is that what
Neil,
they did?
isn't
Neil
that
would
what
know
they
that,
wasn't it? They might have taken it from somebody. Okay, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
So I like that one there, but I mean I wouldn't remember WrestleMania with Hulk Hogan and the Warriors. So
I don't think you were born, bro.
I probably was not.
It was 1990. You're born in 92, so no.
2 years later, no, I was officially not born at that time. So, yeah, like that quote as well, 2NY. 2NY, I haven't seen you for a while. Where you been, my guy? And then I need money, but about to beat the brakes off that boy.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Right. I think so, too. But yeah,
Bud's
looking forward to that. Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to that one. He's a monster. He's probably one of the best boxers there. So
love watching that guy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good fight there. So that's a hangover. I love Bud, but Canelo.
Gatorman. Sorry, I love Bud, but Canelo will take anything. Bud has to really. Okay, that's a statement. I respect your opinion. I wholeheartedly disagree. I think Bud will absolutely will beat up Canelo, and I don't think that that's an easy thing to do because the only time we've seen Canelo beat up was Bivol. He did have a couple of tough fights with Gennady,
yeah.
which Gennady, you got to put some respect on that guy's name. I mean,
course, man,
he's a hell of a guy, but I think Bivol was just a bigger man, taller.
Yeah, and more technical, right?
Yeah.
Like there's holes in Canelo's game, and he just exploited them. So yeah, I like Dimitri Bivol. Looking forward to Bivol Beaterbev 2. That's going to be a really interesting fight.
About Bivol's wife?
No.
Heard about that?
No, what happened?
I'll let you Google it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll let you Google it.
Oh, he was with her for a while, and then she tried to take all his stuff or something?
Not even, bro. She was like rooting for him to get knocked out.
Oh,
and
yeah?
stuff like that. It was ugly.
That's not
it was
very
ugly.
nice. That's very
Yeah.
nice of her. But yeah, guys, let's see what else we got going on. Holding on to this NVDA. See if we can get this pop to 120. If not, then it is what it is. Not going to cry over spilt milk. When is this happening to NY? It's in September. September somewhere in Vegas, the fight is apparently playing for. So, yeah, I don't know if it's an easy win there, Steve Duran, especially because Bud's, a lot of people underestimate his power, right? And he's moving up a couple weight classes, so he doesn't have to cut weight. So it's just a transition of the cardio now. So looking forward to that one. I think it's going to be an absolute banger. And there's some big UFC fights coming up as well, too. My guy Sean Strickland versus Dricus Duplessis. Yeah, so for all my UFC fans, I know there's a lot of UFC people in the chat as well, too. So that's going to be a fight I'm looking for. I think Sean Strickland won the first fight. You guys let me know about that. But Dracus is an absolute monster as well, too. Just moves forward, guys. But yeah, okay. One thing that is really like kind of mind-boggling right now is that one of the stronger tech stocks today, Sharif, is AMD, continuing to climb higher, up to about 118 and change here, is Advanced Micro Devices. It's so hard not to say money destroyer because it just seems to be its name right now. But we took a look at it from a daily perspective earlier, and we're still over 50% off of those highs. So in order for this thing to even get back to break even, you need 100% return on this thing. So that's my opinion on AMD. I think this earnings call is going to be a really big one. And let's see what you guys are saying in the chat here about some of these fights. So I know some people say Sean won the first one, which is really interesting.
Here it is.
Won. Yeah, there you go. So,
Turkey Al-Sheikh's doing it, which, surprise, surprise. But what's funny is that Turkey and Canelo had a bit of beef. Because Canelo kept asking for ridiculous amounts of money, and Turkey's like, we can't make that happen. You're only asking for ridiculous amounts of money because you don't want to fight.
Yeah, you
and
don't.
so Turkey was calling him out on that. So here it is, Joseph. He's moving up 2 weight classes. They're fighting at 168, super middleweight. So Terrence, who last fought Joseph at 154, who had already jumped into junior middleweight from junior middleweight, or you can call it super welterweight. They're interchangeable. From welterweight at 147. So he had already moved up a weight class in his last fight. Now he's moving up 2. So he's moving up to 168. He's not even fighting at 160. That's middleweight. So he's moving up to super middleweight. And that's going to be likely, Joseph, as you said, on my mommy's birthday there, September 13th.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's going to be a good look there. They're finalizing the deal, apparently. We're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be in Vegas, as you mentioned. I'm going to be super pumped about this. It's going to be in the Allegiant Stadium. The Raiders. What? They're not even doing it in T-Mobile Stadium?
Crazy.
I thought they were going to do it in T-Mobile.
They usually do those big fights in T-Mobile.
No, not anymore. We're getting the big boy stadium here.
Stadium. That's insane. And outdoor.
This is going to be beautiful.
Outdoor there. So
it feels like way too long away. Bud's undefeated, bro. 41-0 with 31 KOs. Unreal. The dude's nuts. So I think a lot of Bud, obviously, and I think a lot of Canelo as well. But I just don't think it's. We'll see. Maybe Canelo holds some of the weight better.
Do you remember Canelo's first deal with DAZN? It's like 300 million for 8.
I do remember that. How many
like
fights?
8 fights or something?
Yeah, I remember this. I remember
That's
this.
ridiculous, man. 300 sheets.
Bro,
for
DAZN
8
came
fights.
into Canada, outbid Rogers, outbid Bell, just took the Premier League from them. It's like, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do, man?
Right? So they got money to throw around.
Of course.
Right? So clearly DAZN is, weight is a factor, says Paul H. You're not wrong there, my man. Obviously,
Big time.
Canelo, he fought at 175 against Bivol? fought at
it
light
was light
heavyweight.
heavyweight, yeah,
So he did fight at 175.
yeah.
So I think obviously Canelo probably has a lot more experience in those weight classes. 168's a step down, but I will submit to you probably a more natural weight for Canelo to fight at as opposed to 175. So
What do you think? What do you think these guys are getting paid for these fights?
we're gonna have to
I can't
wait.
wait to see the
Turkey's
purses.
been throwing around money though.
I
Joseph.
can't wait to see these purses are going to be like 8.
No, Turkey O'Shea, not Turkey the country. Nah, do you watch boxing? Yeah, then you won't know who this guy is. He's a Saudi Arabian promoter, and he's been throwing around that Saudi money. He's been dropping that Arab money.
These guys are making eight figures for this fight.
8 figures?
Yeah, easily,
Probably.
easily.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can totally see that.
Plus a share of the pay-per-views. Right?
Is that what they're offering shares of pay-per-views right now? That's a move?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. September 13th, Randy. I don't know if you're not interested, obviously, in boxing, but that's what we're talking about. Yeah, it's going to be a great fight. You got one of the better fighters of the generation right now. Terrence Crawford, middleweight. You know, he's going to be putting his belt on the line that he took, I think, from this Israel Madravov guy. Israel Madravov. He beat him last time. Title-winning effort. That was at 154. So yeah, that's a look there. Big Randy, bless us with a car tip.
Yeah, bless us.
You got anything for us before you leave? Blessed. Yeah. It wasn't stated. MB3 would like a tip for cars. I don't know. Maybe a nice model to look out for, something you're hearing maybe possibly within your circles that we could talk about.
The only thing that caught my eye on the weekend.
Can we get the mic possibly, or if that's okay? Just so that the production team doesn't.
I don't think it comes all the way over here, does it?
Oh, it's mobile, baby.
Oh, that one there. Yeah, that one's not mobile. That one's not going to
The
come all the way.
Katina man's going to bring, the Katina man's giving his mic. Yes, here we go. Bro sporting a Jensen jacket. You're getting love from the chat. They're calling that the Jensen jacket.
Jensen jacket.
Yeah, I think it's a good look there. Derek is giving it a round of applause as well.
Channeling the inner Jen.
I don't know.
All right, Randy.
We're wired.
We're wired.
I think.
Oh, baby, that
Are we good?
smells really good, that coffee, by the way.
He's good to go.
I got it. You're good, Randy. Production
The only
team
thing
good
that caught
with
my attention on the weekend was the new 2025 Corvette ZR 1.
I saw this.
1,064
Core
63 horsepower.
No way.
Yeah, it's insane. There's another Z, right? Z24.
No.
This is like, I know, but there's two types of Z, right?
Well,
this one's got more horsepower than
This
the
is
other
the
one.
top of.
Yeah.
This is hypercar territory, and it's 200 and yeah.
Look
like
at that.
what? Hello, thank you, GM. I mean, this will be the last high horsepower ICE car we probably ever. Yeah, like it just zero to insane and
Zero to insane real quick.
and it's not that expensive.
Is that good for a quarter mile, Randy? Like, I don't know quarter mile times. I know 0 to 60, 9.6. Is that good?
Yeah,
That's ridiculous,
I
right?
mean, so the last kick of the can for the ICE generation, we'll call it, of hypercars, but this is not this is like, whoa. And the price was less than 160 grand. I was like, terribly surprised. Big nod to GM that they can pull off something like this. Again, the last probably, yes, the E-Ray is out, the electric
the yellow though.
Corvette.
Yeah. This has
Joe, you can get it in any color you want.
Hold
You
on,
got the
Randy.
Dodge, any
This
color
is
you
a
want.
hybrid, right? They got an electric motor in this, or is it naturally
I
aspirated?
believe.
Don't they usually throw hybrids on these things to boost up the torque now? Here it is. So this is handmade because it's got. That's very unusual for GM, right? To do handmade engines.
You know what? I don't know how many they're going to sell, but I was. Again, I'll give my nod to GM for putting out something like this. This is unbelievable.
This is like hypercar territory.
Well, your
right?
Bugatti territory. Like, this is amazing what they've done. And like I said, this is kind of the end of the ICE generation. Corvette's been around since forever. And just a really cool tribute to a lot of
ridiculous.
1,064 horsepower.
Ridiculous, bro.
So yeah, it caught my attention on the weekend. I was just browsing, and
we only got a minute left, Randy. So I want to get your opinion on this. A lot of people talk. I'm talking about a lot of people. Is Doug DeMoro. That's really my source for this.
Love Doug.
Doug's amazing. Randy, he's saying that right now, Ferrari, who reported earnings today, who did well, some of these people who are going to Ferraris expecting an entry level or that have only bought one Ferrari, we know how Ferrari works. To get to the top level, you got to buy multiple and then work your way up. They're being offered, I forget the name of it, but basically Ferrari right now, the demand for it apparently is down. I don't know what you're hearing about this. They're offering people with one Ferrari a very high-end Ferrari that they typically wouldn't have offered you if you had only bought one Ferrari so far.
I mean, sales are everything, you know. Once you're in the club, yes, you work your way up the ladder. So, you know, if you've bought a brand new one off the lot or you order one in the past, Lamborghini works this way too.
Yep.
They're, no, I don't. This is how you get into the game. And, you know, they're willing to... What's wrong with my mic?
You've got Sean's mic.
No, I know.
Okay, yeah.
They're willing to move numbers. So good for them. You know what? Again, another nod to the last generation of pure ICE Ferraris that are moving into the hybrid territory. These cars will be worth a fortune down the road.
They usually do. They hold their value amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know what? If you got the dosh to go grab one of those.
I'm going to send you the video that I saw with Doug, because you know he has a podcast now in addition to doing the reviews. So it was on the podcast that he was riffing with one of the guys that he has on there, and they were talking about this whole Ferrari thing that I was telling you about. So I'd like to get your take on it, but obviously you got to hear it first.
Yeah, I got to see it.
And,
I'll watch it.
I'm definitely going to send that to you. I appreciate it. All right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock. We're going to give Rainey an opportunity to give the mic back to Sean. But, guys, join us today, Market Recap Show. We're going to have a banger, Adara, myself, and the Katina Man, AMD reports, Google reports, as well as many others. Catch that with us. Joseph and I, though, we'll see you same bat time, same bat time. Take it over, Big Kahunas.
Look, the market might be it's trying to turn a little bit here, but it's a big day. I know you mentioned Treef just mentioned AMD, Alphabet, Snapchat, Chipotle, and Phase. Like, it's going to be a wild one after market. But for now, you've been trending to the upside. I don't know. I'm looking at a couple of things that are trying to curl as we speak. AMD's at their highs, but the NASDAQ is cresting right off of the highs. Little bit of a pullback in here. I'm looking currently at Apple, which is at a bit of an inflection point. One of the strongest names this morning, obviously trending to the upside pretty much the entirety of the way, starting to lose the bid a little bit as, the strongest stock at all. Well, okay, there's probably like a penny stock out there or a small cap that might have done more percentage-wise than Palantir, but like the strongest stock of any real size or value, of course, is Palantir. All of a sudden, it's not even at VWAP anymore. So like the shift went to Palantir in the morning, Palantir and Apple in the morning. Now you got Google breaking out, you got Meta breaking out. So it's like we're shifting the heavy lifting a little bit here, which is fine. It just means that you have to be able to jump on whichever train happens to be going. So Palantir's still up 22%, just pointing out that we are pressing back toward the highs with this underneath VWAP, at least in the short term. But yeah, it's shaping up to be a pretty good afternoon. No questions asked. AMD's at the high of the day. I know a lot of people are watching this, 3.5% going into earnings. AMD, for the first time in a while, leading the market. Only thing I'm looking at, which is currently breaking out the high of the day. It's not always this way for AMD, but they got a lot to prove tonight. Obviously, they got a lot to prove tonight. I'll leave it at that.
Hey, everybody. So yeah, we're just backing in. Not back in. We came back. We take our AirPods in. They're not performing as good as I thought, so I put them into an Apple store. We'll see if they can do a diagnostic on those bad boys. Shout out to Brian Shannon. Shout out to everybody that's out there, man. Everyone who's a real one. No talking about trading, just trading. There it is. VWAP, boom. Pick a stock that you like, take it. There it is. Putting it on the board. So yeah, so far so good here today, as Nvidia is the one. Palantir was so good. I'm assuming when we do the rundown there, we'll get some feels on this one. Palantir was great, obviously, until it lost VWAP right there. So we tried it and got out, but bang, bang, bang. Just a bunch of reloads there. No better of a day to have Brian Shannon join me on the After Hours show here tonight. It's going to be packed up. I love having Sharif there, but I almost think we maybe don't need Brian then if we're going to have Sharif. I wonder if Adara's going to be joining, but anyways, we'll figure that all out. 4 of us, eh? Join us tonight. I mean, it's going to be monstrous. So we're really excited for all that. 105.75 coming through, man. It's Google, it's Amgen, it's Mattel, it's Mondelez, it's EA, it's Enphase, it's CMG, it's Snap, it's Match Group, it's AMD, it's Juniper. All right, so yeah, NVIDIA just keeps on going. Palantir keeps on going, man. This is 45 cents right now. We'll see if we can get a little bit higher. Long here at 119. I guess I got to switch over and get into the right chat, and then you guys can start tagging me. My thing never, ever flips over. I don't know if you guys, let me know. What is your... everybody in the chat, do you guys wind up flipping over? Do you have to find a brand new stream? Because it's supposed to just carry you over. It does it literally 0% of the time for me. I mean, maybe 5% right there. But hey, what's going on, everybody? There we go. We're now in the chat. So yeah, it's NVIDIA, man. It's right there. It's going to go to PL3 on this one little trade. So happy with it. Yeah, sky's the limit if you're trading with me here. Let's just keep it going. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? Yours rolls over. Okay, that's good. It varies, says the Piper. Okay. Well, we'll see. Google, with your report tonight, can you fix your iTunes or your YouTube problems? We'll see about that one. Fabian, I'm coming over there to look for my earpiece. All right, without any further ado, let's go over to the desk with Sharif. The screen.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are ready. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But only the few top 5 make it on. All right, guys, let's have a look at the triple Qs. We're taking out local highs here. We're still below the high of the day on the NQ. It's about over 1%, 1.15% right now for the NQ. The ES up about 2/3%, give or take. The Dow a little bit higher than flat, up about 1/5, and the Russell 2000 positive up about 1.1%. This is, sorry, didn't get this one ready. Palantir, Neil, that's the first one. It was a huge earnings winner today. How was your look on Palantir?
Oh, OMGGG. I like these. Google tonight and PayPal poop, ETH pop. I like these. Shout out to you there, Sharif. I like you keeping it real. No, Palantir, look, last night we saw that epic run to $100. That was awesome. You saw the resistance at $100. The second it got there was that. It was like 96 was a bit of resistance as well. But all morning long, it was just bounce, bounce, bounce over 100. When you came to the open, I know we're looking for the 100 bounce, but you know what? Sometimes you shouldn't have an order. You never broke $100. You could have had an order at like 165 or something like that, and you would have been filled in that wick. Let me zoom in. That dark pool looks annoying. You could have had it if you were willing to sit in front of the $50 at 100. But once that came and went, you just go back to SOP, standard operating procedure. Like try to bounce off of VWAP, and it was a bounce off VWAP. It was a break off. Let's do that. Bounce off VWAP, break off 105. I ended up trailing out of this, which I think was a bad trail of the last 10%. But at the end of the day, it's a weird one in that it's not the same thing as Netflix, but it looks a little like the Netflix earning day, where you had an initial push up, you didn't really carry through the morning high, and then it's just been lower highs ever since, even trending back in. I had one reload in here where we played it off of into VWAP off of this 103 quarter area, and when it lost that, you oddly enough could have reversed on Palantir, but up 22%. You can't begrudge anybody for taking profits on a day like today. So is it shocking necessarily that it's putting in some lower highs here? No, because there's a lot of money that wants to make sure they bank it when it's been that big of a rally. But if it's not, there were a lot of people I talked to on the floor and even on another floor where this is the first place they looked this morning, and if you missed something else because you took Palantir, then that's just how it had to be. It was obviously a really good long multiple times. It gave you $2 twice. It gave you $4 off the bottom. If you reversed it into the short, you could have been short off this and made $4 or $5, and all doing so while leading the double check. It's still leading. And we said NVIDIA was going to catch this on volume. NVIDIA is going to catch Palantir on volume, but it's still leading at least 4 now, PLTR.
All right, Palantir. I'll get this figured out after in a minute. Palantir. Don't worry about it. Palantir here. Look, it's the bell of the ball. It's the number one trade. It's the number one trade on the sticky note. It's P&L number one. It's absolutely huge. It's great trade. Great trade early. Great trade off VWAP. Great trade again, and then it lost it. So I mean, I really. We're over the moon today with Palantir. We hit our daily goal within the first half hour just on this name alone. It's going to be P&L number one, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. It will just be there for a very, very long time. It's Palantir. It's the best. We knew we wanted this name today. Pretty, as Neil said, pretty easy trading. I mean, I don't see anywhere where, I mean, you could have lost on it, I guess, if you wanted to go short at some points. But there it is, man. Palantir, the number one trade. Doesn't get down to 97, 98. We talked about maybe watch out for that $100 break. But yeah, standard operating procedures is pretty simple for me, man. Make money off of key levels that we continue to do. So that's what we're doing right there with Palantir. Congratulations, anybody that had it. It's your P&L number one today. It's not even close. Palantir, a monster trade. Just keep the good times rolling with this name. Again, 23, 24%. I didn't sell anything at the top. Let's see if we get some day two cover back there to the upside. It is a nice day for the NASDAQ and the ES, both up pretty big, right? So, that's helping the name for sure. But yeah, Palantir, an easy trade today. There's no doubt about that. I feel like, as we were mentioning, probably if you looked at it, it's probably your P&L number one.
All right, guys, Google after the bell tonight. Make sure to catch that with us on the Market Recap Show. I think we're trading today into all-time highs, very close to anyway, trading about $200. Here's what we're expecting after the bell. Analysts looking for $2.13 per share for EPS, up from $1.64 last year on earnings of around $96.2 billion, up from that $86.3 billion last year, guys. Google involved in this one during the midday. Let's see how they trade after the bell. Catch that with us on the Market Recap Show.
Right here.
Look, Google, how many Mag 7 names are going to push fresh highs today? Well, the answer, obviously, Meta looks pretty good, and Alphabet, it hasn't had, there just hasn't been a bad day since we've broken away from the prior high. We just got a super chat from Nick. I believe it was Nick Dubs in the chat here, and we'll get to the super chat in a second. I don't know much about this INOD, so that's the first thing. But it does look like a pretty good bull flag for you here, Nick. Thank you for the super chat. But what also looks like a pretty good bull flag is Alphabet. And this is what happens when you've got a strong stock and ultimately they're kicking on every cylinder. I know there's going to be some concern with regard to cloud. There's going to be some concern with advertising out there, but the valuation's fantastic on this. I can't see much I don't like about this. We've been holding on 200 period moving average, or the 50 period moving average and the 200. I've been more of a 200 period moving average buyer than the 50, but it's not like you've gone wrong in either way when it comes to Alphabet. As far as this afternoon, I don't necessarily like trading. It's diddling in the middle this afternoon going into earnings. So I'm not, AMD's different because I think and we'll get to AMD next apparently, but AMD is clearly trending and at the highs, whereas you're kind of diddling in the middle going into earnings on Google. So as far as trades going into the afternoon, I'm not really that interested in Alphabet. I think I'd be more concerned with Apple here, which again looks like it could be breaking down. It's putting in some lower highs as we speak. If the market fails the top and this fails a lower high, I actually like Apple for another short, which we only traded once for a short on a reversion, which was a lot easier because it was a first red candle on a 15-minute. But I'd trade that only because Google has those earnings tonight. But I'm expecting them to beat. Ultimately, when you're at an all-time high, it's going to come down to the guidance. The numbers are going to be great. It's just going to be what they look like going forward.
Yeah, look, we're really happy. Google's my number one holding, I would think at this point. It used to be NVIDIA, but now NVIDIA's come back. So Google, Meta, all these big tech names continue to be, just big holdings and ones that continue to work. And I'm not getting out of anything here pre-anything. We'll just hopefully let it continue to drift higher. I don't think there's any point in getting into this name now into the rest of the afternoon. It's going to be a big earnings report. They're expected at 4 or 4:05. We have two things written down here. Revenue of just small, $81.38 billion.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's it, man. EPS of $2.12. Its past move was only 3%. We're looking at 6 now. So we'll see if it goes. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised actually if it comes down into 195. Google's been a fun name to trade on earnings, and we'll look to see that tomorrow. It could be a big mover, man, but I don't really see what's going to move the needle. I do really like what we're doing right here with YouTube, and I think that that's going to be a big piece of the pie here. But at the end of the day, yeah, you're going to wait for that revenue number, and as long as that stays in line, and so it's 81.38 billion, that would sort of help us understand that, you know, maybe things aren't completely as bad as they are with Microsoft and ChatGPT and Gemini. As long as they can keep their revenues intact, I like it. It's been really working off the 200 period, as Neil said, but it's the 50 period that hasn't broken in a long time. The 200, I think, would be right around here. I think that's the only time it dipped. Yeah, right into there. So that's September bottom. Other than that, boom, boom. That's the only time it ever broke. Obviously, a move back down to 175 would be great. We picked our poison with Amazon down into these areas here where we started to buy some different names. But yeah, it's still a hella long tech. And really liking our opportunity here with Google tonight. So yeah, another name that we look forward to calling out for you on the recap show. Sharif, myself, Adair, and Brian Shannon, man, Murderers Row tonight. It's a big, busy one on the recap show. So join me then at 4:05, where we'll be taking Google to the moon.
We'll have to see if this one moons as well, Sean. It's got a great day today, almost 4% right now for AMD. It also reports after the bell, so make sure to catch that with us. And then you had this chime in as well. Rosenblatt maintaining the buy on AMD, maintaining that same price target of $250. Morgan Stanley felt a little bit differently. They maintained their equal weight, and they lower their price target ahead of earnings to $147. It should be noted, we're expecting EPS to come in at about $1.08 on revenue of $7.5 billion, guys.
Just quickly, we're going to get to AMD in a second, but Bitcoin just took 100 again. So it's done it. It was actually there this morning before rejecting, but we just broke out 100. On IBIT, it's not exactly 57, but I mean, it's close enough. It's like 56.90 something is going to be that 100 level. So once again, you've got crypto on a power move. We haven't held this at any point with any real girth here today. You saw it in the morning, kind of drop off at this zone. So kind of like scalp it into the high, look for higher lows, but a big move here, or a move happening here in BTC. Yesterday, when it broke the 100 level, you had some serious carry through yesterday. What is going on with oh, my mouse is, there we go. We had a big carry through all the way up to like 58. So it went 57 to 58 in the afternoon. Let's see if it can do it again here on Bitcoin. AMD, it's weird. I have one trade in AMD. It's super strong. It was a short. But at this point, it's absolutely off to the races. I don't like chasing. I'm kind of looking for a mean reversion like it did earlier. Like this has just gone off. It's been off the chain to the upside. And what's crazy about AMD is it's no longer ridiculously overvalued. Let me just double check. It's like it used to be like their PE and their forward was way
it's
too
chopped in
super
half.
expensive.
The stock price is chopped in half.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the forward P is like 24 now. So like if they don't stink, you know, like if they come up with a beat, then this is going to be actually reasonably priced. And I think that would be a sign that it could be a sign that the bottom is a little bit in here. Come on, daily chart. It could be a sign that you have a temporary bottom, which is in. It does have a nice double bottom. It's working off of 112 when it finally loads up, 112, 113. And I think if they beat, this is blowing out the 120. I just feel like you're not going to get a chance to make that trade unless you're doing it in the aftermarket, because if they pull a beat, I can see it filling in a little bit of this gap here on AMD. But we have a chance to get to that 120 before the market even closes. But I expect some crazy action on this one. You know, the fact that the whole time people are like, it's so overpriced, they're playing second fiddle, it's number two. Well, as long as you meet those numbers tonight and don't have a bad guide, I think a little bit's gonna change tonight.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if they beat, the stock will go up, and if they miss, the stock will go down. So, yeah. Look, you know, let's just go over to PayPal because I traded PayPal. PayPal was absolutely fantastic. Let's go have a look at PYPL.
It's ugly, Sean. It's real ugly. We're talking about 12.5%. We're trading at the day's lows right now. This one did report in the pre-market today. Initially popped up. You can see that wick there on the chart, but printing lower lows and lower highs. There wasn't a whole lot, guys, in this report that was bad. They beat on EPS. They beat on revenue. They guided well. There is concern, though, about some margin pressure on this $15 billion stock buyback. I guess didn't move the needle, guys. Down 12.5.
It's funny because it is bad, but PayPal is still going to be your P&L number 2 for the show. It's another one right there. We went long, we bought it. It was a good trade. Look at this. Look at our last out right there, 81.60. I mean, we had bought this at 80 all the way upside. That's $1.40 right there. Sorry, $80.20. That's $1.40. That's $1.60. Just kept on making that cash and never have one trade underneath where we went long. So absolutely fantastic. PayPal for the win again. Unfortunately, when it broke 80 was really when we should have been looking short. So we weren't. That would, again, another pretty easy play there, breaking through 80. But we just hit the longs today. So surprised that we were able to find the long. But we had written that down, that we had liked this PayPal long. So I thought it was overblown on the earnings, but obviously not, because it was only down 7 or 8% when I made that comment. Now you're seeing it down 13, 12%, 13% probably incoming. I don't know why I said 13, but down 12.5% right now and not looking great. So again, whatever the report was, the report was. We made money on it long, which is crazy. And there goes NVIDIA again. We're still here for you guys. Not going anywhere. There's another one, Neil. Another banger on right there. Good luck with IBIT. Let's see if that can go as well. But so far, here it goes. Another banger here for NVIDIA. We don't have, me and Neil will talk about this, but we got NVIDIA, we've got Palantir, we've got PayPal. I just told you this is the number 2 stock. And then hovering right here is Rigetti as well. Another big trade there on RGTI. So we're going to go 4 for 4 again. I think that's what we were yesterday. Top it off with another one here today. Let's go back. I don't know. Do you want to talk about PayPal at all?
Do we have to? We ready?
No, if as long as you want to, whatever you want to do.
So we'll get to it in a quick little segment. I want to remind everybody that Hive Digital Technologies, that is HIVE on the NASDAQ, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code you see right there in front of you. Ooh, I just trailed out of IBIT, but we'll get to that in a quick little second. Shout out to Hive, appreciate them, and thank you to them for the sponsorship. PayPal, I took it multiple times on what I like to call, it's an SSR play. The first time it actually didn't tick 10%, so we just kind of got in and out flat. On the first trade, it wasn't down 10%, so that wasn't the entry I was looking for. The second one pulled into VWAP, that was good, but I did take it 2 more times. So I did take it here, and then I did take it 1 more time. This is actually, it's 2 trades at the exact same level, but then turned it red at the end of the day. I like the SSR bounce play, and really, I double down on this one because it actually set up the best in terms of the long trend, the big breakdown. Let me zoom it in so you can see. There you go. This was the one that the long trend down. So I was into this one a little bit more and turned myself red on it. If you leave it to the morning when it pulled into VWAP, it would have been great. Ultimately, look, PayPal, you can't see it on that daily chart. Ultimately, PayPal had been doing pretty well going into this print. Like it had just recently made a attempt to break out 90, which was a local high. Like a lot of FinViz, it's been a good quarter for them. It's been a good year for them. I just think you got to let this one settle down for a little bit because it is a bit of a trend reversal that it's putting in. I don't really own it, but I wouldn't be a buyer of this stock in the near term. Just very quickly here, that move on BTC came right in, it broke the high, and then came back in, breaking the trend. So we took a breakout trade, essentially at 100,000 breakout. Like I saw 100,000 tick. It just so happened to be breaking at 57. We're going to look for trend up. Next available dip, we'll look for the prior high here. That's about 57.10. So we already took Bitcoin once. We'll try to take it again here. But we've seen this song and dance at 100 multiple times. I was looking for it to be a little bit like it was this morning. Get in, get out, look to get back in on the dip. Let's see if it happens one more time. And then we'll talk about another crypto name, which apparently is a pop and not poop. ETH pop.
Yeah.
If you see, it's PayPal poop. In my head, I actually read ETH poop as well.
On the screen.
It is poop.
Is that
PayPal
a mistake?
poop. PayPal poop. ETH
We
pop.
shouldn't have words like poop
I don't
right
know.
now in there, should we?
I don't know.
All right, guys, crypto here, ETH. Getting a nice bounce after really being red the last few days, up over 5 1/5 right now. So David Sachs, the cryptos are about to make an announcement, I believe in 5 or 6 minutes. Expect that around 2:30. Also, Eric Trump took to X yesterday and just basically asked people, in my opinion, it's time to buy ETH. So a nice move up, 5 1/4%, guys, but still looking way below that last closing print.
Okay. All right. I don't know. This Bluetooth stuff is not going to work out. Yo, what's up, Sharif? Yeah. So I mean, you could trade ETHE still on the Amex. So that would be another Ethereum ETF. You can see it's a nice move up, 5.5%. So there it goes up to $23.80, $24, taking out new highs as we continue to go for Ethereum. I mean, it's been a nice little trend higher. You know, I feel like it's just the ebbs and flows of what happens in crypto. Like you just got to keep your ear to the ground. You know, we did hear of some positivity here about Ethereum, maybe being like that next one to the upside. I mean, it's kind of doing what obviously people fear that Bitcoin could eventually do, and that is like not be able to break some of those highs again. I mean, we were up to, I don't even know if this is not going to be 1-to-1, but this $34, I mean, you're down from $34, which was back in December 19th, all the way back into 22. You are now, I mean, if you talk about the election bump in crypto, Bitcoin is still up 50%. Like Bitcoin's election bump was 70, I think it was 74. Well, we can call it up, but right into there, if we take this from election days of November 5, 6, 7 here, that's $22, $23. There's the monster move up to 34, but there's a complete pullback and a complete cover up of the whole darn move again. So yeah, I mean, if you're bullish, if you're bullish right now on the space, you're into a great little spot right here, 23.50 or so for Ethereum. So I think it's going to work down here now that you've gotten killed a little bit, right? So I think as more and more sort of pressure gets taken off, I mean, Dogecoin is down to like 24 or 25 cents. Like there's a lot that have been getting hit here in the market. Again, I don't know if I'll have to double check Doge now. That was the low, but you know, you're getting taken out on some of these plays. I still think Ethereum is a thing. I'm down for like holding Bitcoin as a store of value and for it being the treasury thing and all that kind of talk, because you could see we're still holding 100K down here. I would almost switch out of all my Ethereum. I think it's too low now, but if we do get a bump back up here, maybe even to the 50, somewhere back up to $30, $32, something like that, which is a long ways away from here, then I think we'll flip it all and just put it right into Bitcoin. I don't want to get out to right now. It's way too low, but anybody that's been hodling Ethereum, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, this was on after a conversation I had with my physiotherapist. No, it was a physiotherapist. And I was just looking at Ethereum versus Solana, and Solana did it again. Like Solana bounced off support. Ethereum, Sean just showed you, like it's not really holding up that well. You want something that's holding up better. I'm mostly in Bitcoin. That's what I care about. But I don't like that chart. Like the daily on Solana looks distinctly better despite failing a local high in here. And when you look at what's going on with Ethereum, let's just use Coinbase and keep it respectable. Like we just lost a big support at 3,000 on the daily. It's still in a downward trend. Like it's a nice wick bottom. That's great when you do a recovery off wick bottom, but lower highs, lower lows. It has a chance to break trend if it gets back above 3,000, but looks like there's better places to be. Like every single day, like we're still holding 100K on Bitcoin. You know, you come at the king, you bet not miss. And Bitcoin's not missing. ETH is great. ETH has minted many millionaires. We know one, but
many.
You know, lots of them. But what have you done for me lately, ETH? That's what I'd like to know. Because unless you bought that liquidation dip recently, it hasn't done much for you lately. So yeah, it's not very good. I still have some in my Coinbase account, and I have to double check. I might actually still have some of the Purpose ETF, to be honest with you. I should just move that over right away in my TFSA. I guarantee you I still have some in my TFSA, which I just kind of left in there. It's probably way in the money, but who cares? Again, what have you done for me lately? So Bitcoin's coming back into 100,000, which is on IBIT. It's close to 57. It's slightly underneath the 57 level is that 100,000, but you can see where the volume started to pick up in here, like 56.9. Looking for a dip back into the 100,000 level for sure. I see a few people mentioning some other names in here, but also, oh no, did AMD just lose the... Oh yeah, AMD might be losing its trend here. That's a poorly drawn trend line, but yeah, AMD might be losing trend. The last time it did so was another sort of not day-long trend, but at the time it was a day-long trend. So that's the other thing I'm watching here. Dip into 100,000 Bitcoin, trend reversion on AMD, and a few Tobe's asking about UPS with a bunch of exclamation marks. I have not looked at that name. At some point, I think we can go over it, but I think AMD is very close to breaking this trend. And same thing, Bitcoin holding that 100,000. We'll look if we can get back into that one.
Yeah, we had, I think because we had some FedEx talk, and FedEx got killed there. Okay, just hold on a second. Just real quick. So there goes NVIDIA right back up into the 50-period moving average. We could have reloaded that. Actually wasn't paying attention, was doing this rundown. And then just noticed here, my net went whoop, whoop, like that. And then, so there it is right there, a nice out on the 50-period. We should have reloaded that. So we're going to put a bid down there on NVDA to get that reloaded down there. What is that exact price? I'm actually going to take that bottom. So I forgot to break this trade down. My stop order is 95 break. So if this breaks 118.95, that'll be a 13-cent hit. So right now it's 26 cents in the money. How convenient. It's now 2-1. We've been taking out more than that. Our stop has always been the same. So like imagine getting some out here. We got some out at 75s. We got some out here at, again, 80s. That is with a 13-cent stop. We're making that. So, you know, it's all about risk to reward. And, you know, that's, to me, that's the number one thing that we rely on, is because that's the way you could take more shares. If you don't, like we're 4 for 4. So like what you have to do is you could fire like that quick little bullet there on IBIT that Neil did. It's like, if you're going to have quick stops like that, then you better have more shares, you know, because like, why would you only take, like, why would I only take small, like, if that's going to be my stop, you can almost take 10,000 shares here, like, because your stop is 13 cents, like 10,000 shares would be too much. But at the end of the day, like, that's the kind of risk, right? Like, there's no point in sitting here and just babying these trades. Like, if it's going to go up in the money, you might as well make some money on it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So we're gonna put some more on here if it comes back in. It almost broke it. Let's sit at like 1906, 1907. The thing is, if you trade all of your stocks like this, that's the winning formula, because you already have your ins, you already have your outs, and then you just judge what kind of a move you think is gonna happen, and then trade the share size accordingly, right? I mean, this is why we talk about it every day here on the show. The stocks that were up, the stocks that were down. And we're having good days today, so it's nothing to complain about. I've only traded 4 names, and they're all basically sort of in play, right? I mean, NVIDIA's in play every day. Palantir's in play off earnings, and that was huge. And we've left it alone all afternoon. Now I'm thinking short on Palantir now. Underneath VWAP, underneath the 200. And honestly, this is like, I try not to trade with personal opinions for sure, especially what we're doing here. Obviously in long term, that's all I care about is macro stuff. But at the end of the day, this little break right here to the upside, it's going to have to get through 103.50. Even this VWAP is going to be well supported by a lot of these lines here. This looks like it wants to go lower right now on Palantir. Like, if you guys are waiting for something, I was in and out of VWAP right there on earnings, a name that's double what it's supposed to be up today. There could be profit taking at the end of the day, as many options traders, maybe they just wanted to come back at the end and see if, you know, if this did get to that 110 area, you know,
Yeah,
but
I was wrong about that one.
Oh, no, but it's not, yeah, well, of course you were wrong about it. I mean, it might not even get to 100. You know, like, it's pretty inside, actually. Like, the fact that it was up 20, we started the day up, like, right around here, right? This is where the market sort of opened. We were dancing around here. So this is where it was. It only went up $4 from here. Like, the high of the day is basically 107, so $4.50. And then you're right back to where it was. And then the low of the day is basically just matched with this. So it's not
actually, you know what?
6 or 7% of a move back and forth today.
I got to make a correction. I likened Palantir's move to Netflix's move, which That's really not an apt comparison. I think what I was trying to get at there was like the massive gap up and the hold above the gap on earnings, but there's a distinct difference between what Palantir did after the fact and what Netflix did. Like Palantir then broke out the high and kept going higher before pulling back. Netflix gapped and was nuts, but then sold the entire rest of the day. However, regardless of how Palantir plays out, everyone's like, oh, look, Netflix gapped up and closed the gap. Look at that low that it made. It was like $950. Look what we haven't breached since, and then we retested the high again today. Whatever bottom, maybe it's $100. Maybe it's the 101 that it's at right now. I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. Whatever bottom Palantir makes today, if it holds that sucker tomorrow, almost said something else. If it holds that tomorrow, I think you just on day 3 go long off of that because it's a gap up and a hold of the prior high. And until proven otherwise, the trend is your friend on Palantir. So just sort of take that. And we'll see. Anything can happen. I just saw in the chat there, a sniper guy just said it's going to gap down tomorrow. But that's fine. But then we'll get to see. Does it hold that low? Netflix held it to day 2. And then every day after that, you were able to go long off the bottom on that bad boy. All right, here comes AMD into trend. It plays both ways. If this closes, kind of over under. Like if it closes underneath, can look for the revision short. If it closes above, can go into a long back into the highs. We can play this in either direction on advanced micro devices. I should have double checked the expected move on this. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'll have to look. But up 3.8% already is AMD. And I'm just looking for the close of this 3-minute on trend since VWAP. Closes above, I'd look for the long into 119. If it closes below, I look for the short with this prior bar at 118.80 would be my out. Cody Mitchell, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Elon Sean, what do you think? What do we think about Fly-E group stock? 43 cent support. Yeah, again, like that's.
What is the symbol? Did he get?
Fly-E group. I don't know the symbol. I guess if I just type in Fly-E, I'd see it.
Yeah, that's right.
FL. Oh, it is literally just Fly-E. Yeah, 200,000 in volume. I can tell you right off the bat, that's a no trade zone. If it's a penny stock for a day trader, it needs to be doing, at minimum tens, probably hundreds of millions of shares. You're not really seeing any catalyst on it or any reason to be in this stock. It's bounced off 43, but you need to see carry through and follow through in actual volume. Unless you know something fundamentally about it that's going to be coming in the pipeline, I don't even know what they do. I'm not seeing any extra volume off that bottom either to signal a turnaround. Like you want certain signals to try to pick up penny stocks when they're going. One of them is making a bottom with some volume on it. If there's no volume on the bottom, I'm not interested. I used to trade penny stocks when I started out as a trader for the first year, and that's one of the big things you looked at. If it wasn't doing volume off the bottom, then you don't want to be the person guessing it is the bottom. And that rule actually worked out well for me.
All right. Yeah, thanks for the super chat there on Fly-E. All right, so just on NVIDIA, we just wicked again. Like, we're having some problems here with 119.50. Like, as I zoom out, I'm not sure there's really anything here, just the fact that there is a little bit of a problem here with it. And we're just going to keep scalping some more out, right? We only have 25% left now on this trade as we hit the 50-period moving average from VWAP. Normally, that's it. We can start to tap out of that. We looked at PayPal. Let me check out FXI. That was another play that we had. And if there's anything else, you don't have to super chat anything. It does help. Like, even $1, we can see it a little bit better. But if that's out of your comfort zone, that is fine. Put it in there and we'll be able to
just add us in the chat.
Yeah, or just add us. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to do. FXI up 3% today, so it's a good little level there, bouncing off VWAP. There won't be much here in the afternoon, as normally stocks, especially in the Chinese area there. Happy Lunar New Year to everybody as well. Year of the Snake coming through right now. I wonder if there's any stocks.
One of the coolest of the 5 deadly venoms.
Yeah, I want to see if there's any. Next year, I think, is Year of the Horse. I wonder if there's any
you mean like
related things. Like if there's a stock that. What is a snake? I think it was like a wisdom and all that kind of stuff.
That makes sense.
My kids were talking to me about it. I must have had something at school. 32.50 right there. Looks like a good spot for FXI. Again, nice little move down into VWAP. We should have been there. We wrote down $32. That didn't come into play today. We are trying to use that top again as more and more talk happens with the tariffs and whatnot. I mean, I think China is going to be a really good trade moving forward and something to look at every day. And I like FXI because it's not like a panic thing. It's just an ETF. You can trade it. You don't have to like get in and get out and oh my God, what's happening type of thing right there with FXI. So I do like that trade there. Any thoughts on CMG earnings? Great question. I think that it's funny because Adair already had the joke of the day. She said something like, that's a wrap. And I mean, CMG I think is going to, again, they did lose Brian Nickel. Whoa. So, oh yeah, that's right. I'm actually going to call up our e-signal charting here on the daily chart just to give you an early look on CMG. The expected, I mean, we have all these numbers, right? Join us all tonight. We'll give you these expected numbers. At 410, revenue of $2.85 billion or $2.85 billion. EPS of 24 cents. Its last move was down 8%. So thinking about Chipotle is, again, you lose the CEO, it's a problem. You made it all the way back to almost pre-Brian Nickel leaving area of $66, and now you fall through. So for me, actually, normally I don't like names that are above. I'd rather have us taken this, bounced off the 200, than try to get going again. Still underneath. I mean, I would say 10% move implied on this. That would be $6 off of 58, so you're back down into 52. I would love that to be down there. I think that's a great buy, especially against this bottom there when there was sort of uncertainty coming through. The low of the week, the low of the 52-week low is $47, $48 right there. So I think that that's possible to come in there today. But for me, honestly, I'm not loving this chart. Like when you can look at this, and then there's a name that I own a little bit of, but you guys know I've already sold out of a lot of Starbucks. There's better names out there. I mean, look at Starbucks. Like bang, this is what I wish I'd hoped happened with Chipotle. Come in, test the 200, dance around a bit, then take it, then get the earnings pop through. I mean, we nailed Starbucks. We really like Starbucks on earnings, and that actually came through. A name that again, you just got to look at charts when you're looking at some of these names. Look at Kava here again in the same space. McDonald's is actually at highs. Did I put my makeup on today? I can't remember if I don't know. But yeah, so look at that, bouncing off the 200, coming back into the 50, and then trying to get that upside move. So yeah, I mean, I like Kava. I like them all better right now than CMG. So for me, it's sit on my hands and wait to see it still underneath. I think this is a great buy above $62. So if you can get that, then I think that we'll be happy with a play there on CMG. But again, thank you so much for that question there in the chat. I'm not sure who it was, but preference. Okay, here we go. Erie Pages. What's up, Erie Pages? If this is about hamburgers, it's medium or chuck. Preference for lean ground beef versus extra lean. Lean. I don't like extra. Extra lean is there's no fat in there, no taste.
You've got it.
See you later. I go to the.
I don't even like lean though.
Lean. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So for meatballs, it depends what you're making, I guess, with the ground beef. I mean, for me in our house, I mean, it's burgers or meatballs, and then tacos, I guess. Sometimes, we'll have that. But
you know what we do with tacos?
Yeah.
So we'll actually. We'll actually put carrots, cook carrots into it.
Oh, yeah.
Like always cooking vegetable into taco meat, or sometimes maybe you can do like zucchini and
we just use
burger.
All kind of peppers or onions.
Yeah, onions, zucchini. Like that's a good way. And it's not to trick your kid into eating vegetables, but you'll get the vegetables in there and you'll think it's absolutely delicious, which as far as I'm concerned, I could care less. You're getting veggies, you're enjoying the meal, but I don't like lean beef.
No.
If I'm going to eat something because it's great and it tastes good, like I eat pretty healthy when I'm not eating apple fritters. So when I'm going to eat good food, I want it to taste good first. And as long as everything in moderation, I think is fine. So I've been looking at, I can't find what happened to FedEx and UPS today. So when I look at the intraday chart for everybody, this first of all is a daily, because I'm just going to show my e-signal chart, my daily charts, whatever. I had to roll back a version today. Some of them are junk. But UPS is trying to bottom out at a monster level here at about 175, 180. So that's the daily on UPS. And it was absolutely cruising to the downside. Oops. It was absolutely cruising. And then this happened. I don't know what happened at 150.
You see? Oh, that's why we got.
But then FedEx did a similar, something feels like it happened between these two stocks, but I couldn't find news and Derek couldn't find news. And I think you just chalk it up to, okay, maybe they've bottomed. There had to have been something I gotta imagine here on both of those names, because they were both at the lows and then broke out technically. So I don't know that you turn bullish on these, but sometimes when you get the gap down, you hold the bottom for a couple of days, fire in that 3-day rule. What would be next? Break out the top. So you got a local top from yesterday that this could break out, but it's a little weird to me that we didn't have a story to go along with that little volume spike that happened on both of those names almost at the same time. So look, it's just a little weird. You don't need to have a news story for technical breaks, but when they happen on two related stocks, I just assume something happened in the space, and I can't seem to find it. Oh, wow, that is a hefty. You get distracted. That is a ridiculous pullback on Bitcoin.
We're reloaded right here on NVIDIA. Thanks to Kirk Brooks in the chat right there. We just got 03s. We just put out some out there at 119.15 right there. A nice move there to the downside for NVIDIA, and we reloaded it back up. What's up, Adara?
This is IBIT getting a bit of a bounce here. Crypto and AI czar David Sachs currently speaking right now at Congress there. So keep an eye on IBIT as David Sachs speaks. We did get a little bit of a bounce, some of these crypto-related assets as well. And we are brought to you by Worksport, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. This is the chart. Take a look here. WKSP on the NASDAQ. You can find them right there. Thank you very much to Worksport. I will continue to provide updates on the David Sachs talk as it continues. Back to the guys.
I mean, we just got out of some more NVIDIA there. Well, props it up. Thanks, Kirk Brooks. And I mean, we are already bidding there, but thanks for mentioning it. I mean, it came right into view. We're actually bidding 04s. Again, these lean slides are kind of always changing, but there it is, a nice move, and there's some nice moves up again. We just got out at 23s was our best out there. We got some 15s, 19s, and 23s now as we try to get a little lighter here on NVIDIA. I mean, if the market blasts, we know we like this name, but it's not really doing too much. I want to kind of just hold out here into the close. But again, thank you everybody for the love and for the support. What's up, Veet? Whatever happened to that guy on Benzinga? You got Benzinga out of here, right there. So director of community, yeah, he's out of here. I don't know what his name was. I can't remember. I think he was like the Chicago Blackhawks, and he bought a Bedard jersey with saying captain on it. Well, he's not the captain, but shout out to that guy. He can come back on if he wants. All right, Palantir still wanting to run. I mean, we can have another look at that one. Palantir is my number one stock of the day. It is the number one stock on the show. It's not even close. Neil's hit it. We've hit it. Everybody's hit this stock. Great name, Palantir. Continues to be just a darling, right? I mean, this has been such a great stock. It looks like it wants to take off. I agree, but we're underneath VWAP. I said this could be a possible fade zone. I'm not going short my favorite stock on earnings day when it's up 23%, but I'm also not going long at these levels either. Down here, again, my bad. Like I wasn't here. And if I was here, this is again, a very easy kind of no-brainer play down there on Palantir. Like you come right into that support, like that 101, this should be a day maker, this should be a month maker, everything if you were watching Palantir. Wasn't here, so I'm gonna pass on that. I'm sure Obi or somebody trading something could have hit that, but
I don't think he wasn't. I was talking to Wayne around that time. Obi wasn't at
what a great opportunity that would have been. So that for me, I'm just gonna wait now. Did NVIDIA just? Oh yeah, NVIDIA. Okay, so. All right, good movie. I know we got to go to it there.
Bitcoin's dumping right now.
Yeah, okay, so we'll get there. There goes NVIDIA, just right to the downside. So profit there, not profit there. NVIDIA downside. What's up, Adara?
Is this guy even on?
David Sachs has finished talking here. He did not talk much about Bitcoin itself. He's talked about how a lot of our crypto has to be based in the U.S. because the largest example of crypto fraud, FTX, was based in the Bahamas. So they said U.S.-based crypto and also basically talking more about stablecoin than anything else, and specifically keeping the U.S. as their reserve currency, or I guess their currency in general. But basically, we do have, it looks like a bit of a sell the news here as he steps off the stage, or he's still on the stage, but he's now not talking anymore. Now there's some discussion about the American dream. So keep an eye on IBIT pulling back after David Sachs ended his comments.
Yeah, thanks a lot, David.
Yeah, David.
No, Bitcoin was cruising up until then.
99.4. Come on, David.
Yeah, we're right back in. Actually, underneath VWAP as well. There goes Bitcoin underneath VWAP. We'll go over to AMD. Obviously, we didn't get a bounce there just now on Bitcoin at 100 because we're at 99. So obviously now we're not back into it. We can always bounce here and still take out that 100 level. But AMD closed underneath trend line, so we grab the short. Again, 61 to 80. 80 is the local high for the top. If we get down in here to 118 to 118.20, which is this prior high, once we're in that zone, then put a tighter stop on it and see if it can't get down into VWAP. So might have got a little bit of a push down because of that move in crypto on Bitcoin. So we got to be able to watch out for that. You know it's a risk asset, and when it drops, there's some follow through in the rest of the market. Like the NASDAQ drops a little bit, and sometimes the algos will just start bidding it back up as they sort of digest that news. So got to be watching IBIT here. Glad they're done talking because then it can go back to trading normally. As clearly you can see, it had a nice run up. Come on, hold on to VWAP. I'd like to see it hold on to VWAP in here. That'll be pretty key for Bitcoin. I don't know if we'll get... It looked like it was going to be a repeat of yesterday on Bitcoin, where you just sort of press up, stair-step it to the upside, but instead we're hanging on for this to try to hold VWAP in here. AMD is about 25 pennies in the money. I don't know. I feel like the entirety of that drop was because Bitcoin dropped, and it only dropped 25 cents here. Counter trend, if it doesn't start going soon, going to have to take a little bit more out. Nick Dubs, could you give your thoughts on Eli Lilly into earnings? I have recently sold Eli Lilly twice, and some of it has to do with what I thought was a little bit of a slowness in what's going on in the GLP names. That said, I like the bounce off the 700 level. I'm a buyer in the 700s of this stock. Let's leave it at that. It's up here at 820. I think any slight slowdown in revenue, and these names are starting to get really punished for it. So there hasn't been as much continuation. I like it for the long term, but I think you got to be careful buying it when it's near those tops. 700 has been the good level to buy on this thing. Back to Adair.
Just be on watch here. We do have more comments coming through, though not from David Sachs. He's not currently speaking about crypto, basically saying apparently they're going to be working here on a bipartisan group to work on some clear, regulatory frameworks and regulation for crypto as a sector. But it's worth noting the crypto reserve, which is what everyone wants to hear about, that has not been mentioned once. So no mention of the Bitcoin or crypto reserve. We know we've really been waiting. There was an executive order signed yesterday that had some people hopeful, but that had everything to do with regards to TikTok being purchased and nothing to do with crypto as it stands right now. So if I hear anything about that reserve, you will be notified immediately, guys. Back to you.
So I wanted to show the daily chart in here. So I'm going to show for the dailies, you guys are going to see a lot of my e-signal chart here. This is what I meant about the $700 level. And I'll get my moving averages back on this. It just didn't say it last time I used it. Look, it's just, you can see the sea change. It broke a long-standing trend. And the last time it got up here, it gave you a bounce from 700 to like 820, 830 on Eli Lilly. I just felt like it made some sense to take that. And until it resumes the trend to the upside, getting right back above the 850, I think this is your support level. And if it breaks down, I could easily see this being back in the 550s. I have not bought this. I bought twice this stock, and I have not added to it in a very long time at 170 and 230. I am looking for a spot to add, and I've been thinking the breakdown of 700 is going to be the opportunity to do so. That's where my head's at. Like, I'm going to be stink bidding this on earnings, hoping it does see some kind of a $500 or $600 print in the weeks and months after it. But still a good stock. I just feel it's getting a little bit top heavy. They've been punishing the GLPs every chance they get.
Yeah, good look there on Eli Lilly. So we know Neil's been selling it. Yeah, I mean, good. It's still underneath that 200 period. So yeah, I agree with that one. Okay, so we did get a question about Fubo and Disney, with Disney reporting tomorrow morning. Let's have a quick look at Fubo. I mean, I feel like I'm not sure who, someone asked. I just, up 12%, like, I'm not really sure why. I don't know, Dara, was there a story on Fubo today? I'm not sure, but up a nice level there. We talked about this the other day when we looked at Fubo, and I remember someone had asked me about this near $4, and I'd said, all we have to do is break this 430, then it's off to the races. Well, it looks like that may be what happened today, as those were some daily levels right there, 429, 430, and let's just look to see what that looks like. It looks like it might have just happened right now off of 450, but there's the break. There's the break of 430. And there it goes. So I think it might have been probably just a technical break if there's nothing. So that would make sense upside. I would say with Disney reporting, you are looking for Fubo to make a higher move. I think that's a great call, whomever that was there in the chat. So Sebastian's saying he looked it up. There's also no news. I would just like to hear what Disney's plans are for Fubo. Again, and I plead a little bit ignorance here because I own Disney shares and I don't really know what the plan is with Fubo, but there was the move up on it's like a joint venture basically where they're going to be implementing, I believe, Fubo's content into the Disney Plus package. So if that's true, I guess we'll just wait to hear, did Disney Plus get more signups because of it? What exactly is the plan here with Fubo, and are they seeing any push through or push forward on whatever that deal was that they made? So yeah. So for me, for this trade, I don't have too much of an opinion on that, but I do think that Disney, though, so I would just wait for Fubo. I mean, obviously it's reacting well today and it's not coming back in. I don't think you want to sell your Fubo shares if you are bullish on it. I'm not sure Disney really cares that much about it. It's not a huge piece. Just wait to hear what they have to say and let's move on that. All right, so for Disney, though, I think this is much different situation. I really like Disney at these levels. We've talked about that a little bit. I think that breaking through the 50-period moving average and sort of showing its face right now, that it wants to hold. This is the kind of play that I like. I would rather the 200 be sloping up and be into here so we know that we have a little bit more support. But yeah, Disney with the nice upside move due tomorrow morning. I'll find the implied move. I'd guess around 5%, but for right now, good move for Disney. I'd say we look for it to take out the top and then fade anything around 120, 122. If you're going to try to get some, I don't think it's YOLO calls, but if you're going to get anything like that, 120, 122, I think is the right spot. And then I wouldn't really worry too much about the downside. I think things are working for Disney. So let's wait. We got good numbers from Netflix, obviously. Their stream keeps on going higher. Disney, although... So Disney owns ESPN and some of that. Obviously, with the move of Fubo, they're going to be getting more live sports and things like that. So I like the talk with Disney. I think if this is what Netflix is doing as a pure play, I think Disney is going to continue to work. Theme parks probably strong. We saw the cruises. I'm just trying to talk my way around.
They don't get enough credit for
they have a travel business.
Yeah, for the other aspects of their business. It's not all about streaming for Disney. It's just that everyone seems to be focused on everyone, it is what they're just crapping on them for some of the content. I get it, Star Wars isn't that great, but people visit the parks en masse. They're still doing really well with the cruises. I get all the time. It's oh, my friend went to Disneyland. Yeah, when are we going? Yeah. When are we? Or Disney World, which by the way, both are fantastic. If you've never been, I went to LA as a kid, and Disneyland was great. Disney World was great. I will take my daughter there at some point. Yeah. I think it's just one of those things you do, and they charge a ridiculous amount of money, so they don't get enough credit for it, as far as I'm concerned. But that's just how it's been. I'll be the first person to complain about all the Star Wars stuff with you, but ultimately that hasn't been the end of the world for the bottom line. Everyone went to see Moana, didn't they? And we'll probably go, I don't know, we'll watch that 1 million times on the streaming. Someone asked why into AMD, so don't mind going over again. Essentially, I've had 2 trades on AMD. This is the second one. It had an all-day long upward trend with this connection on a 3-minute. It broke the trend, I went short. It did the same thing here from VWAP. It broke the trend, I went short. It feels distinctly different. I don't think that's crazy to say it feels distinctly different. So I've already tightened the stop and got out a second time. I went out 25 cents the money. I got 20 there the second time. It does not look as weak as when it rolled over the last time. And actually, truth be told, what was the news story? I'm trying to remember what the news story was here. So right in here, when I was in the short before, this hump was when Trump and Xi postponed their talk. They were supposed to talk today. I happened to be in a mean reversion short when the bid dropped. And it was just I'm sitting there. I had just tightened my stop underneath the break even, and then it dumped $1 and got me the win. So, sometimes that's going to happen when you're sitting in a trade. And if it does the same thing, great, but it looks a little bit stronger now. So that was the reason. Johnny H. Oh, ARM. Yes, ARM. Please tell me you are doing exactly what I think you are, which is going higher. Yeah, ARM is a great stock.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. This isn't linked, so every time I go to a daily chart, I'm just gonna have to type this in, which is fine. No, ARM. I want to say some of the reason why it's up to 5 points today and looking so good. Palantir blew it out of the water. You've got some of the chips rebounding, NVIDIA up 2%, AMD up 4%. But this feels all the way like it wants back into the 170 zone. It's a pricey stock, but I think you just sort of have to live with it. The PE is a little bit ridiculous on ARM. When do they report? Let me double check this one. Oh yeah, they are tomorrow. Wow, tomorrow's going to be.
What is?
ARM.
After hours?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, baby. This is such a great week for earnings, man.
I told you, I think this is better. I think this is the best one.
Yeah,
I mean, Palantir, ARM, Google, Amazon, AMD, like AMD. Last week was great, but we had Meta, we had Apple, and we had Tesla. I mean, those are three well-owned stocks.
You get more this week. You get more oomph.
Yeah, and you don't get the Mag 7, like you get other names, right? I mean, and coming into next week, we talked about SMCI. I'm just looking over here. Oh, last week I guess we got Intel. I don't know. Is that something? What?
They get bought,
I don't have the news in my ear, but like the market just dumped a little bit.
It's this Bitcoin, man. What is this dude? Sachs. What did he?
Is that? I mean, okay.
No, Bitcoin just hit.
Yeah,
it's not the lows. It just keeps falling. We were chilling.
Yeah, Microsoft's not doing too much. I want to look at NVIDIA. I mean, I think that honestly, we talk about. Look, NVIDIA is a well-positive stock, man. It's actually going to be a pretty good one, to be honest with you. But right here, you do see there's the drip down on NVIDIA. Whoops, all the way to the downside. And this is why you don't necessarily want to be in these names when this kind of action is happening. I did hear a call for Adair. You just let me know. Let's go then.
So here's the thing. Donald Trump said that he will speak to Xi at the appropriate time and says that he's in no rush. So we thought we were going to get some tariff clarity with China. Now Donald Trump is actually saying he's in no rush. This actually also contradicts comments that we had from his trade advisor saying that he'd speak to Xi today, and then also from one of the White House spokespeople saying that they would speak, quote, very soon. Also, Donald Trump said there's another comment. He said it's fine that China imposed retaliatory tariffs. So saying that he, I guess, is okay with these retaliatory tariffs, and he's in zero rush to speak to Xi. Market had a bit of a drop, it looks like, on that, guys. Back to you.
Actually, like we were just talking about when they first said that they weren't going to meet, and so this again is going to be the reason that we drop. Well, it rebounded the last time. So, I mean, maybe it rebounds again. Obviously, yeah, I look back over, we did all of that, and same bid. Same bid comes right back into AMD at 118.30 or so. So it does not seem to want to follow through all that much. I've already tightened the stop up to just above the break-even level. It's got to break down soon, but my eyes are going to be on iBid. Let's see if it can't do a little bit of a bounce here. It's held what was support at 56.2, which is, kind of like 99,000 if you're watching it on spot prices. So let's weasel our way in, because I haven't weaseled into anything today. Shout out to Sharif. But looking at that 56.2 level, 99,000 is held a couple of times in here. Let's see if we can get back into VWAP. Okay, so they're not meeting today. They're not meeting. You don't know when they're going to meet. They will meet. And we bounced off this news already once today. So let's see if we can do it again.
All right, I'm getting a little spicy with it here on Mara. I haven't traded Mara in a minute. We just pull back right into some levels that I think can be supported here. It's a 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. You're down here on the 50 period on a 5 minute. On Mara as well. So we've already broke through the 200, which this is telling me now it should be a short because we're underneath it, and you can see the trend is kind of like this. This is looking like a short. But again, I'm just going to zoom back out. That was a zoom out. I'm going to zoom in now and just have a quick look. If we break, because there's news, we know Bitcoin is up and down and around for sure. We were just looking at it, and Neil's in iBit. I'm in Mara now. But we want to trade names that have catalyst. This clearly has one. It's a nice move to the downside. I'm just going to see if it holds that very bottom wick that we had just made, because you're into some support areas. I do have another bid at 70. I don't know why we just didn't. Oh my God, it went to 70 and stopped on us. Okay, well. Okay, actually, we're not that far away, so hopefully we'll get it. Right down there at 70. I'm going to use that wicked bottom of 65 as our route. Let's go to 59. So right here, you're going to see me live, 17. 59 right here on that 100% out. I love that key. And again, join us at Real Trading. It's right there on the screen. You can definitely, experience some of these stop orders and different key types that we have. We do have the Real Trade. I don't know if you're doing campus soon or not, but we do have the Real Trading campus promo going right now as well. But okay, let's go over to Neil and handle some other business.
Yes, sir. Are you a skilled trader but lacking capital? Prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from 5,000 to 500,000 and start with as little as 20 bucks. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find which are the best? That is where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you, which, you know, I can tell you, we were at a firm where you've never in 22 years, never had an issue with payouts. I just tried to do the math. It's actually, for me, it's 22 in the fall, so I guess it's like 21 and a half. Never had issues with payouts, obviously, here. But to Sean's point...
I had an issue with payouts, not enough.
Well, I'm talking, yeah. Well,
let's get more money into this, man, when that's never enough.
Yeah, I know, you know what I mean, obviously. But there's another good point about the specific, the key that Sean was mentioning, one of our stop orders, it allows you the ability... take out, you can set it for 50%, 25%, 100%, which is really cool on breakouts, because what it allows you to do is if you like a breakout trade but you don't want to get trapped at the top, you can immediately set a stop order. Let's say a $100 break. I don't know, I have 100 in my mind because of Palantir this morning. You have a $100 break, you could set a 75% stop at like 99.75 for a tight stop on 3/4 of the position, and then hold the rest for a little bit deeper. That way, it just sort of protects you. I love that flexibility, and that's a cool thing. We have multiple stop orders that we can use here at Real Trading, and bracket orders, all that good stuff. So the market's still holding very nicely. Oh, that's very nice of you to say, Sebastian. I'm just going to show it here because my daughter was literally saying, "Daddy, I don't want you to have so much gray hair. You're getting old." I thought you were only 20 years old. I appreciate you, Sebastian. It would be nice.
Sebastian thought you were 20 years old?
He's just messing around. Come on.
Come on, Sebastian.
He'll butter us up around.
Come on, Sebastian.
I'm like Keith Hernandez and Walt Frazier. You got to have that like touch of gray, right? Like that's what it's all about.
Oh, see, we just got like here, talking about Real Trading. We just got a new announcement that Alpha X ETF, we call them ECNs, but they have ATSs on here, alternative trading systems, will be available as well right now. So we know Alpha. I know Alpha anyways.
I'm Toronto.
Yeah, when we're talking about some Toronto stocks, you'll see on here ALB, Alpha Book, right there. I don't know if it's the same people involved or not, but it just says we are pleased to announce Alpha coming through. So there you go. And again, just showing you some of the benefits there of working at a prop firm and, doing different, having a different feel for executions. We also did have Fox River is another new route that we have now, and there was some sort of a performance enhancement on that one as well. So there's lots of things happening right there, and that's what it is. Again, yeah, closer to 50 than 30. My guy there, Sebastian. All right, so here we go. Yeah, it's very, very, very true. Neil and I are the same age. I mean, looking at my youthful face and Neil's, you would think that I was younger, but actually I am slightly older than Neil.
Very slightly.
Oh, very, very
within a couple
older, within a couple of months there. All right, so go. No, I was just going to say, if Mara does break, I mean, it's coming back in. We're 6 cents out. You're already in and out.
No, Bitcoin already. I was going to say Bitcoin broke, which kind of leads things here. So Bitcoin just broke contain here. Whatever is happening, clearly the bleed is still on. You're now down at 98.5. So the next level, I'm pretty sure was 96, but on IBIT, that's going to work out to. I guess no, it's not. It wouldn't be 96. It's like 55.7. So it's actually adjacent to this. But if you gap down even further, I don't think we're filling that gap in. But it's about 55.7 here on IBIT. That would be the next level. So obviously gonna lose on the second time we get into IBIT. The market's holding up nicely though. It seems to be just like contained to Bitcoin, because I'm not really seeing anything else flooding. Like I don't know why my brain just went to Apple, but.
Well, here.
It's the first thing I typed in was just to go to Apple for some reason, and Apple's right back at the high of the day. It's like it doesn't even matter what's going on in Bitcoin. We're holding the top. The NASDAQ just bounced as well. So I'm seeing the NQs up here holding and trying to go a little bit higher. So this is definitely more of a Bitcoin thing. Hopefully it'll settle down a little bit here, but yeah, obviously falling in. AMD, I don't know, just not really giving the big reversion that you would like to see. So yeah, if it comes down here, I'll probably just take this one out 118.30. It's suddenly going very sideways, which the stock going sideways off of highs is accumulation. You know, like a mean part of the thing about a mean reversion is the idea is that the trend is reversed and it should try to go somewhat right away, right? Like it doesn't have to take, it can take a while, but I don't want it consolidating off the top. And if Bitcoin's going to drop the way that it did and this doesn't want to budge, I can try to find a little something else there.
Oops.
As always, hit the like, hit the subscribe, everybody. If you're in the community, we appreciate you. But if you want to be in the chat, ask questions, discuss with everybody, specifically hit that subscribe button and share it with your friends.
Hit the like and subscribe button.
See, and I have way less gray hair in that one.
A lot less.
We just shot that last year. It's true.
Sharif, shut up, bro. This guy, I mean, Sharif is like the model of everything. Like,
Sharif doesn't have, he had no gray hair.
Sharif's like, yeah, man.
His guns are already in the shot.
So much white hair. He's saying, I'm like, be nice to Neil.
Come
like,
on,
I mean,
Sharif.
come on, Sharif.
Shoot. Don't make me come over there and arm wrestle you, bro.
I know. Like, we don't want to embarrass this guy. Like, he's right here, right now. He's trying to hang out. We appreciate him staying late with us there tonight. But we don't want to embarrass him live on the air. I mean, we'll keep it for his show.
We could do the A-team. Only.
Yeah, we're really excited. Look, there's lots more coming here.
Wow, did you see that? Oh my goodness.
By the way, I know you got cleaned out there of Bitcoin. We did not, man. We're still in the business right now. As there it goes, man. Let's go. It's another one. We'll props it up if you're riding. There it goes. Nice trade, man. We're long at 72. We're taking some out there 79s. I don't know. We're just scalping it out. We do not have a blemish other than well, this could potentially be one, but we're up on this for now. I was going to say this is our one last idea right now. The last trade that we put on for NVIDIA, I mean, we didn't lose on it. Obviously, we got in and out for flat. These were good, but that was a long idea. So if you're still in that one, maybe you're stuck. But we just took out a little bit up there. I didn't actually realize it just went up. I mean, it literally went up in 1 minute candle. I'm still looking for if we can go. And I know it's not going to look like a huge trade, but if you can go 200 to the 50, then I mean, that's the perfect idea for me. So we came close to getting it right there. We got into the 80s. We actually got a 78 and an 80 print, I believe. I'll double check it. But here it comes right back in again as Bitcoin, I guess, tried to go and then did not. So I'm assuming you were just talking about getting out of IBIT. I think that's the same thing. Yeah, so look, there it is, right back to VWAP and then right back out. So if I was in IBIT, it would have been a much bigger winner because that was 56, that was 60 cents straight there to the upside. Unfortunately, Mara, we don't have a bunch of shares, but that was only 6 cents or 7 cents to the upside. So it would have been a much better trade there in IBIT, but obviously, we chose Mara, and again, just technically came into the 200 period moving average, so I tried it. IBIT.
That was a sick wick just now on.
Unfortunately, IBIT is already still underneath, so for me, that one didn't look the same way. What wick down the futures?
No, the IBIT wick just now. It just wicked 56 to 56.7 back to 56, all in a matter of seconds. There on IBIT. So, like, clearly it's still looking like relatively weak, but look at the volume spike on that. Close and hold this above this prior low and looks good. But Tesla, I saw people talking about Tesla bouncing off VWAP as we speak. That looks strong to me. But obviously IBIT, that was a crazy wick. You like bottoms on volume. That is the biggest volume candle the entire day, at least according to my chart here. So if it can actually hold the top, then I would look for the long. But that is it's you know what? Just as I said, I'm like, if it can hold the top, it just broke the low again here on IBIT. Let's go back to Adara.
That might be because we have some comments in the crypto reserve and they're not necessarily bullish. We do have crypto czar David Sachs saying that the feasibility of the Bitcoin reserve is being studied. So that is interesting. Apparently they're studying the feasibility of the Bitcoin reserve. This is not a comment I heard during the stream because they just ended the stream, but apparently this comment here has just come through here from crypto czar David Sachs. So keep an eye on that. Apparently they're studying the feasibility of a crypto reserve. We know that this is one of the things people were really looking forward to in the crypto space with the Trump victory. So we're going to have to see if this comes to be, guys. Back to you.
We are still, thanks, Adara. We're still, Mara hasn't done that much, I guess. Like I'm thinking, it doesn't sound like it's that bearish news, but I mean,
really. It's still heavy volume.
I mean, we can look at IBIT here to see if there's something going on. I mean, we are near that bottom. That 56.80 looks pretty sweet to me, man. If you're going to take something long there, there's nothing wrong with that. Taking it off that bottom wick. Wow. 55.80, my bad. Yeah, 50. This is a good, like, if you want to go long against that, I think that's fine. I'm in Mara right now. I don't know if you're going to get back down into there, but that's for a 20 cent worth of risk right there. I do not think that this is a horrible spot right now for IBIT. You guys can pick your poison. I did it with Mara, but I think that this is something for sure. So I'm be excited for IBIT for you guys. If you like that trade, I think there's something there.
Oh, might have missed opportunity on this.
I'm still in Mara. If there's any other stocks, I don't mean just to throw it back to Neil, but if there's anything else.
Tesla just bounced as clean as you can off of VWAP.
So that's stuff we need to be looking at.
And it was like, I had it up, but went over to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin was moving more than anything else in the moment. So you go over to the right stock, but it didn't work out. And then Tesla, which is the other thing that I had up on my fourth window, clean off of VWAP. I'm talking almost to the penny off of VWAP. When Tesla does up moves in the afternoon, you want to respect it. This is what it did in the final 15 minutes of the day yesterday. I don't know why it ran in the aftermarket. I don't remember. We were on the aftermarket, I guess, all week. My bad. We didn't even notice Tesla did this in the aftermarket because we were too busy looking at Palantir. So I didn't even notice that Tesla had a move in the aftermarket, but it was a strong continuation move anyways. When that Palantir was doing what it was doing, we weren't even paying attention to whoever else reported.
Uber reports too?
Uber tonight?
Oh, by the way, tomorrow morning. But by the way, right now, Mara is now back into the money. So the Bulls ride again right now. Stick with me over here, guys. I feel like John Travolta. What's up, my guy? That's not what I want to do. What's up, John? Let's just see what winds up happening right now. We've worked our way through Mara. Let's see if it goes. Yeah, I just saw in the chat, someone was like, yo, Uber reporting tomorrow morning. We'll double check that just to see right here. It is a yes from Adara. I'm just going to look over here. UBER. So this is what we always do. You go into here, calendar. Yeah, conference call scheduled tomorrow, 8 a.m. Right now, we are now in the money on Uber. So Uber's been a nice little trade there for us. We talked about, I looked at our average price is 67.56 or something like that there the other day. I'm pretty good at remembering exact things like that. So Uber right now in the money, 67.56 is, I laugh, but that's just where I'm long. We had talked about it. And again, humility, right? We were long Uber at first point at $80. And we don't even have a huge position, but it dripped back in. Then we bought some more into here in the 70s. And then, so our average price probably at that point, 73 and change maybe. And then it came all the way back in here. And this is where we took our biggest piece, which still isn't a huge position. I still probably own 10% of Uber's my Google position or something like that. But at the end of the day, it was a good long. We were able to pick it up there. So you get a 73, add that to a 60 long. I mean, the prices are what they are here. Not sitting here to lie about what my positions are. And then right into there, nice take, nice upside move. And obviously, I'm going to talk my book because I just told you I'm in this. And I'm only talking about Uber because it was brought up. But this is the kind of play that I like. Holding the 50 period, came in and tested, now looking to take out. I would prefer the 200 be underneath, but the fact that we're taking it is fine. At some point, it's going to be underneath, right? So there's the take upside. The implied move on Uber, I'll get it right here, right now. So here's the earnings calendar, and I saw Sharif definitely all over this one in the a midday show there. So we'll find Uber. I know it's tomorrow, but normally it shows AM on here. Yeah, hold on a second. I think it's just all, yeah, I see where it is on there, time of day. Yeah, so you can go up to here, time of day, right here. So I'm going to go, no, it has to be tomorrow.
Yeah,
I got to go to tomorrow's day, I guess. So that's the problem. So today before market open, there's Uber Technologies. Thanks, Sharif, right there. So 9.5 previous, basically expected the same thing again here today, 8.5. Look at tomorrow morning, man. It's kind of a murderer's row one more time. Novo Nordisk, this is just in the morning. Novo Nordisk, Toyota Motors, we had... we just talked about it today. The Benzing, not the Benzing, the guy, the trade the pool guy, Mitch. talked about Toyota. So he liked Toyota. Come over to here. Walt Disney, Boston Scientific. So again, we've seen some healthcare names and some different technologies. You know, these guys could be playing with AI for sure. Uber, Fiserv, again, another big one. Illinois Toolworks. There's lots involved here. Johnson Controls, Old Dominion. So that's not the right Old Dominion that I thought. Freightline, nice move. Yum Brands there in China. Get your KFC while it's finger licking good there from Yum Brands. But Uber, well done, man. I like it. I think that Elon is just justifying the space by getting into it, actually. I'm no longer worried about robo-taxis. People much smarter than me have traded Uber and don't seem to be too worried about it either. So, I mean, there's the pullback on robo-taxi, on everything that's Elon's talking about. And here's Uber saying that's a nice story. So nicely done to the upside. I still think Uber can work. The other night when we went out, literally all 3 or 4 of us took Ubers home. I like the play. I rode Uber in the River Thames in London on the Uber boats there. There should be Uber boats in this city. It's ridiculous that there's not.
I got to tell Rebecca to try one of those.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you could take, like right now we have a bunch of people lining up for hours on these ferries to get to the islands. Okay, ridiculous. You could have an Uber boat. You could have an Uber boat going from to the beaches, like over to maybe, I don't know.
It'll make it so much easier to go Billy Bishop back and forth, especially if they opened up the airport. We have an island airport here in Toronto, which it's great for local flight, for like shorter duration flights.
Yeah, I was talking with the Uber driver, and it's like they're still taking half, you know, and the drivers, there's still not a great situation there for drivers, I feel like, and a lot of drivers are probably in the chat, and they can tell us that.
When we went out with Michael Noss, actually my driver, we each took individual Ubers. The Uber I took, I was talking to my driver, and big fan of the markets. We were talking a lot about the markets, which is great. So I don't know if he's tuning in today, but an interesting thing is we were discussing literally TFSAs, specifically like tax-free savings account, how there's not enough financial literacy with it. He had one of his good friends was actually working at a bank. He worked in finance. He's probably in his early 30s. This driver was relatively young, probably in his 30s. Did not even know what a TFSA was.
Must have been TD Bank.
Worked at a bank. I don't know. He didn't say what bank he worked at, but it just goes to show, like, they don't teach enough of that stuff in schools. I'm just talking the basics, man. It doesn't even have to be crazy. Compound interest, why you should invest, how to invest, where.
No, Uber.
The other thing about Uber, I have not taken a Lyft since pre-pandemic. I used to be I consider myself relatively thrifty, or cheap is a way to look at it, but I haven't done the whole price compare thing in 3 or 4 years, over 4 years now, because it is, over 4 years. You eventually just gravitate over to Uber, and I'm pretty happy with them, got to admit. You know, Lyft hasn't been run as well. People would criticize Uber for doing too many things, and now all of a sudden they love the fact that they got the freight and they've got the Uber Eats, which at the time, anyone that was invested in Uber is like, why are you hating on Uber for spreading themselves out a little bit? And that proved to be right. So I think a partnership is coming down the line with an automaker. They've got a platform which works. There was a question about TLT, just very quickly. A lot of times, because TLT is really strong today, I think the reason why this question came up in the chat, I want to make sure it got addressed, is you're seeing the NASDAQ trending up, you're seeing TLT, which is a 20-year trending up as well. You don't always have that kind of a correlation. You know, oftentimes it can be different, but the thing about regular correlations in anything, on the more micro you get into movement, intraday, intra-moment, they don't have to hold up as well. So you want to make sure if you're trading something on a day trade or in a short term or a scalp trade, then you care about the in the moment. If you're taking long-term swings or long-term plays, then you might care more about the overall longer trend. So just be careful with these things that are, this goes up, that goes down. As a day trader, you can get yourself into a world of hurt, assuming that they're always supposed to follow each other.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to show everybody. So here, are you ready? Are you ready for this? So here's the Uber boat. So this is, hold on a second. All right, so hold on. So this is in London here. You can see there's the eye. Shout out to Adam DeLuz and everybody that's around. There's the eye. This is some sort of a bridge. It's not falling down. It's not London Bridge or anything. So, and then we're going to wait to see. I got to make sure I can get out of these positions. All right, so this is the Uber boat. It's like, it seats like 100, maybe not 100, but it seats like 60 or 70 people. So it's not the greatest. So there it is. So you see the boat. Okay, stop. Okay, that's my wife. But you're gonna see right into here. You know, they actually even had right there. They even had a espresso bar. There's an espresso bar back into there. But here it is. Oh, there it is. You saw? Yeah. Oh, that's not a boat. But there it is. So here it is. There's London. What's up, London? But anyways, it's not one of those boats. It's a little bigger of a boat. We'll watch it one more time for your viewing pleasure. There it is. So this is the kind of Uber boat I'm talking about right into there. So anyways, that's what that is. I just learned that I can log into Apple Photos relatively easily on my thing here. And look, there's Adam DeLuz again. What's up, Adam? There's Adam. There's Adam DeLuz.
What's up, Adam?
There's Adam DeLuz. What's up, Adam?
Good people.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. But yeah, that shout out to Adam there. And here's my guy. Here's my guy. Hold on a second. I'm gonna download this and then show it to you. This is my guy making my espresso right here on. Oh, this is a live picture. Okay, hold on a second. I tried to download it. Here it is. Look, this is the bar that's on the Uber boat. Right, can you I can't zoom in. I'm trying to zoom. There it is.
You go.
A little bit there. So here we go. Look at this. There we go. So there we go.
Mez.
I don't know who Mez is.
Demetrius.
Oh, one of your cousins. Yeah, okay.
It's not, but he looks.
No. But anyways, so there you go. So that's Uber Boats, brought to you by my trip to London. Exactly, my guy.
Because
the thing is like,
we're Toronto.
Imagine this, Sharif.
It doesn't make it.
How many problems do you get like going from here to Niagara Falls, from here to Oakville, here to Burlington? People are like, oh, I don't want to go on the QEW, this and that. I mean, Sean for mayor, send in your things right now if you want to. But I have too much to do, then I wouldn't be able to do this. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of issues that we could solve. To and from the beaches, to and from Oakville, to and from this and that. It's like literally sitting, and people in London are doing that. We took it all the way up. I think soccer, someone plays, what's the big stadium they had there for the Olympics? Not the Vodafone Arena, but one of those. You can go right up to there. It's great. Anyways, whatever.
It does need to happen here. Toronto has.
I would think that
Toronto has a world of problems when it comes to getting in and out of the city that other places have solved these issues. They need to solve these issues. Just very quickly, it's 320. It's 325 here. This was 7 million. So there are not many big imbalances. This IP was like 7 million. It's now 3 million. That was the only one. We'll keep an eye on the early look. Regardless of what these are, eyeballs on Palantir and NVIDIA for earnings, period. Or not for earnings, but for the imbalances. We've seen NVIDIA almost on a daily basis have large imbalances with only about 5 minutes to go here until 3:30. Sometimes you get an early look. All right, IBIT doesn't seem to want to go anymore. Going to go back. AMD is... It's strong. So like that 118, 20s to 30 buyer, it held up really nicely. Now back at the 119 level here in AMD, up 4%, looking absolutely fantastic. All right, now there's a double bottom on IBIT. This might provide an opportunity, but Tesla, we thought we'd get a dip, maybe catch VWAP again. I think VWAP is obviously come and gone here on Tesla. Thought we'd get one more crack at it before the close, but we went over to IBIT instead of Tesla. And that was as clean as it gets off of VWAP. I like, in the afternoons, like when I look back, it's like the best trades have generally been, hey, a mean revert where it's like a defined in and out or bounces off of or underneath VWAP. And Tesla was probably the best VWAP bounce that I was able to find. So unless we get some kind of a big revert on AMD, I now have Apple insights because it's kind of breaking the trend in here going into the close. Dara.
IBM on watch here. As you can see here, we got a little bit of volatility in this stock. The company's CFO during their investor conference said that they're aiming for 5% revenue growth under apparently their new framework. So IBM giving some guidance, beware for some potential volatility during that conference call, guys.
I like this point here from, this is why I'm in Uber. Like, honestly, when I didn't get into it until the summer by the time I got back. I really liked all these different levers that can get pulled. I've been talking about Uber Freight for a minute, but I really do think that this would be kind of cool too. I mean, this is a great idea here. Uber should have ads on the cars.
They do.
Yeah, I know. But like create like you see on taxis, like most of the cars are people's own cars. So you're not going to want to like plaster an ad like on the side of your car because like you might use, again, we can get you can get decals that maybe you remove off and on. I think that'll be pretty hype, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm taking my Uber, slap a McDonald's sign on the side of it, and there you go. And then share revenue. I think that would be great. Thank you, Vizbot. I do have a beautiful wife. I say all the time, it's not fair. But I don't think it's fair that I can put up these winners either, but they're just happening to me. So, I'm just blessed with many different things in my life, which one of the number ones is my wife. The minute she said yes, I was like, are you serious? But that was nice. So we did that one there, and the rest is history. I made sure to have a kid immediately, like right away on our honeymoon. It was kid time, and it was go time. And
You told me this exact story.
everything all full blast, and we were blessed enough to have it happen right there, right then. So, boom, the more you know, but the more you might not want to know on that one as well. But thank you for that.
That's an interesting place to put that.
Yeah, so there it is. But okay, so Mara also. All right, so we just got our last fill there. Okay, now it's starting to go upside a little bit. We're only long at, I'll take something out at 70s. I'm just trying to scalp out here, just trying to like top out just a little bit. It's not super exciting to me right now. 98.3 is ready to go. We can pull out Bitcoin. You were just on iBit or looking at it.
Not moving that much.
It's not moving that much.
We just double bottomed on Bitcoin. Check that. So the reversion on Apple did happen, but we just double bottomed at that 55.8. It got down to 55.73. So this would be the first green candle since we had that, or the fresh low, that big volume spike that we had. I just wanted to keep it on Apple because we just got in, but there's a double bottom. Since that massive volume spike, this is your first possible reversion on Bitcoin. So there is a chance that we're catching a little bit of a bid. I just saw in the chat, where was it? Someone just said Bitcoin to 8 to 75 there, which is 78. Someone just said Bitcoin to 78. Did you hear about the bet? Sharif and Joe put a bet on. I believe it was Joe one of them needs it to go to 125. No, Sharif needs it to go to 125 by his birthday.
When is that?
May 25th.
Okay, let me hear the other
and
side.
he transfers, and then you
tell me what side of the bet you want, and I'll tell you the side of the bet that I want. So what is the bet?
He said May 24th.
Yeah.
My first thought was I don't like the timing of that, so I'm going to say I'm saying no because I don't like that timing. I think it's too quick of a time. I don't think we have a big enough move. I think it'll get there. I just think it'll be more back half of the year than anything else. I think we're more of a choppy range with Bitcoin, but he has to transfer to not Bitcoin to iBit over to from Joe to Sharif to Joe. So they're going to be betting iBit because they can transfer it through their broker. But yeah, so May 24th, I believe he said. Why, you think it'll get there by May 24th?
May 24th, yeah, easily. I thought maybe even March 24th. The thing about Bitcoin is it's only at 100 right now. The high is 110. We just got to take it out. Here, I'll tell you the problem. The problem with Bitcoin, I'm not even going to call it up. The problem with Bitcoin is that it's so headline driven right now. And it's just like nobody really knows. It got that huge bump up. I guess here, I was looking at Solana last, which is not what I want right now. What I was going to say is where's Bitcoin US dollar on Coinbase? That's fine. Is that it's just look like it's been pretty dramatic, these up and downs. I do feel like price discovery is happening right now in and around 98,000. So that next break of 107, I think that takes us to 120. And then at that point, would you say 125 or what was the bet? 125, right?
I think
whatever it was. Yeah, I think it was 125. I just think it's too bad that there was no downside, but that's holding 90,000 there. And look, you're talking about 3 months away. 3 months ago, this thing was, and again, remember, we did have obviously, the election, but 3 months ago in November, this thing was at 73. So the fact that it moved up $30,000 right there on the election is great. We need that next story to happen.
I feel like our chop is going to be similar. Maybe not as long, but a little bit longer than people want before the breakout, which is fine long term. It doesn't matter long term. I just happen to think the chop will be like it was last time. at that 80,000 level.
It's more of a fun.
Yeah, it's just sort of fun.
Yeah, it's more fun because I just don't. It's hard to do it with a story. So I'm glad that they decided to do that. I just don't know what that next shoe to drop is going to be for Bitcoin, unfortunately. All right, and again, it just has to be with whatever Trump is saying, whatever the SEC and all these guys can figure it out as far as regulations, right?
Exactly.
All right, so 17.6, and also like uncertainty in the world, right? If these tariffs go sideways and this market really comes back in, we know that there's a connection between the NASDAQ and Bitcoin. So, all right, we're going to get dropped out of this if we wick that bottom one more time. We almost got out. Our stop out is right here, breaking through 60 into 59. It looks like we had just held it, so we did not get stopped out, but pretty close on that right now. As we talk more about earnings and what's still to come, big earnings tonight. I mean, the biggest and the baddest, of course, is going to be Google. We've highlighted that one. It looks like it's going to be doing not a whole heck of a lot into the close. It's not like it's super late yet. We're still getting close to, again, the market. Half hour to go. We have these imbalances. Yesterday they were quite large on NVIDIA and whatnot. So we could see something there on Google coming out. Remember, the big earnings here, just sort of talking about them. Google, Amgen could be big. I thought that we had Amazon, but I guess we don't. Mattel there, EA, Enphase, CMG, AMD. That might be one to look at here into the close, just to see what it's doing. So 120 up 4%. Wow, that looks like it's actually going to, as we speak, take out the high. So here we go, man. We might have found one right here in AMD. This could be your next trade. Breaking out the high, and then you say, do you want to be short on a good report? Well, here it comes, breaking through 119. This is probably a take for me on AMD. I mean, why not? We could take that against this 118.60 area. Yeah, AMD looks pretty healthy here, trying to break through 119. If anybody's got it, man, you got it. There it is. Amazon is Thursday. Oh, yeah, that's right. So I do the Tuesday, Thursday shows. That's right. I was looking at the date.
Yeah,
so that's
you get Amazon.
Amazon, right. So I got Google and Amazon were the two big ones. But there it looks like AMD right up to 119. That's looking pretty good. I've been stopped out of, NVIDIA's been a good stock for me today. Obviously we have Mara, NVIDIA, Palantir, PayPal, Rigetti, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 there today with Mara pending. But the amount we lose on Mara won't really be significant. It'll be in the 10 or 15% area of like our PayPal win. So obviously it's nowhere near any, this is stratosphere, Palantir. So we're not going to make or lose anything like that again here today. But yeah, cloud computing market share. I really like Google, honestly. I like the quantum space. I mean, what if they say something about quantum?
Yeah, the valuation's just so good. One of the things you get with them is like, for all the hype on quantum, for all the hype on AI, you get a little bit of everything with Alphabet, and it's not that expensive. I mean, what else can you ask for with Alphabet?
It's good.
And ultimately, people
PE is like 25.
Yeah, people whine and complain about PE, and then you overlook. Maybe not a lot of people do overlook it, I guess. But I just feel like
typed in PE.
I do that all the time. Where like something gets said, and then you type it in. Like I just heard META in my ear, and Meta's not doing anything. I love Meta too, by the way. But just very quickly, I have adjusted.
Here, Google's PE, forward PE is 22.
22. Forward P is 22. So just very quickly, Apple just trend in, trend out. It just broke trend. If it makes a break of this prior high, going to jump out of the trade. So it's been trailing down, but you're at 336 now. If that's all it wants to do, I don't want it regaining the upward trend and momentum that it's been on. So I'm going to be out of Apple if we crack above this prior bar, which is like 232.25. So it breaks like 26.27. I'll be out of Apple. We'll see how far it wants to go, but Tesla now 391 and continuing to go higher. Adara.
We're going to take a really quick look here. Because you guys are talking about Google, here's our new TTV research graphic. It is on X, and this really kind of captures the entire growth story of Google's revenue, starting with its IPO in 2004 and going all the way to its last full year of revenue, which is 2023. We do have original founders there, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, all the way to Sundar Pichai. I learned a lot while making this graphic. For instance, I didn't realize that Sundar Pichai was the CEO of Google about 4 years before he became the CEO of Alphabet. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Give that a look here. When the companies combined, it was kind of a different situation in terms of who the leadership was and how they were organized. So if you want to check that out, see some of their notable acquisitions, see when they became a $1 trillion company, take a look on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
5 billion.
Yeah, YouTube worth 1.65 billion. I mean, if you look at that's been a great buy. That and Instagram, just like two epic buys.
Well, the Instagram's on a different. That's
by founders. I don't know. I think YouTube probably might get more revenues than Instagram. I'm not sure. We have to double check that.
they're both amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Scan that e-signal QR code immediately. Trade smarter, not harder with e-signal, man. Traders, are you listening? Perfect. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. We're waiving to you and the fees as well. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite advantage. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. That is eSignal. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights. Game-changing analytics, right? I mean, just the fact that you can get the scanners real time on any market is absolutely fantastic. Back testing, minute charts, second charts, tick charts, every single chart available most likely every single chart available at your fingertips. Global markets are the key for me when we're talking about eSignal because Neil and I have talked about this before. We used to trade some European names before we started the show and be able to back test and use some of these scanners like we're showing you right now on the screen. It's just they're game changers because you might not know all the names in Europe. You might not know all the names on the Hang Seng or in Japan, but that hot list will work on no matter what exchange. So you're going to get the details from that, throw them in, and then bang, get all of your scans in one place with eSignal. But the best part about everything I'm saying is that it's a completely free download. So you go grab it, grab your month free. If you don't like it, ship it. That's it. See you later, alligator. There's Google right now. Look at this PE. Like, honestly, this is why I'm loading, like, I've loaded it up. Like, I'm in Google. It's my number one name, right? You're going to look at a name like Meta. I really like Meta as well. But its P is 27 and 29, not 22 and 24, right? Microsoft, we know we don't like that. That's already been clocked down. Look how expensive that is. Let's go right now for Mara. Nice move there, as maybe we will go 5 for 5 today. And then the other one I want to look at, let's check out what Tesla's PE is.
Well, that's the difference.
Yeah, I know, but still, 121.
Apple's.
Let's check out the stock that's been the banger of all bangers. Right there, Ford P 172 for Palantir. I don't know if that's updated today based on earnings or not. Go, Mara. That's a nice one. Working out for it. And the other name that I like a lot is Amazon. I do not know what its PE is, so I'm going to look at it right now as relation to everything else. 38. So Amazon, that's probably relatively low. I wish this had like historical averages on here. It does have the industry average. I'm not sure exactly what industry that is. Right there for Amazon, maybe online. I guess I can figure out where that is because that seems a little bit low for like an online retailer, but Amazon is so much more than that. That's why I was wondering about that industry PE because you still have AWS, which is going to be a completely different beast. You have the streaming side, a completely different beast than the retail side. So again, we really like that Benzinga platform. I want to thank them as well. I don't have it in my ear today because my earpiece is not here. I took my AirPods and apparently everything's fine with them, so I got to go get them back again. But here goes Mara. And oh yeah, man, we did it again. Spin it. I mean, here it is, man. Mara up into 70s again. We're long at 64, 65. Looks like we did it again right here for everybody. So a nice little trade there for Mara. If you held on and you used some of my levels, then you got another winner right there, Neil. So there it goes again. It's another one brought to you by Trader TV Live and your boy. So nice move up there to 1770. Let's see if we get going up into VWAP, man. We're just sitting back and relaxing and talking, like showed you my wife, showed you Uber boats, showed you how to make money here. Here's the fish. This is how you do it, right? So this is what we're trying to show you. We think we do a great job of it. And if you have any questions about anything, you could definitely ask us. I wish Mara was moving more than this, guys. But, I mean, a win is a win and a dub is a dub. So, speaking about dubs, I think Kevin Durant will eventually wind up in Golden State again.
I 100% agree with that. But quickly, we'll get to you two NY cent. But we tied our stop here in Apple. Told you it was because of the trend. But look at it go back into the upside. So trend in, trend out. But can you tell me why is it that AMD last 3 earnings has beaten but dipped 7-8% after earnings? What is it they cannot seem to figure out? I'm not an analyst, but everyone seems to be saying things along the lines of they are not actually capturing enough of the AI market relative to NVIDIA. Comparisons are what they are. In the stock market, you get to choose what you invest in, and unfortunately for AMD, they've had to be compared to NVIDIA for quite some time now.
Look at Mara.
A couple of years ago. So I think that does play into it. But at some point, it does get cheap enough that, hey, it's in the 20s, the Ford PE. I think it has a much better chance now than it did previously. And that addressable market's going to be gigantic for AI. So at some point they can catch up, right? Like it's, ultimately that's, analysts are going to say whatever they say based on after how the stock moves. Like it goes down, this is the reason why it went down. I'm just giving you what people have been talking about at the end of the day. We still have imbalances in about 7 minutes. I'm looking, Tesla is now really far gone. So it's now 392. Oh man, that VWAP buy would have been obviously very, very good. I'm just double checking NVIDIA. These are stocks that I have up here. NVIDIA is not really at VWAP. It's kind of hoping it could get back above, the 119, because it had a good 119 break earlier. And look at the resistance, like almost on a line at the 119. There's still a chance it could do it, but then I'm pretty sure this came in as a big sell imbalance yesterday.
Which one? Yeah, it wasn't that. It was the biggest one.
It was the biggest imbalance.
Just look at the chart.
It was NVIDIA and Apple that had the biggest imbalances. Was it? Yeah. Okay. Well, it actually bounced. Was it a buy imbalance? I thought it was a sell imbalance yesterday.
No.
Okay. Well, if it came a buy imbalance yesterday, I might take this 119 break, and then understand that tight stop going into 350, because if it comes a sell imbalance, it drops like $1 on you, like instantly. That's just how it goes. And it was this, and it was Apple that had a big imbalance. I'd expect today, keep an eye on Palantir for an imbalance, just because of the amount of volume it's done. Look
at this. Here goes Palantir right now. We talked about taking that AMD through 119. Here's Palantir. This is, this will be, we talked about having big days last week. This, I think, will be my biggest day in a couple weeks here. And again, it's because we hit that Palantir early. It was a great trade right here. It was basically almost a max position. I mean, my max position would be, but like a very maximum comfortable position for me. Breaking that 103.75. We talked about it. It was a great trade. And then it just ripped on us all the way to the upside. We even got a reload there. This was potentially my best Palantir trade ever as far as P&L is concerned. But I do think that right now you can hit this long into the close. But as we keep mentioning it, man, I've been around this game for too long, and I'm not going to mess with those imbalances. So for me, there's just not enough juice in this for me to go with it, although I do like it. I'm not going to worry about it. I do think that that's a good break spot there, and there it goes right now for Palantir. So if you're long, Pikachu, I choose you. Right here, AMD, I said a 119 would be a good break long, and I still do believe in that. It only got as high as 15 on the break, and right now you're barcoding into earnings. I think AMD is going to be a hot mess, but that's up to you guys to trade it however you want. I don't like the space. I think this 4% is window dressing. If AMD moves up 4% again, I'll consider that 8%. Like up 4% today and another 4% on top of that. That's a great move for AMD. It's been really clobbered. I mean, it would be great if it came out with something, but let's not kid ourselves. This is the advanced money destroyer, and it's been doing that for a very, very long time. Its high is even higher than this. I don't know where my charts are, but it's higher than, it's 240 or 250 for AMD. I'll refresh this chart. I'm not sure, but look at this. Straight to the downside. No love at all for advanced micro devices. I don't like the stock. I made the prediction yesterday. Sharif asked me yesterday, I stuck my neck out and I said Palantir. He said, what should we tell the traders to do with Palantir? I said, offer $99.50. That's when it was at $80. So we called this move on Palantir. It was a good one. And for me on AMD, I'm pretty negative on it, so I'm going to stay away from my opinion there on AMD. But on Palantir, we nailed it. I don't know enough about that for AMD. Nice move up there for Mara. It's now that 10 cents in the money. Let's take some more out at 72. I was actually waiting for 74. It doesn't look like we'll get that. So we'll take a little bit out right now at 72 and then go from there. So right here, we're only out of 30% of Mara, hoping to get it again back in. What are your thoughts on it?
NVIDIA just made it easy by pulling back off the 119. So obviously, there's not going to be a break. Now it's way too tight to 350 to look for that breakout. It was a nice long level here at the 119 level. We would have taken a break, but now we'll just wait for the imbalances. And someone in the chat did say it was a large sell imbalance, which I absolutely trust our viewers. It's interesting, the reaction, because right at 350, I have an up candle there, which just goes to show, regardless of what direction an imbalance comes on NVIDIA today, it doesn't mean it moves in that direction, because it could have been a big sell imbalance and it had already sold off going into it yesterday and actually put in a $1 up move. at 350, which will come in just about 2.5 minutes. Not a heck of a lot. Still nothing except for this IP, whatever that is. I should double check. Maybe this IP is something today. It's 5 million. What is this stock? I should always check. Is that international? First of all, can you actually load? What is this thing? International paper. Ooh, that's down 3 points. So sitting at the lows at a 5.5 sell. This might actually be an index action. No, it's supposed to be a share increase. Never mind. I have in our notes as a 1.5 million buy, so not as interested in this international paper on the sell and balance. I never want to be going against what we're expecting to see.
Okay.
Holy Tesla.
I mean,
Oh my goodness.
honestly, guys, it's like this Mara is starting to go back upside there a little bit. It's at 75 right now. It's a great trade to end the day. You know, we'll put this in our cap and it's a feather in there because we're just kind of adding it up here into the close. So again, pretty good there. It's now breaking through. It just broke through VWAP. It's Mara, man, and it's another one. We can review our trades today. It's NVIDIA. We hit that late long. It was really good, and then it fell through there. Palantir. We already talked about it. PayPal was a great trade for us, buying off of 80 and getting out 81.50. So PayPal is going to be P&L number 2 for the show. Rigetti was a good one. We didn't take as many shares as we probably should have. Nice move up for Rigetti, all the way up. And there's my last piece out right there on the 1360 break. We were long at 1360, so we get out for relatively flat. It's about 5-cent winner on our last 10%. But Rigetti really, again, boom, straight up there, 200 period. VWAP, good outs, 50 period. So we got out of about 30% underneath the 50. Then we got out of 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So that's Rigetti. Good trade, it looks like there for me on that one, as we now only have 35 seconds left before those imbalances. Let me have that quick look on Palantir. We said we liked the long. Yeah, and it would have worked, right? So there's that break right there on Palantir, 103.50, giving you 40 cents. But with now only a couple seconds to go, we'll stay on here. We will get rid of the broker and we'll just look at NYSE and NASDAQ, and then we'll figure this out right in just a couple seconds now. Oh, my Palantir, I did have a 104. I got to get rid of that. We just went long there on PLTR. It was not a big trade. I didn't even realize we had an offer there, so a bid there, sorry. So we'll take a little piece out. Small mistake there on Palantir, but there it is, man. It's NVIDIA, big sell. So there, it comes to the downside. And on that note, we've got to make sure we cancel all of our order types here. So nice move down there for NVIDIA. There's your IP. See, as in Merck is there. SMCI with a buy side as well. So, all right, man, let's just get out of Mara. Not a big win, but a nice one here to end the day for us on Mara. So let's just get it out. Some more outs there at 73. And yeah, man, it's going to just sort of wrap up a perfect. We don't have perfect executions, but we'll go perfect today and not have any red names. So that's pretty good for us. We'll get ready to get set up and we'll go over to the desk in a couple minutes and get ready for the big show with Sharif, myself, Adair, and Brian Shannon.
And it's a big one it is going to be. That NVIDIA, so it did come a sell. This is why you can't just sit there and technical trade and all. This is what you didn't want to have happen to you. So obviously it's going to end up, it's actually up 1.5%, but it trended down ever since we got out of the long trade. So unfortunately, no follow through. I did trade it one time in the afternoon before we came on, and it couldn't hold on to a bit of a trend reversal there for NVDA. Of course, the big one is going to be AMD, but just wanted to quickly go back over to Apple, which we did cover, and again, headed right back into the highs. So there were a couple of shots for these big, long trends to the upside, and then take a little bit of a reversion in the afternoon. Didn't lose, but it didn't really give you a huge trade. And that's just how it is sometimes. A trend, oftentimes on trending stocks, AMD is exactly the same thing. It just kept on making some higher highs. And what I've sort of found is, as long as you have a plan of action, fair enough, but you can't will it to do what it did before. Just because the stock did one thing once, it doesn't mean it's going to do it again. AMD, this 4.5% is pretty intense for sure. But I think NVIDIA and now Tesla, just for everyone watching Tesla, if I'm slapping a fail, the fail is the opportunity cost. We talk about this a lot. Bitcoin had a volume spike, went over to Bitcoin. Tesla was the chart I had up. Tesla bounced off VWAP. Tesla now up at 391. 2% day for Tesla here. Great local. Oh, that's right. I have to do this. Let me just quickly move my daily chart for Tesla. Another day, another great bounce, holding on to the same bottom, this 375. All it needs to do is break the trend. So I think Tesla breaks the trend when it gets back over. It's like 405 or something along those lines. And AMD is a very similar thing. I like it. I've liked the trend break on AMD for a while, but it just obviously hasn't broken its trend on the daily. Ooh, look at that. You don't even have. Shout out to eSignal. On our platform, I actually have to individually save when I do a trend line and flip from one to the other. This, I drew it, went away from AMD for a while ago and came right back. But I've been looking for AMD to close above the trend line for some kind of a, like, it would be more of a swing trade than anything else. Like you hold above here for a couple of days, break out a local top, and then just look for a nice little technical move. But AMD, as you can see, wants no part of it. Could it change earnings? Sure, but I'm more of a react to price action than anybody else.
Okay, yeah, we will close the day obviously on some high notes because look what Mara has done. So we only have 10% left. It's a big stock, a big move on just a little stock, right? So you take some more shares, and just to let you know, Mara just rifles up again, up the leaderboard for one of the top stocks, and it was just this. So there it goes again. Not many shares being pushed through there on Mara, but still pretty good. We will wind up making about, like I said, maybe about 5% or something on Mara than we did on Palantir. Palantir, just so everybody knows, is like 95% the best stock. Like it's 95% higher than like the very next best name. So we really like that one. And that's not true because I see the math now. I see PayPal. PayPal is about a quarter or so of what Palantir was. So big trade there. All right, I'm going to, Mara's right here, coming to the upside. Again, 354, 355. You could get a switch. I don't know. We can look to see what's going to happen now with these imbalances as NVIDIA still has a sell underneath it. It just comes right back into, basically into those lows again of 118 for NVIDIA. That low of the day right there, basically 118. So it came right into that one more time. And now we'll see if we get that bump up here on the flip. So it was 3 or 4 million. Here we go right now into 355. Do we get that flip around here on NVIDIA? 4, 3, 2, 1. And there we go. So yes, sir. It looks like a nice little move upside there as NVIDIA disappears. You know, it's a hard game to play because there's Lumen, by the way, so they're going to be reporting as well at UMN. But you do get a nice move there on the flip for NVIDIA. So I don't see it anymore. It must have gone into a buy, but a nice little move higher right now. And yeah, Lumen Technologies, they're reporting tonight as well as Enphase. So there's going to be some big players coming through. All right, 10%
Massive
left.
Players.
Yeah, 10% left on Mara. We'll take the last piece out here at 70 if we can. If I have to punch 69s, I will do just that for that last 10% as we sit there at 70 and see if we can get the fill. I'm just going to punch out. There we go. Out at 69, man. Unfortunately, the level gets wiped out with it, but there it goes. Out of our last 10% on Mara. Big trade, not a big trade alert, but again, enough to go right there, right back, put it into like the third or fourth highest P&L name, Mara, just on this little baby trade. So not too bad there. Just shows there wasn't a whole bunch of excitement today. Palantir was great. PayPal was great. Rigetti not bad. And NVIDIA there at the end of the day as well. So, yeah, all good. I'm going to get over there and we'll go from there. But, yeah, good luck to everybody. And some dollar trade clubs happening, I assume.
Well, definitely. I mean, Palantir gave it to you multiple times for sure. The chips in the middle of the day. But Palantir did have an imbalance. It was a very small sell imbalance on Palantir. I anticipated if it was ever going to have a big one, maybe it was going to be today, but literally nothing happened on it at 350 to 355. Elon saying PayPal's already at anchored VWAP. Okay, it's always worth a look. I think, you know, you're going to have speaking of anchored VWAP, you're going to have Brian Shannon on the aftermarket show with Sean Adara and Sharif, all of them. It's going to be like we said, it's going to be Murderers Row. So a great opportunity to ask Brian Shannon how he will be looking at some of these earning plays, especially given not just today, you've got later on in the week, you've got Amazon. So it's not just about whether you get Google and AMD and then Uber. We have so many big earnings names coming, and ultimately having a plan of action is going to be where it's at. You saw this morning, the focus was clearly going to be on Palantir because of the move. Some days it's obvious which stock is kind of the one. Other days, you really have to figure it out. So you make sure you put in that work today. The amount of volume that Palantir was doing, the gap up over 20%, it made it a sort of easy decision that that's where you're going to focus, even if you didn't normally do it. Jay Lee, good question here, or maybe just a good point. Tesla long at 3 p.m. was a play today, big boost into the close. We've seen Tesla do this, and when it does this, sometimes it does it for multiple days, where you get these like late day pushes, and it's a bit of a pattern that Tesla will have. And when it does it, the first thing you want to look for is just maybe it'll do it again tomorrow. So if you see any, like a VWAP bounce, a support level bounce, 3 o'clock going into power hour, just respect the fact that Tesla seems to have made a bit of a temporary bottom here, holding on to 375, 380. And as long as it wants to do that, I think the next step is going to be here on Tesla, getting back above that 400. You got the lower highs. It's a nice looking wedge. But that works both ways. As a trader, you react to price action. As long as we hold the bottom, break out that trend, I think Tesla looks fantastic. But you're absolutely right about that buyer in the afternoon. We've seen it now 2 days in a row where you've had initial move, consolidation, and another break to the upside on Tesla. And history doesn't always repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And when it does, you want to make sure you're listening to it 100%. Last one for you here. We got about 1 minute to go. Google very, very briefly broke highs. Very briefly broke its highs. Now sort of pulling back in here. Wanted to make sure we got to that one for sure for you guys. It's going to be a wild afternoon. It's going to be a wild aftermarket. But remember, you don't have to do anything. You're just going to have to stick around. Earnings are going to be coming fast and furious. We have a lot of names, but you have the entire team ready to cover it for you live. Wow, now you're actually really starting to pull back a little bit here on Google, and Tesla continuing to bounce into the close. 30 seconds to go, and Tesla's actually holding the bid here going into the top. Strong day. Obviously, it was the biggest mover at the close, giving you VWAP into like 94. Big move. Let's go over. We're going to have the bell in about like 20 seconds or so. I'm going to move from Tesla, despite the fact that it's moving, to have the chart on AMD, which is almost 5%, and also making fresh highs. They're reporting right after the bell, and this bell brought to you by Worksport. Shout out to Worksport, WKSP on the NASDAQ. Let's ring it a Dara in 2 and 1. Let's go. And that is the end of the day, everybody. We've got the NASDAQ. 1.26% to the upside. The ES also green. We've got AMD up 4.5%, Tesla up a couple of points there, even NVIDIA, which pulled back 1.7 to the upside. Strong day overall for the markets. Obviously, Palantir stole the show, up 24% despite pulling back $3.50. Thank you so much to Fabian Ramin on the ones and twos. Thank you so much, of course, to the Bash Brothers there. Giving us the goods in the midday, having their fun little bet on iBit or Bitcoin. I kind of hope it goes to the upside, but I'm kind of thinking it might not get there by Sharice's birthday, that 125. But you know what you got to do right now. Sit back, relax. If you like analysis, if you like earnings reactions, if you like stock calls and key price levels, and you want to see it real, not an hour after it happens, then the market recap is going to be for you, because we have a whole wealth of earnings to get to, and they're going to start in just a couple of minutes here. As we head to the desk, we've got Sean and Sharif at the desk, we've got Adair, we're going to have Brian Shannon. It's your market recap.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, we had some technical difficulties here, of course. Too many people logging in over here. But I don't know, is there earnings out already? I'm
looks
still not
like
logged
it is, Sean. It popped up to 295, back down into 287. We're talking about Amgen, guys, a Dow component. Supposed to report right at 4 o'clock. It looks like it might be zigging and zagging here, Sean. Here's what we're expecting. We're expecting EPS of $5.08, supposed to be up about 8% year over year on revenue of $8.87 billion. EPS, Sean, for the estimates, slightly lower a little bit here, $4.96. That's by Oppenheimer on revenue of $8.75 billion. We're still waiting for results. I'm looking at my blotter. Right. Nothing coming in for Amgen quite yet, Sean. So we'll pack our patience.
All right, all good. We'll wait here.
Now we got it.
Yeah, we've got Google. We've got lots of stuff trying to come through here. Google looks like a nice little downside move. We talked about Google maybe losing some of this bid here. There goes Google to the downside. So we'll slap a little bit of a fail on this early move for Google. Google breaking back down below. So we'll get these earnings. I do see the 531 on Amgen beating 508. AMGN
We got Google
on Amgen. Amgen missing. So we do have Google right now. So not great early for GOOGL right now. There's the move. There's the tick down into 195. We called this play actually, said that I wouldn't be surprised if we do float back into here a little bit. Nice upside move. We'd always rather it be down here, but I like the chart. It was breaking out. We'll see if Google can hold that bid right now. Nice downside move for Google. I see the gap EPS, 215 versus 212. Looks like they miss on sales. So it looks like they'll beat on EPS. Again, 215 versus 212 on the sales miss there for Google.
You know what, Sean? We were expecting revenue of 81.3 billion.
Yep.
We got revenue of 96.47 billion. This is what I'm seeing here. Alphabet Q4 revenue, 96.47. It was expected to be around 81.38, or that's what the analysts were saying.
So our number's wrong, it looks like, that we had written down there, because we have sales right here on Benzing. If you come over to my screen, they show 96.64 is what was expected. So it looks like it is going to be a miss. So our numbers had a much lower revenue expectation there, but it looks like sales right now missing over there. Alphabet shares are trading lower. Mixed Q4 results coming in right now for Google. So there's the move down. It's not good, man. 191 and change. So you celebrate Palantir. Google giving a lot of this back right now into 191. We'll wait to see if AMD has something to say about this as well, as their earnings report about to come out very, very soon. We did get Amgen. Amgen, of course, was a beat there for Amgen. 531 versus 508 sales, 9.1 billion versus 88888. So Amgen looks like they beat, but they're even heading a little bit lower as well. Lumens, with the report coming out, they look like they're going to beat. Lumen Technologies, another name that we often trade in and around here as well. So there goes Lumen, a nice little 10% move. Let's go over to Adair for a chart.
This is Alphabet here, but it used to be known formerly as Google. They did have their IPO here back on August 19th, 2004. At that time, it was being run by co-founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page. This graphic, which you can find on X at TTV Research, charts the pretty epic rise here of revenue for this company. And it's interesting too, some of these acquisitions happened pretty early. YouTube acquired for $1.65 billion in 2006. Then we had their largest acquisition still to this date, $2.5 billion acquisition of Motorola Mobility. They also acquired DeepMind and Waze along the way. And then, pretty interesting here, they became Alphabet here in 2015. At that point, Google became a subsidiary. Sundar Pichai was the CEO of the subsidiary until 2019, when he also became the CEO of Alphabet. So it's really interesting stuff. I learned a lot making this graphic. Check this out on X at TTV Research. And we actually used all of the official Google logo colors as well for a little fun touch, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, the expected move there was only 6% on Google. So it's not even really moving that much. We are down. I think it's about that 6% right now, it looks like, on Google. So they go out at about 206, come back in 191. That's $16 on 200. Yeah, about 8%. So a little bit of a bigger move right there. Of course, it was up today, so it's only showing 4.5 downside right there. We just got something else that just came in there. It looked like AMD starting to go a little bit there, up to 121, 122. I don't see AMD numbers yet, so when they come out, we will grab those. I want to say shout out to everybody that's here, man. We have the chat open. This is where I'm seeing all this. Broadcom, everyone's pounding the table on a bunch of these names. I wouldn't say AMD is necessarily going. It does not look like it's going at all. So we'll have to wait now on whatever AMD wants to do, 120 and change. We're going to wait for that. But the story of the day right now is Google, with a couple misses here, missing on sales, but beating on EPS. I don't see a guide yet, Sharif. I don't know if you see anything.
I don't see a guide either, Sean, but we got some other numbers over here. They're expecting $75 billion in CapEx in 2025. Compare that to Meta, 60 and 65. Microsoft in the 80s, Sean. We got about $110 billion in revenue run rate for YouTube alone.
There we go. We like that.
That's a monster number there, Sean. I'm sure analysts will be digesting that, but you're absolutely right. EPS was a beat, 215 on estimates of 212. I stand corrected earlier on my revenue projections. 96.469, Sean. That misses the 96.4 0.65 that the street was looking for. So a bit of a down mover. Google. I'm keeping my eye on AMD. Anything, I'll let you know.
Yeah, waiting for the CapEx number. I mean, anything we have there on Google would be great. There's Enphase. Nice little trade there on Enphase. Enphase up 15%. This name's starting to go. So now we got nice little report there coming from Enphase. We had seen the beat up name come through many, many times before, but there goes Enphase. It's a nice move to the upside, and solar getting a little bit of love. I see their fourth quarter results have been posted. I don't see the exact number yet, but it looks like Enphase, yeah, I have it now too. 94 versus 72, 382 versus 377. Looks like a good beat there with Enphase and some of these solar names. We talked about maybe SEDG, Solar Edge. Again, are they getting a little bit of a bump up? Yes, sir, on that number. So here we go, man. We're bringing this to you. We're bringing it to you live right here. So there's Enphase again and Google. Both two interesting names. Simon Property Group reports as well. It's not doing too much right there. Nice little uptick. This is a name that I've been in for a long time, back into COVID as well. We're pretty much out of all of that one. But that's about it. Let's just check back in quickly on Google as we do wait for AMD. The number that we're looking for on AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. I hope it's a good one, man. I really do, for AMD. The number that we're looking for AMD, revenue estimate $7.5 billion. So we'll get that. The EPS of 109. Its last move was 10%. We'll see if it gets it today. The implied move is right around there again. It's another 9% implied move here for AMD. And I don't know. I had said earlier, Sharif, like, Snapchat's coming out as well very, very soon.
Yes, sir, waiting.
Snapchat looking for 14 cents. No, I had said that I thought AMD, just looking at the daily chart here, was not in a good spot. No. I would love for it to beat and get above this 125 on the daily. I think that would be a good start. I don't really want to buy names that are underneath the 50-period moving average, especially in this space. It hasn't got going. Man, the last time we were above the 50-period moving average was back in October, and that was 155. So we'd love to get back there, start a new trend to the upside. My hopes for AMD are long. So that's what I'm hoping for, of course, as well. I just don't have the greatest.
That at 4:15, Sean, so a few more minutes.
Okay, so it looks like good call there. Yep. Thanks, Sharif. Looks like AMD 4:15, Snapchat coming at 4:10 is expected right now for old Snap-a-Rooney here. 14 cents we're hoping comes and goes like that, and we get a little bit of a higher number. Snapchat, just looking at the daily, still at the 50-period moving average. We'd like to really see this above $13 right now for Snapchat. Okay, let's go Snapchat with Adara at the big screen.
This is our Snapchat graphic here. You can check it out on X at TTV Research. Basically, what I did here was this is almost every report that Snap has ever produced since its IPO. In early 2017, I don't have Q1 2017 on here just because the losses were so extreme that it actually skewed the data a bit. But regardless, you can see here, we go from a trend of steady losses per share to starting in about Q3 2020, we start getting steady gains per share. So earnings definitely increasing there. Also daily active user growth. Back to you.
So we'll move to the upside there on Snapchat. My guys got the numbers though. What's going on?
We got 1.56 billion, Sean, in revenue. The street, yeah, it was a good look there. I'm looking to see what the comp is. We're looking at 1.55, so that's a beat, Sean.
Yep, that's a good one.
On revenue, that's a good look there. Still looking for EPS. Don't have it quite yet, Sean. Users, daily active users,
up here
up
right now.
9% year over year. Good look there. So we'll look for some more data here as it comes out little by little. As I mentioned, revenue 1.56. Still looking for EPS here.
Chipotle's out.
Chipotle, CMG, guys, keep your eye out on that. What's up?
Downside, down 10%.
Well, you lose Brian Nickel,
right
that's
there.
what happened, Sean.
Right there. You lose Brian Nickel. Yeah, you pay the price right there. They pay, Starbucks paid that man millions, $600 million or something to move over. But look at Starbucks stock. Look at CMG right now. Nice downside move right there. Thanks, Sharif, for the Snapchat cover. It looks like EPS right now, 25 cents, beating 24 cents. Miss on sales right there for Chipotle. So those burritos right now coming off a little bit. Nice move to the downside, $55. Getting close to a buy zone. We like this name down here near 50.51. We talked about how it looks different than Kava, how it looks different than Starbucks. I mean, look at Chipotle, look at Starbucks. You know, huge move to the upside. Talk about a difference maker, CEO, and everything like that. I do like Kava still. C-A-V-A in the space. That is Kava. Nice move. But just looking here, is there a pushback on Kava on this number? Yeah. Nice little move down $1 right there. But it's CMG with the report now. You've got him right there. So Chipotle operating margin also down.
Here it is, Sean. So we got adjusted EPS of 25 cents. The street was looking for 24. So they beat there. Sales, 2.845 billion. That was a miss. The street wanted basically 2.85 billion, Sean. So a very slight miss there. That's still up 13% year over year. Chipotle, we'll keep an eye out on that one. It's already down 5%, trying to bounce off that $52 level, Sean. So we'll keep tabs on that. This is a 19.50% increase in earnings, though, year over year. 21 cents per share from the same period last year. The company reported, as I mentioned, sales of 2.845 billion, which missed analyst consensus estimate barely, Sean. Look what we're talking about here. 2.847. That's what the street wanted. They got 2.845. We're talking peanuts, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, it's not. If you look at this chart, I put out a 60-minute chart. We're just right now back to where we were a couple weeks ago. Actually, the 23rd of January. So right back into there. Down here at $52, a completely different story. But where we are right now on Chipotle seems to be okay. Was down 9%. Sharif gives you the news, and we go all the way back up to the upside. Snapchat trying to figure itself out as well, up there to 13. Let's check out the big guy, Google. Google still coming back in. Man, why are we saying, oh my God, about Broadcom? Did Broadcom report? I don't know what's going on right now with Broadcom. We'll check out our Benzinga little thing here. AVGO. Did Broadcom sign with somebody? NVIDIA is still a top pick. So I'm not seeing any news right now on Broadcom right now. But you guys are right. It is a nice upside move right now for AVGO. I don't know what's up with that, but there goes Broadcom. Maybe something about, when did this move start? Almost immediately at the close. So we'll wait for AMD. Adara's at the screen with some interesting graphics about that CEO switch up.
Worth noting here too, Broadcom popped on Wednesday after Meta mentioned it during its earnings report, so that could have something to do with that. But also here, with the fact that we have Chipotle, I want to take a look at some of the largest CEO switch-ups in 2024, and that is, of course, because former Chipotle CEO Brian Niccol joined Starbucks. The stock is up about 21% since that was announced, but also Peloton here up over 120% since CEO Barry McCarthy exited. This will actually be its first report under CEO Peter Stern, who was announced here basically at the end of 2024, start of 2025. This will be his first report. We'll have to see how that shakes out because they're reporting before the bell on Thursday, guys. So interesting look, a lot of these companies, after they announce their outgoing CEOs, actually drop there. Check out this graphic on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
You guys might have missed it. I just thanked Sharif for being here. I told him, because we're holding great numbers. Everybody loves it. I mean, this is what we're doing again. So I want to say thank you to Sharif, Adara, and everybody that's staying late with us. I mean, we have Brian Shannon coming up very, very soon to talk about all of this. But we do wait for AMD. So right now, we're going to talk. So Brian, get ready. I want to talk to you about Google. I want to talk to you about advanced micro devices. These are all going to be coming out very, very soon. We are just moments away right now to see what's going to happen here with AMD. So, all right, we're still on this level. We'll see what happens when it comes out. Let's just quickly check what's been reported so far. We did have a beat on by Snapchat. I'm looking at daily active users. I want to see those going to the upside there for Snapchat. So there's some earnings reviews. We'll have some of that. Adara's working on some stuff. That is Snapchat right there. We do have Google came out a little bit as well. I wish that was a fill-up candle up there, but it's not. Down to 192 and change goes Google. But again, if you were watching me on the main show there, or on the afternoon show, we were talking about it possibly falling back in. Google's been pretty messy here. And again, if you drop an anchored VWAP, that's right, Mr. Shannon. If you drop an anchored VWAP at that gap right there, look where we come in. Look at that, Brian, right there for Google. So, all right, AMD is now out, they say. And that's MD. Here goes AMD. Okay, so far so good. So that's nice. Nice move up there for AMD. It's going right now. Let's get $5 on advanced micro devices. Looking like a good little take here. This is great. Great news so far for AMD. Let me just check out NVIDIA. I'll get those numbers for you in 1 second. NVDA. NVIDIA holding hosts, not doing anything. It's AMD's story, and they are loving it right now. We will get these numbers for you momentarily. Right now, AMD.
Here we go, Sean, got it.
Good, 124 and change. Go to Sharif, and I'll keep the chart up.
All right, $7.66 billion in revenue.
on the daily
it's
chart.
a decided beat over the $7.5 billion that the street was looking for. Let's have a look at EPS, looking for that. We got 51% gross margins. That's crazy for a physical product. EPS, 29 cents. The street was actually looking for, let's just have a look over here on the quarter. I believe we were looking for, I don't know if this is accurate, Sean. What do you have there for EPS projections that Adair?
I have 109.
109. Well, this is telling me 29 cents for Q4, so that can't be accurate.
You know what I think Adair has done is put the revenue total for the year.
We got 109, Sean.
Oh, we got 109. Okay,
so
good.
EPS was expected to be 108.
Perfect.
We ended up getting 109 EPS, so it's a beat on the top and bottom line there. We'll have to keep an eye out on this one, but already moving back down, Sean, off that 126 touch and drop. We're talking about 122 right now.
So I was going to say, what I'm looking for is forward guide. I want to see, where do they see? Do they see demand? Do they have forward bookings? Do they have CapEx coming from big players? Has AMD eaten into some of what NVIDIA's debating here, trying to play for maybe lesser quality chips coming through for AMD? Can we push higher? There's a lot of talk in the chat now about, can AMD get to that 130 mark? I mean, look, it's up 8%. Expected move is 9%. But remember what I told you, AMD was already up 4% before today. So this move is, unfortunately, a fail. It's only a 4% move. We'll see if it holds out hope right now. When I'm looking at AMD, though, you're still not above the 50-period moving average. Potential problems here with AMD. But we've got 99 problems, and one of the best guests in the business is not one. Fabian, tell me we're ready. Brian Shannon. We're ready then. Come on, Fabian, let's go. It's Trader Talk. I can't see him over there, but I know he's ready. Mr. Brian Shannon, how are you, my friend? You got a little bit of a situation going on there, the little goatee going on? Is that new for you, or did I just not notice it before?
No, I think that's new. I was just doing a little winter thing, you know.
Man, looking pretty good over there, my guy. You look like somebody famous. I can't put my finger on it. Okay.
Trends.
Yeah, that I know. Okay, so there we go. Just real quickly here. Big day for earnings reports. I'm going to sort of throw it over to you. We had Google with a nice move to the downside, kind of coming in. And I don't know if I stole your thunder or not, but you've taught me a lot about anchored VWAPs. And if we zoom in here to the daily on Google, and I come over to my screen, Fabian, quickly here, and if I drop an anchor sort of right here, I don't know if I'm doing this right, on this gap right there. And as you can see, Google falling in, that anchor right now is 192.40, and look what I'm seeing right now, 192.50, almost on the nail there for Google. So what can you tell us here? The report doesn't look that bad, but it is fading here on Google.
Well, Google's been really volatile here lately. With these moves up have really come down quite quickly. And here's another one. So now we're down to the anchor that you had drawn in. We've got that rising 50-day moving average, and we've got the anchor from the election. So I suspect that we're going to kind of settle down in here, and your downside is limited from this point. Probably, there would be bigger problems if we were down below really 186, 185. But this just looks like some profit taking in what's been a volatile stock here, and a volatile uptrend, that is.
Absolutely amazing right there for Google. I'm glad that you said that we're not too much in trouble yet until we fall back underneath some of those lines. All right, man, we've called this name Advanced Money Destroyer, but it looks like today it's putting a little bit of money back. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy, spoke too early there. I almost threw up in that was a little bit of bile there. But no, just playing around. But there goes AMD to the downside right now. It is dumping. Sharif gave us a little bit of an update there, Brian, on the report. It looks like they'll guide a little bit lower potentially here for AMD, regardless of the macro here with AMD. I said earlier, I said I didn't like the stock. I was looking for actually a miss and a little bit of a lower trade there for AMD. So it looks like right now, Advanced Micro Devices, again, is destroying some money one more time, as there it is 116 coming in for Advanced Micro Devices. Everybody in the chat that was excited, now not, Brian. What are you seeing with Advanced Micro Devices? I think we've broke this shelf. We're now below. We're looking for 52-week lows of 112 and change. We maybe get that today.
The stock in a downtrend. I mean, it's difficult for these things to reverse. We came right up to the declining 50-day moving average here, and we've got the anchor from the election just overhead. We tried to get back above the year-to-date anchor, but it's just failing. It's a broken stock in a downtrend.
Right.
People keep trying to buy this thing, and I just don't really understand it. It's in a downtrend. It's we've spoken over and over again about Occidental Petroleum. And that one just continues to do the same thing as well. People get excited about every little blip up, but it's in a downtrend below declining 200-day moving average. You got to, wait these things out.
Yeah, I wanted to stay away, and that was my opinion, was just until it looks better, we got to stay away. There's so many names out there that we could focus on. A name that you and I have looked at over and over again, had a little bit of a slippery slope today, and it is a crypto name, and it is the big guy, it's Bitcoin. I'll give you a second to have a quick look. I noticed that, again, one of the best follows out there. Go give Brian Shannon a follow at Alpha Trends right now, one of the best subscription services available there on X. So here we go, man. You had tweeted out over the weekend, I guess, that you had gotten stopped out of some of your remaining Bitcoin trade. What gave you that idea to stop yourself out? Looks like it might have been a great move up there, up to 102. Now, man, we are losing some shelves right now. 97.8 coming back in for Bitcoin. I can't draw anchored VWAPs on Binance charts here, but I'm not sure what to look at right now with Bitcoin. I know that you're starting to get stopped out. Are we looking to reload, and is there a level that maybe you have in mind?
On this Bitcoin, I did get stopped out as it undercut basically this level right here at 99. And it came down, as you know, to 92. I had a bid in at 88 and change because that's the anchor off of an October low, Sean. And now, right here, right now, we're trying to hold at this 97.8 level the anchor off of the low from 2 days ago. So I've still got a quarter position from my original 64,000 that I've been holding a while. The one I've been more involved in, though, is Ethereum, and bought it beautifully the other day and added to it just this morning at 27.20.
Oh.
And then it bounced to 28.50 or so. Now it's right back down to that level. But the same thing here is Ethereum is holding right now, right on the anchor from the low of 22 and change. So I think they're kind of still, I heard you talking earlier that I think Neil was saying he thinks it's probably, second half of the year before these things really have big movement and that they're kind of stuck in a range. Or was that you, Sean?
No, we had, here, let me go back on here. We were actually going to throw over to Sharif for a question quickly, but yeah, we did have a talk there about Ethereum. Look, for me, I like Bitcoin, not just technically, but I believe in trying to build up that reserve. I do believe Trump and the administration that they will start to look at doing that. I saw Ripple, XRP has been a pretty violent name as well. As soon as Gensler was gone, we saw XRP rip to the moon there. You know what I was actually, and maybe you can help me out with this. Have you ever heard of like an altcoin, maybe an ETF that sort of holds like the top 10 coins? Because I really think that would be cool. That would just track the market cap of the top 10 coins, because that's an interesting play there too, because you have Dogecoin got hit to the downside on this recent move. So did Solana, but there's a lot of opportunities to pick these up. Have you heard anything about Solana ETFs coming through?
I think I have heard that, and there might even be one. I'm really not familiar.
Okay.
There's so many ETFs to keep track of these days. It's really, all the double longs and the shorts, and for the individual equities, it's. I'm sure they're coming, Sean, if they're not here yet.
When you trade, different options or even equity, I know pretty much you use options primarily, I guess. Is that the case for many of your trades, Brian?
No, it's not. Actually, options are pretty unusual for me. I only trade them if I think there's going to be something that I can't manage risk around.
Right.
So if I wanted to trade a foreign share, I might trade an option because you've got those gaps every day anyways. So I know at least what I'm limited to. And sometimes just some speculative, calls. But, for like AMD, if I like that one long, I might, it's only $7, but I might go into AMDL.
That was
which
perfect.
Is a double long, or I forget the.
There's NVDL, there's Palantir, as well. PLTU is one for Palantir as well.
Yeah, and GGLL is the 2 times Google.
Oh, wow,
So
okay.
they're coming out every day, and they're just really, I wish there was a nice resource that had them put together. And maybe that's a good idea for your graphics department. You guys are doing such a good job with all those graphics.
You just, yeah, great minds think alike there. I was just thinking, you know what? I think that would be a great resource and a great tool for many of our viewers if we listed all of the inverse and all of the 2X and whatnot. And that was my question to you. Which ones do you prefer out of that, and which ones have you traded? You just nailed it with AMD. I don't know if you've met my good friend Sharif before. I'm sure you have, but he has a question for you.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, nice to meet you. I've been hearing a lot about you. I got your book right next to me over here. So, yeah, needless to say, I know you, but you don't know me. So my question to you, Brian, CMG. Ever since we got that 50-to-1 split back, I believe, in late or midsummer, we've been kind of without a trend. We broke down below that 50. We started putting higher lows. Do you see CMG as a bit of an accumulation zone over here as we kind of range in between that $65 and that $55 level? What's your look there?
Yeah, Sharif, and I am familiar with your work because I pop into YouTube once in a while and see you guys and see what you're doing. So nice. Keep up the great work there. But, CMG, it's kind of trendless here. I mean, if you really look at this daily chart, we saw that high, in December. Now we're trapped below a declining 50-day moving average, below the 200-day moving average. And it just seems like a good stock to avoid, I think. I mean, if you're going to go in there and day trade it, that's a different story. But, the good news is the anchor from that split that you mentioned is right where we're trying to find some buyers. So maybe this ends up being an important level, but I don't see an edge trading a stock like CMG.
Understood.
Okay, Brian, thank you so much. Great question there, Sharif. I just want to come over to my screen. I'm just going to leave Brian for 1 second. I just want to go over some of the names that I've just reported. So we have Google right now down to 192. It looks like that's going to lose a couple percentage points. It was up about 2%, now down 4. That's minus 6 points there for Google. We do have AMD again. Yuck, man, destroying more money down to the downside. 115. That's looking like that. Snap, crackle, pop. Hey, you like Rice Krispies there, Brian Shannon, by the way? Because it looks like Snap right now, nice little upside move. Do you remember that, Rice Krispies? Does anybody really have cereal anymore? We have Rice Krispies in my house, but you know what we have them for? During Christmas, we get the tri-colored ones, and we make the Rice Krispie squares. Tell me you've had Rice Krispie squares before.
Of course, yeah, with the fluff.
Yeah, with the marshmallow. Yeah. Oh, you ever do sitting by a campfire and you get the s'mores? Oh, mamma mia.
Yes.
Those are fantastic. Okay, quickly before, look, we're having so much fun here, honestly. I mean, it happens every time. What else are you looking at? Is there a name that maybe that you've talking to some of your subscribers there? And again, we shout you out, very, very small fee. I think is it $5 or $10 a month? They can follow you at Alpha Trends. You do many different scans for people, live production as well, along with charting. So why don't we talk a little bit about that and then any ideas you might have?
Sure. Asana is one that I'm in on. If you look at the weekly chart, it's really got a great look to it. It looks like it's probably headed for a test of the anchor from the all-time high.
Oh, yeah,
that would get it up near about $27. But man, it's been a really difficult stock in here. I own it from over here the other day, 2206, I believe is what I paid for it.
Right.
I had my stop at 2108, but fortunately I have, and this is actually a good technique. I think we've discussed this before, is what I call the 5-minute rule. So yesterday we saw the market gap down. My stop was to be at 2108. I always tell people never set your stop in the first 5 minutes of the day. Otherwise, you're going to get your stock stolen from you. And this won't work every time, but if you wait to see what the low is on the first 5-minute bar and then set your stop below that low. So I lowered my stop by about $1, and now it's right back basically to where I purchased it, and I didn't end up throwing the stock away. So that is a technique that if you don't set your stops in the first 5 minutes, it's going to save you a lot of money. So anyways, Asana looks like it should be heading back higher. Hopefully that's the end of that shakeout for that one. ESTC is another one that's looking good in here. Let's take a look. There's our weekly chart. You can kind of see it looks like a shoulder in here, a head, and then a shoulder, and it's getting ready maybe to get going. So keep an eye on that one. These are the types of things that I talk about in that subscription you're talking about, Sean.
Here is the book. If I can pick it It's just so heavy. There's so much content in this book. There it is. All right, this is Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP, of course, by Brian Shannon. Go pick it up. This makes its rounds, as Sharif mentioned there. Very, very good book. We post it up to all the traders that walk in. I recommend everybody getting it. Tell me you can still get it on Amazon. Everyone loves Amazon.
Yes, you can.
Oh, with that, I'm not letting you go without Amazon now that it comes to my mind. So let's go over to Amazon. And thank you for AMDL. I just brought this up as well. This is going to be a name that I might look at tomorrow because I love the $7 price. I think that's going to be great. A 2 times long on AMDL right there. So thanks, Brian, for bringing that up. And you're going to see there on the daily chart for that. Okay, so Amazon, they're coming post-market Feb 6th. I won't have you until a week today. I love the look of this chart. I have no idea what they're going to produce, but if I'm looking at this chart, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, here's a daily, it bounced off the 50 period. Looks like it wants to work higher. It's trying to get up there. It's ignoring sort of some of that noise that we see in other names, especially today. Hanging out upside, flat on the day. Nice earnings report. I like the space. I like retail right now. I like AWS. Prime, we'll see if Disney can show up tomorrow. Netflix was great with their streaming service. We'll see if Disney can answer the bell tomorrow morning. But you like Amazon here? Maybe a little overextended.
No, it's in a nice uptrend. I see it's pulling back a little bit here after hours, but I think the key that you want to see it hold is the year-to-date anchor. That's that thick blue line along with the 20-day moving average. We got a bounce from them last time, and they're together in here at about 228, 229. So if it pulled back down towards that, I think that would be a good opportunity in there.
So we're getting a little bit of opportunity right now. If you come over to the chart, just quick, I didn't even realize this. Here's the 1 minute for Amazon. It's taking a $5 haircut on Google News, right? Because again, if the cloud's not super strong for Google, then maybe we can extrapolate that over to Amazon. Okay, Brian, thank you so much for joining us here on a very, very busy earnings day. I want to make sure everyone follows you at Alpha Trends. Again, it's $5, right?
$10.
$10 a month. So maybe you have a 50% off deal or at some point right there. Maybe on our show one day we can do that. But thank you, Brian. Again, one of the best follows out there. I do suggest every single person get this book 100%. I use VWAP every single day. I tagged you today. There was a lot of great VWAP trades off of Palantir today, as well as we continue to go. But you want to talk about Palantir quickly? I mean, I keep throwing, if you don't mind.
First of all, the best one was this afternoon with Neil with Tesla off the 1 minute chart. That was a perfect bounce for Tesla. So good trades in there.
Yep, I saw that. 385.
And Palantir just continues to rocket higher. I mean, you can't argue with an uptrend with this magnitude. It's, are you going to chase it here off these earnings?
You and I talked about these islands up here on Palantir. I mean, what is the strategy? I mean, we had talked about this, I think it was maybe even Palantir before. And I remember when we island up here, and you had told me, don't just, until that gap is filled, let's just keep on seeing what happens. So I want to thank you for that advice. I actually, Brian, have not sold, this is my first 10 bagger ever, and I have not sold any Palantir at all since you had mentioned this about this island gap that happened back on their last earnings report back in November, and we get one again right now. So are we long until we break through $100 or what?
Sean, congratulations. I can't, the name of the game is to manage risk here for a trade like that. And I take no credit for your trade in there. That's all you, brother.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate the Palantir. I didn't sell any today, so I feel like maybe I should at some point. It's the best in the business. You guys can go follow him, and I think you should do that 100%. It's Brian Shannon. He's author extraordinaire. We love him on the show. Go follow him. The smartest CMT you will ever find. Thank you so much, Brian. It's been a blast. We love having you on, as does the audience. Over 8,000 joining us watching this, so thank you so much to Brian Shannon.
Thank you, Sean. Good night, everybody.
Ciao.
Sean.
Yep, go.
I want to let everybody know the earnings call for Google has started. It's live. This is the website right now. Sundar Pichai on the mic. This is closed caption. Obviously, I can't hear it. The earnings call is live now. This could be market moving. We don't know exactly what's going to be said, what the guide is going to be, any other narration, Sean, that Sundar and the team there could throw our way. From what I see here, they're talking about AI. They're talking about low latency, as well as Gemini app. They're talking about 2.0, the Gemini 2.0, which you and I have talked about as well, the improvements that they made there, especially, I saw, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw a little. It was hilarious. It was like a fake resume of people employed at companies during their worst time ever.
Right.
And the person had Google employment during the time that Gemini was hot garbage. And so obviously that's not the case anymore. So we'll see exactly what they're doing. But I want to let you know, earnings call live right now.
Thanks, David Moore, for the $2. No, I was just going to say, I mean, I'd like to hear Gemini, see if there's a talk with Apple, if there's some sort of integration there. I know they're integrating with Volkswagen and a few other plays like that. So, I mean, AI is just getting started. We're just getting heated up in this space. I think that is 100% sure. All right.
If we could just, one quick sec, Sean, just let everybody know exactly when all the calls are going to be on. Here we go, Sean. So we mentioned 4:30 for Google and Alphabet. We're going to wait for 5 o'clock for AMD. Amgen's call already started. Likewise with Chipotle. They both started at 5:30. Mondelez we're waiting for at 5. Electronic Arts likewise at 5. And then I think a lot of people are going to be interested in Snap, Sean, given what it just did. That call starts at 5 as well. These could be market-moving events.
Chef Joe is in the building. You know what he says? He said one thing. You're right, Charlie Taff. I did sell 5% at close yesterday of Palantir. I did do that. That is 100% true. I think we'll sell another 5% now and then get that wrapped up, and that will be done with that one. But Chef Joe just said in the chat that we got to do something. You know what it's called?
Roll call.
It's called roll call.
I love it, Sean.
So, I mean, you are like, this was something that I kind of invented, and then now you've mastered it. No, not my bad. It's great. I love doing this on the Midday Show. Make sure you join every single day. This man, Sharif, and Joe coming through with lessons on the Midday Show. Neil and I will take you into 11 o'clock. These guys from 11 to 2. I mean, what a great time. They're looking at low float names, talking about crypto, giving some great ideas. And then I love everything that you guys do on that show, including all the back and forth and all that. So it's great. It's a different show. We like it. And you're right. Traders stay late. So we're really happy that you guys stayed with us. So let's have a look here. Yo, what's up, Freezy? Freezy's in the building. Yeah. What's your favorite Freezy? Mine, white.
Blue.
I was going to say blue. I was going to go with blue, but the problem is then it gets all over. Like,
it does.
Then your mouth.
It's super messy.
Yeah, maybe orange. I like orange too. Okay, what's up, Freezy? Bilbo bag holder. Hey, if you're holding bags these days, I'm not sure what stock it would be in. What's up to Alfredo? What's up to Go Long Trader? You've been working out okay there. Why not? Says why not? Guarev is here as well. Pitchbull's here. What's up to our good friend Bears vs. Bulls? Hey, Maurizio, what's going on, my guy? Right there, Wall Street only. Damien there as well. Shout out. Get it, Adara. Silverado's here as well. Ariston is in the building. Sebastian is here, and we're here with our guy Sharif. You want to say what's up to anybody, or let's
say it, Wall Street only. Okay, Joseph Brown's there. Katina man. We got Tyrone, not that Tyrone, but the other Tyrone. Juniper.
Yeah, man.
We got Trey only. Malcolm Aldridge. A couple more. Your Ozan buddy. He's always shouting you out. He likes to say China. Shout out to Ozan as well.
He does.
Smile, Felipe, and even Adara's in the chat. Believe it or not, Sean.
I believe that. She's everywhere. Adara, thank you so much for everything she had today and all those graphics. Brian Shannon shedding out the graphics.
Great.
And isn't it great when a guy, Brian Shannon, over 400,000 followers, and he's like, Sharif, I know exactly who you are.
I was shook, Sean.
We've got Sharif in the building right now. We're happy to have him. And we have everybody here as well. Join all of us, man. You get this guy tomorrow at 8:30 as well. So we're back, ready to rock and roll. We don't stop until we cut the stream, which is happening just about now. So this is a potato, and these are?
French fries.
French fries. He got it right this time. Bang right there. Join us tomorrow at Trader TV Sean, Trader TV Sharif, Adara. Everybody's here right now. Go follow us, and we'll see you in the morning. Good luck to all those AMD longs. Ciao.
Take care, guys.
Obi.
Get it, Obi.